Chapter 1 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Turner. Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia and Worke. Part 1. The Evolution of Rugcraft. Chapter 1. The Renaissance of Rugcraft. Chapter 1 references Color Plate 2, which may be viewed in the online version of this book. The history of Rugcraft is one of storied interest, not written, but wrought, in strands of yarn, silk, flax, hemp, and cotton. Long prior to the art of weaving, according to some authorities, coverings for the ground or floors of tents were in existence. These were made by the tread of feet, their use being coincident with their fashioning. The felting process was continued by the repeated strewing of shreds of material of sufficient scale, texture, or tooth to mat under pressure. It is probable that skins of animals were employed as floor coverings at a very early time by primitive peoples, but as these were not made, but merely made use of, they do not belong in the rug craft category. The origin of the craft is locked in the archives of antiquity, the key to which, if ever found, will be in the hands of archaeologists. Yet so linked with the present is the work that it is pursued with as much avidity today as it was of old. No lost art this, but one that is ever new, since with each rug fashioned it is recreated, either to repeat the record of centuries-old stitchery, or to produce new types of rugs with novel or adapted patterns, and sometimes in mediums that would have been strange indeed to ancient rug makers. The rugs of the remote past are not only amazing examples of archaic textile art, but are annals of racial life, reflecting the rise and fall of dynasties, the religious rites and customs pertaining to them, and the chronicles of peoples depicted in mystic symbolism, not all of it translatable, but as charged with significance as the Rosetta Stone or any old hieroglyphics. So it is that rugs bring a message from ancient to modern civilization. The finger of time curiously points to America as one possible source of inspiration for primitive rug motifs, coupling the designs of the Far Eastern rug makers with those of the Western world. The basis for this is the fact that motifs, identical with those found in some very early Oriental rugs, are also found in the Occident, appearing in carvings on the temples of the Mayas of Yucatan. This strengthens the theory that, in the dim ages, there existed a civilization in the Occident thousands of years before Columbus sailed to America, centuries prior to the reign of Confucius in China, or ever the land of Egypt was peopled. Enchantment lurks in the account of how the designs may have wended their adventurous way from America to Asia, but it must suffice us to touch but a single point, one of pertinent interest, namely, the linking of American and Oriental rugcraft. That the weaving of rugs was born in the Far East is apparently undisputed. Its growth and development can be traced across Europe and England, thence over the Atlantic to America, that is reputed to have mothered the first elements of rug designs. Concerning the latter, there is this much certainty, that they were coexistent with those of the Orient. The origin of the Navajo blanket rugs of the North American Indians is uncertain, but there is reason for attributing the Navajo proficiency in weaving to the Moors, who brought so much knowledge of Oriental crafts and arts to Spain. Here again, a roundabout migration of technical skill is apparent, for it seems that through Spanish conquests in America, the Pueblo Indians learned wool weaving. From them, the Navajos may have captured the art, but in any event, the blanket rug fabrics of the latter tribe have assumed a place of significance in the annals of this country. The native looms are of the same crude sort found in the Orient. There would appear to be something necessary to the character of the rug that was imparted by the loom, for the textile cannot or does not remain the same when power machinery of any sort is used. When the United States was settled by the colonists and weaving began in those pioneer days, the looms were of another type altogether. Hand looms, we call them, though the manipulation was shared by hand and foot. As the term rug was applied to coverlets for beds, it is perplexing to know when rugs and carpets were first used as floor coverings. However, it must have been at an early date, and the probabilities are that an extra heavy blanket, hand-woven from homespun thread, served the purpose. It could have been only when the actual necessities of bodily warmth were provided for that floor coverings could be considered. Had it not been for the rigors of the New England and Canadian climates, rugs would, in all likelihood, have appeared even later. Cold floors demanded coverings as soon as they could be given attention. It should not be understood that a coverlet rug was left permanently on the floor, even when it may have served the purpose of a carpet. In doing a double duty, and being carefully looked out for between times of using, it is reminiscent of the carpets described in the Arabian Nights entertainment. Quote, "In Egypt," unquote, so runs the tale, quote, "there were neither bedsteads nor bedrooms. The carpets and mattresses, pillows and cushions, sheets were unknown, are spread out when wanted, and during the day are put into chests or cupboards or only rolled up in a corner of the room." Unquote. In the old colonial records, inventories, etc., the word carpet was synonymous with table cover, and so here again is met the difficulty of the undefined. Yet just so long as points remain in the twilight of uncertainty, investigation flourishes. The mysterious is always fascinating, and rug collectors and craftsmen poke about in the dimming years, hoping to get some penetrating ray to focus on and reveal the origin and sequences of rug types beyond the venture of a doubt. It is certain that floor coverings of some types were used early in the homemaking hazards of American settlers. Quote, "Floor coverings are a radical necessity in certain climes," close quote, asserts Sidney Humphreys, and there can be no question that the colonists found this true in America. Quote, "Rich floor coverings, yielding softly to the feet," close quote, were made in as much profusion as circumstances permitted, although these could not well stand comparison with such a one, for instance, as Jason is reputed to have trod upon in the Palace of Ascetes. The quaint charm about the early craft rugs of America is due in part to their having been made expressly for the individual homes in which they were used. This same adapting of rugs to a specific room or the architectural features of a house remains today in the hands of the homemaker who, by wise selections of models to suit her preference in medium, design, and color, can fashion floor coverings to conform to her needs and tastes, with a skill comparable to that of a couturier devising costumes for a patron. Curious indeed is the increasing tendency to classify as handmade only early colonial rugs. This assumption ignores the fact that the finest, as well as the cruder, Eastern rugs in peasant style are all handmade. The craft rests with dignified security on the laurels of the past, as well as the prestige of the present. Diversity is a conspicuous element in the rugs of today. Never before were there so many varieties, nor more beautiful ones. Old tapestry and needlepoint rugs are being revived with a zeal that bespeaks a genuine appreciation of the marvels of fine carpets in classic style. Hooked rugs are in great demand. Quilted rugs are again coming into their own after centuries of oblivion. Felt rugs revert to primeval days, preserving the graces of modern artistry. Folk rugs are given new life by turning their structural possibilities into channels of applied decoration. No longer are they mere haphazard incidents in floor coverings. The crochet rug is given new appeal, and as it is one of the rugs most rapidly made, it needed only to be developed to its fullest possibilities to assume rank with the worthy. Patchwork applique shines in the light of its own reflected glory down the centuries. Embroidered rugs continually exhibit new phases. Rugs of startling, modernistic treatment flaunt themselves, and among other rugs, those which feature the characteristics of nations and tribes are entering into the scope of present-day rugcraft. These, and all the many kinds, revived and modern, are forming a new stimulus in the era already noted for its Renaissance of Rugcraft. It is interesting to note that during the early years in America, rugs were made because of necessity or by reason of thrifty instincts. Today, no such impetus is responsible. A genuine zeal for handicraft has sprung up, which, with each succeeding year, grows stronger. Also, a better understanding of interior decoration prevails. Equipments are of the simplest sort, and the stitchery in each type is entirely free from any complexity. There are rugs to suit everyone's special preference in handicraft, from knitting to needlepoint, and types exist to suit all styles of architectural requirements. There are rugs that actually can be made with no cost, converting into floor coverings materials that would otherwise be discarded. But there are those, too, which, without being expensive, leave cost out of their consideration and make beauty paramount. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making, by Lydia Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rug making, a home industry. From time immemorial, rug making has been in the hands of women. In the dim past, it was their province to make floor coverings, not only for their own homes, but, as time advanced, for the marketplace also. It was only under duress that men did rug making, except in India. This still remains true to a large extent, though the demand for Eastern rugs has become so great throughout the world today that men are often found weaving with the women. In the Western countries, handmade rugs are fashioned by women, except in rare instances. When men take up rug making, it implies a genuine interest in the art and craft of textiles, rather than the impulse to create floor coverings. Not only were the rugs of the Orient made by women, but they were, of necessity, homemade, whether fashioned inside the tent or rude dwelling, or beyond the doorway. This latter place was favored especially by nomad tribes. No factories existed. Homecraft rugs today, therefore, have the precedent of primeval home industry, which, notwithstanding certain inroads, has remained throughout the centuries in the hands of women. It is interesting to note in this connection that the very meaning of wife and spinster has an impregnated hint of textile homecraft in the origin of each. Spinster signifies the maiden who spins the thread from which her trousseau is to be made. In the Orient, part of her dowry was a kilim rug of her own making. The word wife means a woman who works with a distaff and weaves a web, and comes from the old Anglo-Saxon and German verb wifan and the word vi. Alfred, the early English king, mentions in his will those on the spindle side and those on the spear side of the household, indicating by the antithesis the relative value of the importance of work done by each. Spinster and wife became domestic titles, in much the same way as did knight, a military one. So weaving was a cherished art, and likewise rug-making came to be. There are 3 divisions under the heading of rugcraft, all so closely allied that, unless the subtle and signal differences are comprehended, they appear identical, even to their initial letters. They are handmade, handicraft, and homemade. All rugs manually constructed are rightfully known as handmade rugs, and in an absolutely literal sense of the word are handicraft also. Yet in the common acceptance of the terms, there remains a difference, and it is this that demands attention. Handicraft emphasizes technique even in its terminology, while handmade stresses the motive power, which is so expert in some instances that the craft is dominated by the artistry. It is when a craft reaches the apex of its possibilities that it falls in line with an art which presupposes the perfection of craft. It would therefore appear an anomaly to classify under handicraft such masterpieces of weaving and stitchery as genuine tapestries, real laces, cashmere shawls, and oriental rugs, prized in museums as handmade art treasures. Because oriental rugs are so often left out of consideration when speaking of handmade rugs, and only those rugs included which belong to colonial or modern handicraft, it is well to have a clearly defined and correct understanding of terms which, too often, are blurred in significance through common usage. Homecraft rugs is an inclusive term embracing all floor coverings fashioned by hand. They may be fashioned in the Orient or the Occident, perhaps by our own firesides, but in whatever place, the work centers about the home, according to tradition and practice. It has only been within a comparatively short period that commercial interests have, in some instances, introduced changes in the Orient, whereby many rug makers assemble under one roof to work under the same direction, thus instilling a factory element into the handmade and hitherto homemade rugs. In the Occident, there have been various community enterprises in rug making. In each case, the work was done as a home industry, offering women opportunity for earning money without going away. There is nothing so complicated nor difficult in the knot tying or stitchery of Oriental rugs as to preclude the making of such floor coverings by any person who would give the time and zeal to the work. But the modern rug maker of the Western world would scarcely choose the fine yarn strands, nor elect to tie knots to approximate the 530 to the square inch found in the Ardabil carpet, that undisputed masterpiece of the Shah Abbas period. With a coarser medium, however, present-day home rug makers may be lured into creating rugs of the Oriental type in modified form, or even to use the precise knots or flat-weave stitchery of the Far East. There, little children work on rugs, and those of us who are acquainted through experience with the actual simplicity of the method can readily understand why it is within their scope. It is the patience required to make an Oriental rug that is overwhelming in the modern life of complexity. Such conditions do not prevail in handicraft rugs, whether they revert to types familiar to the ancients or are of typically modern tendency. Time is no barrier to the making of them, for they take no longer to fashion than many kinds of practiced fancy work. Easy methods are found for simulating work that would otherwise be impractical under present-day living conditions. Creative ability and mechanical ingenuity are fostered in the making of designs and methods of handicraft. And since there is no form of needlework that does more to increase the attractiveness of a home than rug making, the artistic and practical value of the craft is becoming more and more fully appreciated. In America, the vogue of colonial rugs is notable, while in England, the Renaissance of needlepoint embroidery has brought about the working of grosse point carpets. Interest in all handmade floor coverings is keen, and the making of them is an accomplishment in which, today, as of old, great pride is taken. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery and Method of Making, by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Equipments and classifications. Handicraft rugs derive their names either from the technique of their construction or the mediums from which they are made. In this, they differ radically from Oriental rugs, which are extremely difficult to classify because their names may come from any one of a dozen or more sources, such as the tribe by which they were made, the country where they were made, the port from which they were shipped, etc. All are mystifying to the uninitiate and often baffling to the expert. The handicraft rug is given immediate recognition as soon as its name is known. It can be pigeonholed according to this with a refreshing definiteness. The craft, the medium, or the design motif, however combined in rug patterns, is the criterion for cataloging. The tool and equipment, whatever the kind, is simple and, in some instances, even primitive. For example, the knitting needles may be smoothly polished round sticks of wood or bone, as they were originally. The crochet needle may be similarly fashioned, except that it has a hook shape at one end. The other end may be tipped with a ball or acorn-shaped ornament. Such a tip has a definite usefulness, for in some forms of crocheting in which stitches are all cast off and on the needle in alternate rows, it holds them on the needle, however crowded it may get. It is seldom today that a rug hook is a hand-wrought nail, or the tine of a two-pronged fork bent to form a hook after the other tine has been filed off, as in olden times. Its shape is the same, however. The sewing needle is a replica of the ancient thorn or fishbone used for taking stitches, only it has the improvement of an eye in the blunt end instead of a groove for holding the thread. A rug frame may be merely 4 sticks of well-planed wood clamped at the corners to make it the desired size and shape. The loom for the hand-woven rug may be similar, except that it has the top and bottom stretchers marked off with the indentations to hold the warp threads equally distant. This resembles the primitive looms, and no more intricate weaving than can be done on such a loom is included in the accounts given in the following pages. It is on the primitive looms that the finest rugs in the world are woven. With whatever tool or equipment handmade rugs are fashioned, they all belong to one of 2 groups according to their surface structure. If made of short, upstanding threads, a pile rug results. If the rug has a flat surface, it is a non-pile or smooth face rug. If made by a power loom, the carpet is said to be of the in-grain type. Handicraft flat weave rugs have wide diversity. They may be of the tapestry order, tapis ras, of the fabric rug type, such as quilted rugs, or be embroidered, knitted, crocheted, needlewoven, etc. The pile, tapis moquette rugs, may have a loop pile, boucle, or a cut pile, veloute, finish. Oriental rugs, apart from the early loop-made carpets, have a cut pile. In handicraft rugs, loops are frequently left uncut, as instanced particularly in unsheared hooked rugs. In Europe, some of the Italian and Spanish rugs are boucle, and in power loom carpets, those known as Brussels have the loop pile. In this connection, it is of interest to note what Sir George Birdwood said in his comprehensive volume, The Industrial Arts of India, relative to the origin of pile rugs. Quote, as velvet, makhmal, probably originated in Central Asia and certainly felt, I think it very likely that it was there that the Turkish tribes first developed the art of sewing tufts of wool on strings of the warp of the carpets they learned to make from the Persians, and that the manufacture of these pile carpets was thus introduced by the Saracens into Europe from Turkestan through Persia. The Turks were driven to this invention by the greater coldness of their climate." Unquote. It is quite possible that one reason for the popularity of hooked rugs in the New World was that they gave more warmth than floor coverings minus a pile. Winters were severe in the parts of America first settled. With the exception of braided and stencil rugs, or those ornamented with a brush, all types of rugs, whether made with an ordinary needle, a crochet needle, knitting needles, a rug hook or punch, or on a loom, can be developed to have a pile surface. All of these, with the sole exception of the hooked or punch-hooked rug, may also be developed in flat weave. The surface finish depends on the particular kind of rug constructed. Each type of rug will be definitely described under its more specific classification. In the rugs made with the ordinary sewing needle, that is, the embroidered rugs, there is a wide range of pile stitchery. Chief among these, the Smyrna stitch, also called the double knotted stitch, is excellent. It closely resembles the double Maltese stitch, so much used on the island of Malta in connection with interior decoration. This stitch is associated more with furniture needlework than floor coverings, while Smyrna stitch pertains to carpets. This stitch derives its name from Smyrna rugs of the Occident, a term once applied in a generic way to Oriental rugs because they were shipped from Smyrna. This city is a great shipping port for rugs, though not a great weaving center. Needlecraft Smyrna rugs are exquisite pieces of embroidery, made with a large and rapidly worked stitch. There is also the single knotted stitch and the single Maltese stitch. Plush stitch is an excellent pile embroidery stitch for rugs. Tassel stitch is not quite so good. Both of these are stitches used in what was known at one time as Berlin work. Single and double knotted stitch, Smyrna, are tapestry stitches, while the Maltese stitches belong to a group known as linen stitches, because they are so generally employed on linen. All are counted thread stitches similar to canvas stitches and adaptable to rugcraft. It was in warmer climes that the non-pile carpets had their origin, which is directly traceable to embroideries of the remote past. It is manifest that carpets first served as hangings. It was their use as floor coverings for special church ceremonials that brought about a transformation, or rather a twofold use for the textiles. As these were ornamented with hand stitchery, the embroidered rugs have precedent above all other textile floor coverings in respect to their antiquity. Plenet, in referring to carpets, says, quote, "The Gauls embroider them in a different manner from that practiced by the Parthians." Unquote. The earliest known Egyptian carpet, which is, I believe, the first example of a carpet that has yet come to light in any country, is a curiously wrought textile, the embroidery being done directly on the warp threads. These facts lend a definite fascination to the work of embroidering rugs today, which has returned to vogue in old and new guises to tempt the needleworker who elects to make rugs of flat surface rather than pile carpets. Apart from the classification of handmade rugs according to their surface finishes, there are 5 other divisions into which they naturally are grouped according to their textile qualities. These are as follows. 1. Newly constructed textiles. To this group belong all rugs in which the entire fabric is made, whatever the medium, and with whatever tool or equipment. Examples: braided, crocheted, needlewoven, etc. 2. Superimposed textiles. To this group belong all rugs in which a surface of another medium, or a like one, is superimposed on a foundation that is completely concealed thereby. Examples: hooked, mosaic, button, dollar, spool, tufted, etc. 3. Reconstructed and newly patterned textiles. To this group belong all rugs in which a material or a series of pieces of material joined together forms a foundation that is embellished with or without concealing the background. The decoration may be of other goods cut into ornamental motifs and appliqued onto the rug foundation, or it may consist of stitchery or stencil. Examples: piecework, applique, embroidered, etc. 4. Quilted textiles. To this group belong all rugs ornamented with indented stitchery, whether this alone transforms the textile or whether it is combined with applique or embroidery, for it is the quilting that binds 2 or more materials together to supply sufficient body for a floor covering. 5. Replica textiles. To this group belong all rugs that are made to reproduce characteristics of floor coverings of tribes, nations, etc., so accurately that they merit the classification of replicas. Examples: Shamaka and other Oriental replicas, Navajo, etc. Still another classification is according to cost of making. This will be considered later. It will be noticed that in many instances the same rug belongs in more than one group. For example, a crocheted rug may be made with or without a pile. An embroidered rug may be a replica. A jute rug may be a hooked rug, etc., etc. There must necessarily be this overlapping, yet fortunately it does not deter each rug from being immediately recognizable. The name remains descriptive. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making, by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Braided Rug. The braided rug is distinguished by rhythm of technique, gratifying to the eye, sturdiness of texture, satisfying to the tread, and simplicity of construction, appealing to the rug maker. It is preeminently of the peasant type of handicraft, one in which the structure determines the decoration. Yet variety can be introduced to a surprising degree due to combinations of color, to the shaping of braids into motifs, and to the several ways of fashioning the rugs themselves. There is every reason to believe that braided or plaited grasses, were the first attempts of primitive peoples to fashion floor coverings in any way resembling woven textiles. Originally, no consecutive plan of work was followed, the plaiting of strands being akin to that found in birds' nests, and apparently almost as much a matter of instinct. When grasses, sedges, etc., strewn upon the ground to fill in some hollow or cover the mud, did not felt or mat together underfoot, as these materials would not, then the twining or braiding of one or more strands over and under others would hold them in position. Plaiting or braiding, found to a notable degree in basketry, reverts to the Stone Age, which was prior to the time when any metal tools or implements were made. This is one reason for appreciating that the craft is of the earliest type, as it requires no tool whatsoever. It is handicraft in its purest form, a prehistoric weaving industry brought to a high degree of perfection without any mechanical device. Indeed, a braided rug could be made today without equipment of any sort, should one choose to do so. It would require expert skill, well beyond that evinced in the easy task of ordinary braiding which even a child can do, and there would be no object in making such a rug other than to demonstrate the possibilities of perfection in the craft when applied to rug making. But the startling fact remains that it is quite within the bounds of possibility to complete a braided rug of many strands plaited and finished with a short, heavy fringe of the loose strands knotted at each end, and to do the entire work with the hands alone. The interest in this lies in the unique fact of this being a handicraft where fingers are independent of other aids in constructing a floor covering, neither crude nor unattractive, a product fine in workmanship, with genuine charm in the colors combined. The words braid and plait are not nearly as old as the work itself. The Old English verb bregden, meaning to move back and forth quickly, was later contracted to braiden, signifying to braid or plait. The rapid movement of the fingers and the speed with which braids grow is brought out in the very words, which are indeed significant of the process. In rug making, the length of a braid increases almost magically under the spell of the worker's touch. The idea of folding, as well as intertwining, is brought out in the word plait, and both operations are performed in making braided rugs. There is the close relation of terms and processes to be found in crafts that have grown with the ages. A braided textile is distinguished from one that is woven by the direction of the strands. In the former, but one set of strands is employed, and these cross at angles other than right angles. The one set of strands serves the double purpose of warp and weft. In regulation woven textiles, the threads cross at right angles, thus necessitating two sets of threads, the lengthwise warp and the crosswise weft. Braided textiles do not lend themselves well to large one-piece surface construction, but to narrow, supple bandings, which are called braids after the process of making. Stout fabric braids sewed together form rugs. These are totally unlike loom-woven rugs. Flexibility is the dominating characteristic of braids, and it is this fundamental element that should never be lost sight of by the rug maker. It was used by the ancient Danes in fashioning garnitures from narrow braids for trimming dresses, in mediums of many sorts, from grasses used by the Aborigines for floor coverings and still employed in some modern grass rugs, to gold wire cunningly wrought into jewelry by goldsmiths. Braiding has been practiced for long centuries. Articles exhumed in excavations give evidence of this. The natives of India excel in the beauty of their braided work, getting the most gorgeous effects with gold and silver braids used in conjunction with inlay applique. The early Egyptians, in the 12th and 13th dynasties, made use of plaited and braided strands of gold and silver wire in jewelry remarkable for its perfection of technique. Intricate braids of fine grasses are made into ornaments worn by savage tribes in India even to this very day. The delicacy of workmanship is emphasized in the various types of braiding instanced, and it is a far cry from this to the sturdiness found in braided floor coverings. Yet the adaptability of braiding to each purpose is evident. In the heavy cloth braids, no whit of suppleness is lost, while the weight and size of the fabric braids are as essential to satisfactory rugs as are the lightness and thread-like quality of gold and silver wire to bijouterie, or the gossamer fineness of silken strands to trimming. The use of braids to fabricate entire surfaces, complete in themselves, is peculiar to braided rugs. It took the inventiveness of the homemaker, under pressure of necessity for new floor coverings, to conceive of putting strips of previously woven goods into braids with which to fashion them. A haze of uncertainty surrounds the early history of these textile braided rugs. It is too impenetrable to permit one to discover just where the floor covering originated. In all probability, it was either in the British Isles or in some part of America settled by people from Great Britain. There is little reason to doubt that braided corn husk mats preceded braided textile rugs, and that these were known to the English as well as the American colonists. As for the technique of braiding and plaiting, it was centuries old, as we have seen. The special element of ingenuity, therefore, in the braided textile floor coverings was in the use of an already woven material as strands for plates with which to construct an entirely different textile. It was not sufficient that the rug form a floor covering of protection against roughness and splinters, for corn husks or sedges would serve such an object as they had before. A warm floor covering was needed in the rigorous New England winters before central heating was instituted and when houses were cold and drafty. Braided fabric rugs fulfill this mission in a decorative way. Not only is the material itself of warm texture, especially when woolen, but each strand is of many thicknesses due to the folding of strands and their overlapping in plaiting. Each strand, as it underlays the other, forms a padding for the one above. The tread is thus softened and durability is increased. Putting all these desirable qualities together, plus the speed of braiding, it is easy to understand the popularity of the braided rug. Two other excellent elements have still to be given. One is that these rugs lie flat on the floor without any tendency to curl or to kick up, as folding over of rugs is termed. The other is that they are thrifty, for old cloth known as rags in the lore of rugcraft can be used just as well as new. Short pieces can be seamed together without the joinings being noticeable in the finished rug. The preparation of the medium is a matter of first importance in the actual craftsmanship, though prior to this the color scheme should have been definitely planned. The cloth of whatever kind should be cut or torn when the material permits. It should be in widths that allow for 3 turnings, one at each edge and one down the middle, leaving the finished strand not more than 1 1/4 inches wide nor less than 3/4 inch. The difference in the widths depends on the fineness of the braid to be used. The width of the plaited braid should not be less than 1/2 of an inch nor more than 1 inch. In goods as soft as chambray, 3 strands, each measuring 1 inch folded, will be approximately 1 inch wide when plaited. Heavy material will be 3/4 inch wide when made of 3 strands folded to the 3/4 inch width. When fabrics are extra heavy, they should be cut a trifle narrower than the measurements given and be folded in less at the edges. On the other hand, softer and thinner goods will require extra width and deeper turnings. Thus only can the strands, made of varying weights of goods, be formed of equal size. The novice may prepare the strands by folding and pressing, or folding and basting, so that all are the same width. The expert folds as she works, and this knack can be learned easily. It consists of pressing the middle of a strand down with the thumb, while with the first and second fingers the edges are turned in toward the thumb. Both edges are thus secured inside the strand, which is folded down the center. Very little practice is required to become expert in this, and it makes the braiding process rapid work. When possible, have the strands come lengthwise of the goods rather than crosswise. New goods of most weaves can be torn in the following way. Slash the crosswise end of the goods, making the notches about 3 inches deep. Gather alternate ends in the right and left hand and quickly spread the arms apart. The goods will be torn evenly into strips. Strands 3 inches wide, folded at each edge to the center and again through the center, give excellent wearing rugs when braided. The braids are 1 inch wide when completed if plaited firmly. For large rugs, this size is recommended. Braids 3/4 inch wide, however, are considered perfect in their suitability to the purpose, being fine enough for beauty of texture and heavy enough for durability. 1/2 inch braids are rare, being too fine. It is a wise precaution to keep strands of the same or similar colors together. If these strands are turned in and pressed or basted, each shade should be wound on a piece of stiff cardboard, for thus it remains smooth. If turned in as braided, the strips keep in good condition if wound in balls, or they may be loosely folded and put in bags classified according to color. In some way, the strips should be kept from getting mussed. Rug makers differ in their methods of doing this, as the several ways suggested give evidence. The finest rugs are of woolen strips. With these, velvets can be used successfully. It is unwise to combine cotton, silk, or linen with wool. Silk will wear out before the wool, and the texture of cotton and linen does not accord with either wool or silk. Also, the shrinkage of materials varies. Rugs of cotton and linen can be laundered. While it is possible to wash woolen braided rugs, they are heavy, and large sizes should be cleansed rather than washed. Goods with a tendency to run should be washed before putting into the rugs, to prevent crocking afterward. In considering materials, it should be remembered that for braided floor covering, silk is not suitable. It makes beautiful braided table covers, now in favor, and also the removable mats to be put on chairs instead of cushions to soften the seats and to place under the feet when lying down in the daytime. Silk stockings can be used for this work. Lightweight woolen suiting makes handsome braided rugs. Jersey cloth is also excellent. It should be used wrong side out, as it has a tendency to turn thus, and it is like working against the grain to attempt to use it right side out. Woolen, cotton, and jute roving, or several strands of jute yarn, may form a single strand for braiding. Candle wicking is adapted to the purpose. There is nothing better for braided rugs, however, than woolen cloth. Chambray, gingham, and cheap cotton cloth, dyed in attractive colors, lend themselves well. In colonial days, discarded garments made the working medium, and they are exactly as appropriate today as then. Such rugs are the embodiment of thrift. A good grade of outing flannel is an excellent medium. The surface resembles wool, and the rugs are washable. The technique of braiding is simplicity itself. In the 3-strand braid, after sewing the ends of the strips together, fold each outside strand over the center one, alternately throughout the length. As soon as the braid is long enough, weight it at the end so that a purchase can be had on the work. When the braid is 3/4 yard long, the end can be held firmly under one foot. Expert workers use this easy method. They are also careful to fold each strand over as it is plaited, thus making a flat, smooth turning and an even, continuous edge. This skillful note in braiding is found in braids of straw in hats. The ordinary way of braiding hair is not nearly so good, for in this, hundreds of separate tendrils form one strand and each adjusts itself to those about it. In textile braids, as in straw, each strand has a definite width, fine or coarse, and hence the necessity of folding it to aid in adjustment. It requires but a few moments' practice to acquire the knack of folding over the outer strands instead of merely drawing them around, and the good results are immediately apparent. The 4-strand braid is almost as easy to plait as the 3. Start the work by folding the right edge strand over the one next it. The left edge strand goes under the one next it and over the next, which will be the one plaited over from the right edge. Repeat this process to the end of the braid. Braids of more strands follow this same general method. When the number of strands is odd, 5, 7, 9, etc., each outer strand goes over the one next it, as in the 3-strand braid. When the number of strands is even, 4, 6, 8, etc., the right-hand strand goes over, and the left-hand strand goes under the one next it. Each strand then interlaces with the one next it, over or under as the sequence demands. In starting a many-strand braid, the plaiting should progress exactly as if it had been interrupted. That is, the strands, if even, will divide in direction from the center, half taking the right-hand course and half the left. If strands are uneven, the center one may go in either direction to complete its path to the edge of the braid. Each strand must extend diagonally from one edge of the braid to the other. Strands should be plaited from each edge to the center until the special strands, being plaited at any one time, cross in the center. Then one new strand from each side should be so plaited. It is the starting of a many-strand braid that is the puzzling part. By following the directions given, this difficulty should be eliminated. The matter of outstanding importance is that each strand progresses in a straight, diagonal line from one edge of the braid to the other. This is accomplished easily by interlacing strands in correct sequence, which is a fundamental principle of braiding. The length of a many-strand braid does not increase with the same rapidity as the 3-strand, but since the width is greater, the square surface completed in a given time is approximately the same, regardless of the number. The many-strand braid is by far the more interesting to plait. The shape of a rug made of such braid is usually rectangular, and is made of many strips about the length of the rug. These are sewed together until the width is right for the field. Several rows of black or some dark-colored 3-strand braid is then sewed around this field as a border. The lattice rambler rug presents this type of floor covering in an entirely new guise. It is a welcome innovation, demonstrating how in braided rugs design can be created through the union of technique and construction. Instead of being made of many comparatively short strips, the entire field is of one continuous braid of 8 strands. 4 of these are neutral background, and 2 dominant design strands. The latter form the 2 end strips, numbers 1 and 8, in the arrangement of strips, thus bringing the 6 background strips in the center between when the plaiting starts. When the braid is sewed to form the field, these 2 design strands of major and minor color value make a double lattice, each lattice intercepting and punctuating the other at regular intervals throughout the entire length and breadth of the rug surface. The roses which form a border at each end of the lattice field are circles of 3-strand braid. The diameter of each flower is the same as that of a semicircle at the side of the rug where the braid turns. It will be seen at a glance that the diameter then is twice the width of the 8-strand braid. These calculations are significant, for they ensure uninterrupted symmetry in the crescent contour of the rug. An impression of stamens is produced in the roses by threading strands of yellow medium through those at the center of the flowers. Replace 2 floral strands with black in the portion of plaiting that comes at circumferences, and thus accent outlines. When finishing off each rose, tuck the end of plaiting under the flower and secure with a few stitches. Sew the roses together at these places, and the junctures will scarcely be visible. While this stylized rug, with its picturesque name, presents no structural difficulties, there is a certain knack in turning the 8-strand braid to ensure precise matching of design strands and to preserve a smooth, flat surface. The strands along the inner edge of the curve should be drawn tight, and the released length be pushed to the outer edge to supply fullness for the requisite flare. A double lattice rug is also interesting. It is made by omitting the rose border and sewing the continuous braid in lengthwise instead of crosswise sequence. This brings the curves at the ends of the rug, leaving the sides straight. There is a gratifying sense of completeness in this rug formation that is totally lacking in the single or double lattice rug made of separate strips of braid. By using the continuous braid, the design is never cut off abruptly, but is made to conform to the rug limitations. No added finish is needed at rug ends, for the curves are graceful and adequate. Whatever the number of strands used in a braid, they should never be very long. They hinder quick work. Lengths from 1 to 1 1/2 yards are best. It is true that strands wound into balls or about cardboard may be used in the same way that bobbins are employed in lace making. This method is not so advantageous, however, as might at first appear, for threads in lace making are so fine that bobbins are small and manageable, while textile strands are big and unwieldy. The side of braid that is uppermost when plaiting is the right side, although there is no actual marked difference between the right and wrong side. It is simple to watch the work on the side that is uppermost and see that strands are folded and turned well and lie smoothly. Some workers put a pin in the right side when they stop plaiting, so that they know instantly which side should be uppermost when they begin to braid again. To avoid bulky appearance in a braid, it is important to have the places where strands are joined to lengthen them come irregularly and not together in a line across the work. This is fortunate, for even when braiding is begun with strands of even length, these grow uneven as the braiding progresses, because the worker does not keep an absolutely even tension in each. A machine would, but it must be remembered that a large part of the beauty of handwork is in slight irregularities that please the eye, rather than tire it by monotony. The ways of seaming ends of strips together are several, and the rug maker has the privilege of choice. One is to overhand straight edges on the wrong side. Another is to lap ends and join with 2 or 3 stitches. A third is to seam straight edges and press open the seams. A fourth is to seam edges cut diagonally, joining the ends as if the strips themselves were bias, which probably they are not. In the third and fourth methods, seams come on the wrong side, of course. In the second, there is no actual seam, as ends overlap. This is thought by some to have an advantage in flatness. In the first method, there is scarcely a seam, merely a joining. Expert rug makers differ in preference of method. Each way has its advantages and will probably be used at one time or another according to the kind of goods. For instance, textiles that fray may require the diagonal seaming. Heavy goods that does not fray will be less bulky when lapped, or it may be overhanded successfully. When ends already are diagonal, material is saved by seaming as if biased. Cotton and linen lend themselves well to the plain straight seam, especially as no ironing is necessary. Open the seam and press it flat with the thumb. The chief skill in making a braided rug is in sewing the braids to ensure the rug lying flat on the floor. There is one infallible way, amid various others. It can be used whatever the shape of the rug. It may be started with a tight coil for a round rug, with a loop coming at the end of a straight fold of braid as in the oval rug, or in lengths of braid for certain rectangular rugs. After the rug is begun, put this central portion, wrong side up, on a table. Lay a few inches more of the braid about it, and when fitted perfectly, grasp the rug and this coil of braid firmly to prevent slipping between the distance where the sewing stopped and where the braids are held in the left hand. Turn the braids so that the two edges are uppermost and overcast them securely together with strong thread. Carpet thread is advised. Any slight fullness must be adjusted in this sewing so that it comes within the space. Again lay the rug on the table and press it smooth with the palm of the hand. Repeat this process for all the sewing. Not only does this ensure the braid fitting well and forming the correct contour, but the stitches are completely hidden between the rows, and the rug will lie flat without any tendency either to buckle or ruffle. The work progresses from right to left. Another good way of sewing braids together is to slip the threaded needle under the strands of braids adjoining in the rug and the braid put about it. The needle must go through the textile as well as under the plate. In this method, the stitches are hidden, but the danger of the new length of braid slipping remains. It is possible to become so expert in this stitchery that it is satisfactory, but it is neither so easy nor so sure as the first method described. Still another method of sewing is to place the rug and the braid about it on the table as described, and then sew the two adjoining edges together with no attempt to hide the stitches. This method, though equally as strong as the others, is unsightly, and it prevents the rug from being truly reversible. In machine-made braided rugs, the stitches are clearly visible on the wrong side. They should be invisible in handicraft rugs. When a rug is too large to be fashioned and sewed on a table, an easy way to work is to sit on a low stool before the rug spread on the floor. Have a board across the knees. Draw the rug over this board where the sewing is to be done and work precisely as if at a table. Move the stool along from time to time as the stitchery continues. It is wise, as soon as a rug assumes any large proportions, to leave it on the floor between times of sewing. This helps the braids to accommodate themselves to their specified coiled contours. It is not necessary to wait until all the medium is collected or made ready before starting a rug. Plan the general scheme of colors, unless it is to be on the hit or miss order. Decide on the shape, and when enough of the medium is ready, begin sewing. In round or oval rugs, the braid may be in one continuous length, strips of material being sewed to ends of strands as needed. This is a common method of construction, and it does very well for rugs that are not large. These latter will be found easiest to manage if each row of braid is complete in itself. A new row of braid can be sewed on whenever it is the right length, and in the meantime, the rug can be in use. The row-on-row braided rug is by all means the finest in workmanship. A round rug is started with a strip of braid just long enough to form a ring with practically no opening left in the center. Or it may be long enough to be coiled twice. Each succeeding row sewed to the rug is joined and finished off as if it were the final row. Each strip of braid grows longer as the circumference increases. The oval rug is started with a straight strip of braid, twice as long as required for one row. A 12 or 14-inch center makes a well-shaped, average-size oval rug. If doubled, the strips would be 24 inches and 28 inches respectively. Bring the two tips of the strip together and seam the center edges toward the looped end. Seam the tips together to give the same shape as the loop end. About this center strip, sew another strip of braid, but have the ends join on one of the sides, not at either end. Each successive row sewed to the rug is joined and finished in like manner. There is a very excellent way of joining ends of braid so that the spot is inconspicuous. Wind a string or thread around the braid about 1 inch beyond the place where the braid is to be cut. This prevents its raveling. Allow from 1/2 to 3/4 inch of braid to overlap the end of the braid that started the row, now to be completed. Cut the braid. Weave the ends of the strands at the beginning and end of the row by interlacing them until an uninterrupted length of braid is simulated. Each row of braid should be begun at a different spot from the preceding row, so that these finishes are distributed over the rug surface. They should never be in line. When the rug, either oval or round, is of one continuous length of braid, the inner edge of the braid is sewed to the outer edge of the coiled, sewed rug portion. This process is continued until the rug is the size desired. In the round rug, the coil to start with is so close that no hole is discernible, the tip of the braid filling in the center. In the oval rug, a strip of braid equal to the desired length of the middle of the rug is doubled back against the braid, and the adjoining edges are sewed from tip to loop. Then the sewing begins again at the tip, about which the length of braid is wound, and the coiling and sewing continue the entire length of the braid until the rug is completed. It must be remembered that the length of the center of an oval rug determines whether the rug has a tendency to be a circular or elongated oval. The shorter the center, the more accurately circular will the rug be. The longer, the more attenuated. The larger the rug, the longer should be the center to form a well-shaped oval. The coiled construction, which is characteristic of braid work, can be carried out even when rugs are made up of squares, as in the braided rugs of carpet size which are usually so fashioned. The squares may be from 10 to 20 inches on a side. Each square is complete in itself. The sections are sewed together. In colonial times, braided carpets sometimes covered entire floors. Today, this same construction is continued in some types of commercial grass rugs, in which tessellation comes by sewing squares together. To make a tessellated braided rug, start a square exactly the same as in a round rug of continuous braid. After the first row, the shaping is different. Opposite sides are pulled in toward the center. Where corners are wanted, the braid is held rather loosely so that the edges are forced out into right angles. Each row must have the corners exactly in line with those before. The larger the square gets, the easier does this shaping become. To simplify correct shaping, it is well to cut a square in pattern size from stout manila paper. Draw diagonal lines from corner to corner. From time to time, as the sewing of squares progresses, lay the braided portion over this pattern and see that corners come across diagonal lines. After a few squares have been so fashioned, The rug maker will find the work extremely easy and enjoy the satisfaction of knowing it to be expert. Another way to form square sections is to cut the braid into strips the length of one side of a square, sew as many strips together in parallel rows as will be required to form a square. Bind with black machine-made braid or with wide tape. Sew the squares together so that the rows in adjoining sections come alternately horizontal and vertical. This construction pleases the eye in its effect of interlacing squares, but is less satisfying technically than the first method. A braided rug made in square sections is just the thing for a hall runner. It can be fashioned in either of the ways mentioned, and the width and length be suited to the proportions of the hall. Rugs of carpet size are easily put together by joining the square sections. Having the squares in contrasting colors adds attractively to the tessellated effect. Soft colors should be used in such carpets, for a pronounced tessellation is tiresome, while subdued tones are restful. Design motifs such as the ogee, arrowhead, serpentine square, rondelle, lozenge, lattice, etc. can be brought out effectively in some of the many styles of braided rugs. It is even possible to introduce tones of strong contrast in such a way that when braids are sewed together, there are masses of color that take on contours of design against a contrasting background. Indeed, braided rugs can be so modernistic in style that conventionalized floral and foliage motifs form borders and medallion centers entirely in accord with the technique of braiding and the coiled construction inherent to their kind. The ogee, arrowhead, and serpentine motifs are brought out in the weave and the sewing of plaited braids correctly planned to stress the motifs. By combining one dominant color with two of neutral quality, any of the motifs can be accented. The braids should be sewed together so that the strands of strong contrast meet with as much regularity as the shape of the rug permits. Oval rugs have the advantage over round in those of coiled construction, since from the very start such meeting of colors is possible and can be continued with successful regularity, except in the place where the curves are pronounced. In rugs where straight lengths of braid are sewed together, the motifs have no such interruptions. Even in round rugs, the pattern can be readily discerned. It is only when one strand is bright and two decidedly less colorful, or when one is light and two dark, or two light and one dark, that these designs can be brought out. When looking at a rug, blur the vision by partly closing the eyes, as an artist does when viewing a picture, and the motifs will become very clear. The most familiar design semblance that is found in braided rugs is the band of several rows of braid in contrast to those next it. These bands may be in solid color or in any combination of hues that the worker fancies. When no other pattern is followed, this one should be, for it lends itself admirably to the coiled construction and brings out color harmonies as well. A modification of this is found in the shaded rug in its several forms. In one, the entire rug is in gradations, from a pale center to a very dark edge. In another, the colors are light in the center. In each succeeding band of color, one of the light strands is eliminated and a darker one substituted. Thus, the second band would be 2 light and 1 medium, then 2 medium and 1 light, with the next band all medium, or, if preferred, 1 light, 1 medium, and 1 dark. Or the bands may graduate to all dark, and then suddenly start over with all light and work again to all dark. This gradation of color is continued throughout the rug until the desired size is attained. Shaded rugs in wood browns, in grays, in old blues, sage greens, or lavenders are smart and can be suited charmingly to decorative schemes for rooms. To further accent contrasts in these rugs, an occasional single row of black may be introduced at regular intervals where changes in color are pronounced, or where gradations from dark to light and back again are followed. The black line then separates the two bands of the light. Rugs with wheel borders are old-time models. Small circles, 6, 8, or 10 inches in diameter, are sewed, as closely as their circular shape permits, around the edge of a round or oval rug center. Outside this wheel border is another of the braiding sewed in rows. When the wheels, or rondelles, are in solid tones, each one matching some color found in the center braiding, and these wheels are alternated to bring out color harmonies pleasingly, the rug has added attractiveness. A modernized version of this type of rug brings to mind the quaint, box-bordered flower beds of an old-time garden. Make the wheels of gay colors, having centers of deep yellow, as in the lattice rambler roses. They resemble modernistic flowers in full bloom. Form the field of the rug of a tan color reminiscent of soil, and put a border of green for the box. Then add the flowers as close together as they can be fitted. Next comes a band of green box, and lastly an outer band of black or dark earth brown. The familiar S motif found in Oriental rugs can be used instead of rondelles or wheels. It is merely a double wheel or scroll. After one rondelle or wheel has been fashioned, measure off a similar length of braid and coil it in reverse of the first until the two parts meet. A classic ornament enters into such a floor covering. An entire rug can be constructed of the S unit alone, used in drop pattern style. This rug has a definite appeal for rug makers, as each unit is made separately and can be pick-up needlework. When all units are completed, they are assembled to form a hexagonal rug, as shown in the illustration. This rug, like the lattice rambler, marks advanced steps in braided rug craft. It will be noted that in every alternate row of the S rug, a single rondelle is needed to preserve the correct silhouette. The rug can have many rows and become a large floor covering, or be a few rows for a small mat. Artistry can be stressed through color in various ways. For instance, all the field can be uniform, and the outermost rondelles or halves of S units be of some deep color. Or the central motif can be light, and succeeding rows gradually tone to a dark border row. In whatever manner color is employed, the hit or miss effect should be avoided. It is wise to have the outermost rondelles of some dark hue. By combining hexagons closely fitted together, a carpet can be constructed in sections easy to manipulate. Half hexagons are fitted along ends and sides for rectangular rugs and hall runners. Masses of color can be so worked into a braided rug of the familiar coiled formation that pattern is strikingly brought out. Every rug maker who has fashioned commonplace hit-or-miss floor coverings realizes that occasionally the same tones come together in consecutive rows and supply unexpected clusters of color. When these places are deliberately recurrent in the continuous length of braid, being introduced according to a definite scheme, the pattern will become well defined as the braid is sewed together in the rug construction. The masses of color may represent flowers and foliage with edges irregular and somewhat vague, like those in Dresden silk, or the design may be more distinct in silhouette. A pattern the size of the rug is drawn on manila paper. The motifs should be well balanced, large, and clearly outlined. Each may depict one cluster of color, and several hues may be employed, or all motifs can be done in black, or some one silhouette tone. Background braiding is best in some neutral shade. This is apt to form the center of the oval or round rug made in the row-on-row fashion. It is advisable in this type of rug to sew each row of braid in place when its plaiting is completed. This simplifies carrying out the pattern. Occasionally place the rug on the pattern to see if work is progressing correctly. While this rug has the most complicated structure of all braided floor coverings, it never transgresses the technique of the craft, but rests there from the potentialities of design. For this reason it is so fully described. It is a type for skilled workers. This idea of clustering color is sometimes utilized in a minor way with great effect, however. Small splashes of color coming together in rows suggest the shimmer of sunlight through stained glass. This is brought out charmingly in table rugs, in which silk, used in making the braids, enhances the sheen. The trefoil or cloverleaf rug is one in which the shape is of special interest. It is made by joining 3 round rugs so that the edge of each touches that of the other 2. The space that comes in the center can be filled in with braid sewed to fit the curved opening, or the space may be filled in with hooked rug work. If spaces are small, sew hemmed burlap under them and cover with hooked work. For large spaces, trace the contour of a space onto burlap, put the goods into a hooked rug frame, and, after filling in the ground with hooked work, cut around it, allowing an edge a trifle wider than one width of braid. Adjust in the rug space, turn in the burlap, and fell down on the wrong side. Sew the edges of the braided rug sectioned down to the burlap. Another way is to bind off the burlap with braid or tape sewed so close to the hooked work that no edge of burlap shows. Then adjust in the space it is made to fit and sew securely in position. 3 oval rugs are sometimes sewed together, the center one being rather larger than those at each end. 3 round rugs of equal size are also frequently sewed together. 1 long rug can be fashioned in either of these ways. Rugs of carpet size can be made in round or oval shape in the row-on-row style. During the time of making, a rug can be in use, provided enough braid is made for one entire row before the additional sewing begins, so that when it is secured in place, the rug has the appearance of completeness. One such round rug, measuring 12 feet in diameter, carpets a spacious octagonal hall of a residence situated high on a hill of Plymouth, Massachusetts. This earliest town of the Pilgrim Fathers is cited as one in which the braided rug of settler days may have originated. Therefore, its use is particularly appropriate as instanced. It is the fine braided rugs of this sort that outlast many generations. In making braided rugs, it should be remembered that a coiled construction is the most suitable. It is in character with the technique of braiding. Rugs that emphasize the beauty of their own particular technique are always the most satisfying. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Chapter 5, Needlewoven Rugs. Chapter 5 includes color plates 6 through 9, which may be viewed in the online version of this book. Part 1, Navajo Style. There is a curious legend that the Spider-Man instructed the Navajos how to make their looms, spin, and weave. The myth is full of beauty, in which the elements of nature are drawn upon in a mystical and glorified way. The top beam of the loom is designated as the sky cord, the lower one as the earth cord. The The sun's rays, sheet, flash, and zigzag lightning, rain rays, rock crystal, turquoise, abalone, etc., are liberally included in the equipment and work, supplying a gorgeous conception. There is reason to believe, however, that the Navajos learned loom making and weaving from the Pueblo Indians, instructed in wool weaving by the Spaniards, who brought the first sheep to Mexico. The Spaniards were experts in weaving and well acquainted with the designs of the Moors. From every angle, the origin of the Navajo blanketry, whether given by the elemental god, as in the Spider-Man legend, or obtained in an intricate and circuitous way from the Moors, is one to stir the imagination. A remarkable point is that no patterns seem to have been passed on from the Spaniards, who, when they transmitted their skill in crafts elsewhere, left their stamp and design also. The Homecraft rug maker cannot help being thankful that the Amrons either failed to learn the Old World designs or willfully refused to, for it is the barbaric quality of pattern in the gorgeous Navajo blankets which lends distinction, and it is this which the home rug maker can copy in a weave closely resembling the Navajo stitchery. Women are the weavers of Navajo blankets, and it is not without a sense of fitness that attention is called to this fact, since the chief makers of Homecraft rugs are also women, though it is hardly expected that they attend to every detail preliminary to the work, as do the Amrons. With them, the women often own the flocks of sheep, shear and wash the wool, and put it through all processes until it comes out in the exquisite blankets of their own creation in design as well as weave. The high place the women hold in the tribe is due in large measure to their skill in this occupation. In the Navajo needle weaving, the pattern is worked directly on the warp as the actual weft. The darning stitch is the one employed. Tapestry work is well described as embroidery done on the warp threads only, in which the weft is worked in, around, and about the warp. It would be difficult to find a more accurate account of Navajo blanketry weaving, or of needle weaving of this type. It is true that the Navajo women generally work the actual balls of colors in and out through the warp strands, instead of using needles, but they do occasionally employ slender sticks of wood to which the weft is fastened, thereby making substitutes for needles. The needlewoven rug maker can discard the bodkin type of needle she employs and use the balls in true Amron style if she prefers. The process remains the same. It is the introduction of color motifs in the independent manner of the Navajo weavers that makes the blankets impossible of accurate duplication in machine weave. It is this method and use of color in designs that gives a note of tapestry weaving of a primitive order to their textiles. Because of these very elements of crudity, it is admirably suited to needlewoven rugcraft. The whole scheme of decorative treatment in Navajo blanket rugs is in marked contrast to other accepted types, which follow more on the Oriental intricacy than Occidental simplicity. Motifs appear which are closely allied to, and apparently taken from, old Inca and Peruvian ceramics and textiles. This would be expected, as they too are Occidental. Amrond and Mexican basketry patterns are also reflected in the blanket motifs. Navajo designs are broad, virile, and elemental in both delineation and color. These features are stressed in the choice antique blanket rug, exquisite in texture and design, pictured on Plate 7. The entire field is of gorgeous bayeta. Standing out clearly against this is the simple pattern of undulating mountain peaks of black, outlined with greenish blue, and the central row of diamonds, with threads of rich yellow interwoven. Without any false idea of being able to reproduce such a rug, the very simplicity of the pattern is one to tempt the Homecraft rug maker who considers creating a needlewoven rug in Navajo style. The double saddle blanket, Plate 6, reproduced in the colors of the original rug, is of an altogether different type, although the same virility and barbaric quality pertain. It is a rug which a Homecraft rug maker would hesitate to copy, but the beauty of balance and design and color well repays careful study. The significance of the pattern is involved, and the design intricate. This fine example belongs to a group of Navajo blankets designated as individualistic. Symbolism could scarcely be absent from such design, but as that is the basis of all units of ornament, a rug maker should feel no more hesitancy in copying motifs with what accuracy she can than in applying Oriental rug units to her own product. Where a reticence should not be lacking is in the use of motifs well known to be sacred, such as the Yay, and others of the sacred sand paintings, masks, etc. These are to be avoided, as one would avoid the duplication of a prayer rug. Designs can be taken directly from Navajo blankets or first indicated on drafting paper, each square on the paper representing one square of stitchery. If the weave is coarse, a square may indicate a single stitch. But if fine, more than one stitch may be needed, in which case it would require 2 or more rows of weaving to complete a square. This is a matter of small moment, easily allowed for when weaving. See Plate 8. Many beautiful Navajo blankets have no more complicated designs than a succession of stripes of different colors. Others have jagged lightning lines zigzagging across the rug, sometimes in rows extending the entire length of the surface. There are endless arrangements of just the angular lines depicting lightning. One rug has for its main bands 2 contrasting shades of indigo blue across the rug, the light in fine lines. Through the center of each wide dark band is a line of deep yellow from selvage to selvage. The blue bands are separated at intervals by narrower bands composed of red and white. The diamond medallion, having 2 smaller diamonds cutting off each lengthwise extremity, is a familiar pattern. Squares and triangles are also much used. Serrated peaks represent mountains, while squares may mean the 4 quarters of the globe, the 4 winds, or the 4 points of the compass, all of which are synonymous to the amarand. 8 parallel black lines, vertically placed, indicate rain. The diamond may mean a page for documentary purposes or a slingshot. The swastika is frequently found, and there is no reason to believe it to have any but its regular significance of good luck and happiness. Some of the Occidental geometric motifs are identical with those of the Orient, but this is to be expected, as all peoples have combined lines to produce such figures. It will be seen from the foregoing that the motifs have a primitive simplicity, easy to reproduce. It was not until long after the origin of the blanket itself that color was introduced, the first ones being of plain white wool with nothing outstanding to recommend them. These textiles are not recalled when Navajo blankets are now considered, but the finely woven fabrics with colors vivid and gorgeous, bold in design, and pure in tone. Black and white are lavishly used, with the color that is unchanged, as it comes directly from the sheep. A gray mixture of the 2 is much in evidence. Next in frequency is red. Both with the brilliant cochineal and the peculiar brownish red of dye from Brazil wood. Indigo blue in various depths of tone is as often found. A soft brown in light and dark shades constantly appears, and green is not lacking. In the innovation blanket of Germantown wool, colors are more variegated, but it is well for the home rug maker to stress the type in its purity, even when this yarn is the medium. The name innovation blanket was applied to the Navajo blankets when first this yarn was used in their making. It is a term well suited to Homecraft needlewoven rugs in Navajo style, which are sufficiently different from other rugs in that category to be considered themselves innovations. Only a lifelong devotion to the rug making, equal to that of the Amran women, would ensure the same degree of perfection, but duplication of equipment and medium used in like stitchery is not impossible. Color is as significant as design in the Navajo art. Red typifies the sun in its glory, yellow the west of the setting sun, black is the color of the north, and blue of the south. These latter also denote male and female, vigor and gentleness. Colors in combination acquire new meaning in design. Red deserves more than a passing comment, as it is the color which in the bayeta blanket is responsible for its name. So precious was this originally that a blanket in which even a little appeared took its name therefrom, which custom remains to this day. A point of interest to the Homecraft rug maker is that the color was secured from strands of a previously woven fabric called base, or in Spanish, bayeta. It was variously reputed to have come to America from Turkey, Spain, and England via Spain. This much prized woolen cloth resembles flannel, and the dye which gave it its particular color was acquired from two sources, Brazil wood and cochineal. It is said that the word Brazil is responsible for the naming of Brazil by the King of Portugal, because Brussels wood was found there, though previously considered exclusively an Oriental product. The bayeta cloth was not cut into strips, as are rag rug strands, but was carefully unraveled, and the thread rewoven into the Navajo textiles. The fabric was costly, an imported luxury to be used sparingly. The present fashion for raveling out old sweaters, scarves, parts of worn carpets, etc., is reminiscent of the same proceeding in the making of bayeta blankets. Those who use rags in the making of their needle-woven Navajo rugs will be fortunate if they have some old red flannel petticoats to cut up. If not, a flannel of the same sort would be right for the gayest red. For modern decorative schemes, it is well to use it with reserve, not because of its expense or scarcity, as was the reason with the Amrans, but purely because it is too gaudy for the present ideas in floor coverings. The shade should enliven, but not predominate. The brownish red of the Brazil wood dye can be introduced with more freedom. Germantown yarn is the medium par excellence for these rugs, as it is identical with that used in the genuine Navajo innovation blankets. For the purpose of quick work, similar wool yarns in rug sizes are advised, a coarser weave being the only result and difference. Candlewick is a good substitute, although it is cotton. Roving belongs to the same type of medium. Rope jute, which is lightly twisted, being a jute roving, can be used successfully for porch needlewoven rugs. Rags and stockings, cut into sizes approximating the rug yarns, may also be used, but if they are, the rugs automatically become rag rugs in Navajo style, belonging as truthfully to that group as to the needlewoven rugs. There are two methods of needle weaving in Navajo style. In one, the work progresses in consecutive rows from selvage to selvage, each color being introduced as called for in the row of the pattern being followed. It is so that the Navajo women weave their blankets. The second method is to weave in the motifs first and then work in the background. The first method is advised. It is wise in these needlewoven rugs, as in those in the colonial rag rug type, to put in several rows of the indifferent weft, though but 1 inch will be sufficient, for no fringe has to be allowed for. This weft is battened down firmly, and against it a narrow web is packed. This need be but a very few rows deep. The extra length of warp at each end of the rug when the indifferent weft is raveled out, allows for knots to be tied easily in couples, as in the colonial type. The loose warp ends should then be cut short. In the innovation blankets that are made to fill the demand for blanket rugs, fringe is added, but it is made from the rug yarn and not from the warp. Because the Navajo textile is a blanket made use of as a rug, it has slight differences in weave from that accepted for rugs in general. For example, there is no fringe, except in the innovation blanket, the medium being the same throughout the entire length. A fringed blanket is an anomaly, as also is one with a heading. The presence of these features announces that the blanket is really intended for a rug. Then they are indeed innovations, rightly named. The needlewoven rug maker has the privilege of choice in making her rugs, those with plain ends being of the regulation type and the fringed ones of the innovation order. In any event, when the rugs are intended for floor coverings, it is desirable to weave in a few rows of the doubled warp, as in colonial rag rug weaving. This web is a protection to the finer medium used in the rug surface. The needlewoven stitch is the same as described for colonial rag rugs, namely that of darning. The work progresses in routine manner until design is introduced, which may not be until quite a strip of weaving has been completed, since many Navajo blankets have no border whatsoever. As soon as a row comes in which color work starts, each unit of color is looked upon as a separate entity and is needlewoven without regard to another. It is well to have as many needles threaded with color as there are color units in the row to be woven. These needlefuls should be long enough to step in a small unit of color, which may extend through several rows of weft, or they should be as long as the weaver can manipulate readily, if the unit is large in the design being copied. When a contrasting color is started, the end of the new medium is caught in a loop made in the end of the preceding strand. This small loop is made to prevent the stitches already taken from raveling out. It serves the double purpose of securing the tip of the contrasting colored medium also, as mentioned. The end of the discarded medium is left hanging on the right side of the rug surface, and the tip of the contrasting color may also be left sticking out. See Navajo Rug Plate 8. When each new color is introduced, it is begun and ended in precisely the same way, so that when a row of weft has been needlewoven, there remain as many loose ends as there are colors so woven in. Sometimes there will be 20 or 30, or even more of these loose ends visible in a single row of a Navajo blanket in the process of weaving. Dexterity in starting and ending colors in this looped fashion is soon gained, and the weaving becomes an interesting work. A color is brought up into a succeeding row of weaving by stepping. This is done by drawing the medium about the warp in the upper row and through the loop of the color strand being discarded. Continue the weaving in this upper weft row until this color in turn is discarded for a new one. Then introduce the next color and continue as before. When there is a discrepancy of more than a few stitches in consecutive rows of weaving, caused by the exigencies of the design, a new needleful of color should be started, instead of stepping the color. When a rug pattern is stepped in first and the background woven in about it later, the method of work is similar. The rows of pattern should not be battened down tight before the rows of weaving are complete, for the background medium must be run through the loops at ends of design stitchery as it is stepped into the row above. When each few rows of background have been filled in, the entire width of weft should be battened down as tight as possible. It will be seen that the battening down is simpler in the row-by-row weaving previously described. The Navajos are continually battening down their blankets, So tight is the weft sometimes that the blankets are impervious to water. To ensure a design working out according to a pattern, each warp strand holder should be numbered on the beam. The motifs must be calculated to fill definite spaces and must be begun and completed within the number of warp strands that correspond with the vertical lines in the drafting paper on which the pattern is made. Lines can be drawn and numbered on the stretchers to correspond with the horizontal cross lines on the paper, and absolute accuracy be gained, as in taking off cross-stitch patterns by counted stitches. In the row-by-row weaving, marking the stretchers can be omitted, though beams should be marked. If a fringe is to be made, use 6 or more strands of yarn, twice the length desired for the fringe. Double through the center, and pull the loop through an interstice formed when 2 strands of the warp are tied together close to the rug to hold the weft firm. Draw the ends of the yarn through this loop and pull tight. Repeat in each interstice. Smooth the fringe so made on a table or the floor, and cut the ends even. It is well to remember that the Navajos weave blankets primarily. The name has become so deep-rooted that even when they make actual rugs in response to the insistent demand, the name remains. The blankets, like ancient tapestries and cross-stitch carpets, were originally used for many purposes. They were wrapped about the body as sleeping blankets, hung before the openings to wigwams and hogans in lieu of doors, a use in accord with ancient Oriental custom also, and spread on the ground like carpets, etc. The extra heavy blankets, not the soft pliable ones, suit the last purpose now as then. From this, it is also apparent that the blankets, especially in the very soft, fine weaves, make wall hangings of startling decorative beauty. Navajo saddle blankets are used with great effect as table covers. Needlewoven reproductions, therefore, find many uses, and each in character with the original object of cover, carpet, and hanging. Part 2. Colonial Rag Rug. The needlewoven rug, Navajo or colonial, piques the interest of rug makers. It occupies a place by itself, partaking of the inherent elements of embroidery, tapestry, and weaving, yet without entering into any of the classifications sufficiently to be included without reservation. Therefore, it has acquired the descriptive name of needlewoven rug. In the name is disclosed the tool of construction and the method of making, together with a clue as to the necessary equipment, for a woven textile involves a loom, however crude. In this instance, the loom must be such that the textile made thereon can be fashioned with a needle rather than a shuttle, and the technique of the stitchery must reproduce weaving in its simplified form. On the earliest looms, such stitchery was used. It is not essential that we revert to the type of loom used in prehistoric times, which had but one piece of wood in its framework. On this branch or stick, one end of each long strand of warp was wound and tied securely. When this single beam had been sufficiently warped, the loose ends of the strands were brought together and wound about the body of the weaver, or about some tree trunk or stick of wood thrust firmly into the ground. The weft strands were run through and about those of the warp by the fingers or by some sort of needle. Such looms are not entirely abandoned, for in some parts of the globe natives continue to use them. In a later primitive loom, 2 beams were used, one for each end of the warp. These were so heavy and so suspended from a sapling, cut down and placed horizontally in the crotches of 2 nearby trees, that the warp was kept taut. Such looms warped with more complexity remain in use among native weavers both in the Orient and the Occident. Many of our choicest Oriental rugs are woven and not tied on looms of this sort, as also are the famous Navajo blanket rugs of the Western Hemisphere. It is on looms of like simplicity that needlewoven rugs are made. The looms are like hooked rug frames, except that the top and bottom sticks of wood, the carriers, are indented or otherwise marked off with pegs or tacks. Through or around these fastenings, equally spaced, the warp is wound. The side pieces, spreaders, hold the carriers immobily apart, so the warp keeps taut. These are called frame looms because they actually are frames. Any hooked rug frames of sufficient size can be fitted with warp holders and become frame looms. All looms are constructed on the same principles, the mechanism gradually becoming more intricate until the monstrous looms in carpet factories and mills have resulted. Early in the evolution came the hand loom with its shuttle, and somewhat later the loom, manipulated by the feet as well as the hands, although the weaving itself was all handwork. A shuttle took the place of the needle. The name by which this loom is known in America is the colonial loom. The floor coverings made on these looms of early settlers are among the first that carpeted the homes of these people, antedating hooked, crocheted, and various other kinds. The name colonial rag rugs has fastened itself aptly upon them. When made in lengths laid side by side, whole rooms were covered with colonial rag carpeting, a distinctly handicraft floor covering. Rugs of this sort come under the heading of loom-woven rather than needle-woven rugs, but they are touched upon here because nowhere else are they discussed in this treatise on homecraft floor coverings. The size of these colonial looms is so great and their shape so ungainly that one could not be housed in every dwelling, nor could space always be devoted to it even if the home were large. Considering this and the cost of the loom, the difficulty in setting it up, and the fact that the warping is such a circumstance that even expert weavers elect to send to some nearby mill to have the looms warped, for the economy of both time and warp, it seems to put this type of rug weaving in a class entirely by itself, as indeed it is so considered. In this book, those rugs are discussed that can be made within the limitations of any home. They require no equipment larger than can be accommodated readily within the confines of any house or apartment, however small. A hooked rug or needle-woven rug frame loom is the largest article of equipment necessitated, and no tool is larger than a crochet needle or rug hook. A word about some of the smaller looms may not be amiss. There are on the market today many excellent handicraft types that go under the name of table looms. In them, the warp is wound on enormous spools, thereby minimizing the space otherwise needed. A few models may be used in rugcraft, when rugs are very small or are made in narrow runner form. The directions for warping these looms come with them, and as there are many models, it would be useless to attempt to give directions here. The rug weaving on them can be done according to the method described for frame loom rugs. On these table looms, it is possible, by seaming breadths together, to make wide rugs in strip formation, with rags in colonial type, or with chenille for rugs bearing this name, or with candle wicking, Germantown yarn, or rug yarn for Amrand rugs. Rags are sometimes requisitioned for the latter. As Navajo blankets are seamless, the strip-woven rugs would not reproduce them satisfactorily. The Shimeo blankets, much like Navajos, do have seams, however. Two distinct kinds of needle-woven rugs can be made on the simple frame loom: the colonial rag rug and those in the style of the Navajo blankets. Any suitable weaving medium may be used, and the rug acquire thereby a name: chenille rug, candlewick rug, jute rug, etc. Or if a weaver becomes very dexterous and introduces designs, names can be acquired thus also, as the bat rug, a well-known design of colonial loom weaving. In all, the weaving is precisely that of darning, in which the needle carries the weft medium over and under warp strands. So different are the results in the colonial and in the Navajo rugs that in the first a plain weave is found, while in the second elements of tapestry weaving are distinctly apparent. It is interesting to note that these elements are beginning to be incorporated into a novelty type of colonial rug. These are usually in bold floral patterns and are called tapestry rag rugs. They are totally unlike Navajo blanket rugs, although the method of introducing color is quite similar. The Navajo rugs are reversible, being identical on both sides. The tapestry rag rugs are not. This is in part due to the coarseness of the rag strands and partly to the method of weaving. Each color is woven back and forth, making loops where the turns come. These are always on the wrong side and visible. They are also noticeable to the tread, although they flatten down with wear. By following the Navajo methods of weaving, reversible tapestry rugs, minus these characteristics, can be fashioned on frame looms. The equipment for making a needlewoven rug consists of a frame loom, one or more needles, and a weaver's comb. The needles may be bodkins, hammock needles, or slender tapering sticks of wood having holes for eyes made near the ends that are straight. These wooden needles should be sandpapered to make them smooth. An ordinary coarse comb of metal, bone, or composition may be substituted for the weaver's comb if the latter is not obtainable. A furrier's comb, having coarse teeth, is strong. It should have dull ends to the teeth, not sharp tips. Whatever the type of comb used, the teeth must not be sharp. A heddle is an advantage to a rug maker. This corresponds to the held rod used by Oriental and Occidental rug weavers and is used to bring forward alternate strands in a row of warp so that a space is made for the easy passage of the medium. By reversing the order of the warp strands for every other row of weft, the correct shed is immediately formed, through which a number of darning stitches can be taken simultaneously. In some instances, frame looms come with heddles of one sort or another. Besides the various kinds of frame looms that are on the market, the rug maker can fashion one for herself if she so chooses. There are several types easy of construction. Directions for making them and for warping the different models are given. A frame loom can be made of 4 strips of wood with corners mortised precisely, as in a hooked rug frame. Or a hooked rug frame can be transformed into a frame loom with very little trouble. If the frame is made expressly for weaving, use the narrow side, that is, the edge of the 2 short strips, for the top or surface of the beams, as the top and bottom pieces are now called. These are known in the hooked rug frame as the carriers. The surface of the beam should be indented every 1/4 or 1/2 inch. These incisions should be about 1/8 inch wide to take the coarse carpet warp. Although there is no prescribed size, a satisfactory one for a rug frame loom is 42 by 60 inches. The strips are of 5/8 by 1 3/4 inch boards. The long strips are stretchers, as in a hooked rug frame. Each of the short strips should have the indentations on one of its narrow sides. When notched, these 2 strips resemble dental moldings. If a hooked rug frame is used, the warp holder may be of round-headed tacks or of double-pointed ones which have the distances between the 2 tips either 1/4 or 1/2 inch. These should be hammered into the carriers, so that the space between each round-headed tack, or the tips of the double-headed tacks, should be exactly 1/4 or 1/2 inch, according to the distance desired between the warp strands. When the frame loom is set up, it is ready to be warped. Coarse cotton warp, the cotton cord used in making hammocks, or any cotton or linen twine of carpet warp size can be used. The Navajos warp with wool, but this is not used for needlewoven rugs. One end of a length of the warp is laced through the teeth of the indented warp holders, or about the tacks, and the warp is then brought from the first indentation across the loom to the corresponding indentation, around the first tooth in the frame, so that it can be run through the second indentation, then across the loom to the second indentation, about the frame, and through the first indentation again. Repeat the process over the same route so that there are double warp strands across the loom from the first and second indentations. This makes the edges of the rug especially strong. When the warp reaches the beam where the warping began, after this double warping is completed, it will come through the second indentation. Wind it about the second tooth and down through the third indentation, across the loom and through the corresponding third indentation on the lower beam, around the third tooth and up as before, and so continue weaving the warp up and down through consecutive indentations and about the teeth in like manner, until the entire loom is covered with warp strands, spaced with exact precision. The last 2 warp strands should be doubled by lacing the warp back over them again as in the beginning. The warp strand should then be cut and the end laced through the teeth, securing it firmly. To hold the warp doubly secure, the strand may be taken about the lower beam as well as each tooth, as done at first. The only difference in warping the loom with the tack warp holders is that the warp is taken about the tacks instead of through the indentations. If the heads of the tacks are not too tiny, the warp cannot pull off. When warping the frame fitted with double point tacks, the warp will have to be threaded through the tacks as well as about them, which is not quite as easy as in either of the other arrangements. The 2 matters of importance are to have the warp strands run in parallel, vertical strands across the loom, and to have them correctly spaced. They must be taut, but not strained. When the loom is warped, the weaving can be commenced. All articles needed should be assembled: the comb for battening down the weft, the needles of whatever sort chosen, scissors, the pattern, and the medium and colors required, together with extra warp for making the improvised tenterhooks. The needlewoven rug in colonial rag rug style is made with a cotton warp generally, linen being costly. It may be in unbleached, natural tone, or in some fancy hue, such as blue, red, green, etc., or be multicolored. When the loom is warped, the threaded needle is run in darning stitch from one side of the loom to the other, over and under each alternate warp strand, using the weft medium called for in the special part of the weaving being done. The work may progress from one end of the rug to the other, the final part being a duplicate of the weaving at the beginning of the rug, or half the rug may be woven, the loom reversed, and the opposite end then be woven to meet the first half. Both are accepted methods. The weft is rags, cut or torn, as for hooked rugs. The width chosen depends on the closeness of the warp, 1/4 to 1/2 inch apart, influenced by the weaver's preference. Narrow weft may be employed even on the 1/2 inch warp. The rag strand should be anywhere from 1/4 to 1 inch wide. Heavy textiles should be cut narrower than the accepted width, or thin goods wider, for there must be a uniformity of sizes in strands used together. The width of strips must be determined upon before the strands are made ready, and all conform to the thickness of the size chosen. The first 3 1/2 inches of weaving may be in any kind of medium. It must be closely packed down by pressing, battening down with the comb. This forms a firm support for the rest of the weaving. After the first rows of this indifferent weft, there should be a strip of weaving from 1 to 1 1/2 inches deep, which is technically known as the web or heading, and in which the warp medium in double strands is used as weft also. The weaving is started by looping the weft about the first 2 warp strands nearest the edge, and then carrying it back and forth from one selvaged side to the other in weaving stitches. Each row of weft goes over and under the warp in reverse order in consecutive rows, as in darning a hole. When the weaving has been entirely completed, whether woven from end to end of the rug or by halves, first from one end and then from the other, the final weaving coming in the middle of the rug is ready to be taken from the frame. Should there be any loose ends of weft, it is advisable to lace them in through the stitches first, then cut the warp where it goes about the warp holders, and the textile is released. Ravel out the 3 1/2 inches of weft at each end until the web is reached. This remains intact. Tie each 2 warp strands together so that the knot presses up against the web firmly. The warp ends form a fringe, which may be knotted again, combed out, or left as it is for time and wear to untwist. Smooth out the fringe on a table or the floor, and cut the tips of strands to make all of equal length. Examine the weave, and if there are any places where the weaving is not close and firm, spread the weft with a bodkin until symmetry is gained. Great care must be taken with the center of the rug when the weaving is done from ends to center, to ensure a close texture. The Navajo weavers are said to spend almost as much time in weaving in the central weft row as that required for quarter or half the entire surface. There are certain knacks in weaving that are helpful to know and which should be followed. For instance, the weaver must exercise care not to draw the weft strands tight, for this pulls in the warp and narrows the rug. A close weave is not made thus, but by pressing down the rows frequently with the comb. This must be done across the entire width of the rug. The harder the rows are pressed together, the more expert the craftsmanship will be. This process is called battening down the weft. As the weaving progresses, occasionally insert a short length of the warp medium through the rug close to the selvage, and tie it about the spreader of the frame loom. This acts like a tenterhook and holds the textile straight. There should always be 2 such substitutes for tenterhooks, one put through each opposite selvage in the same row of weaving so that the pull between them will be even. To instill variety in rugs, a band of solid color may be woven in each end of the textile, just above several rows of the field medium. These bands form rug borders, which may be used to accent a desired color scheme. A field in hit-or-miss weave is neutral, and such bands add character. It is possible, however, by having some one color used more frequently than another in the variegated hit-or-miss weaving, to secure in this neutral ground a tendency toward any special color desired. A row or 2 of black, inserted each side of a border, even though it be but a pin line, supplies another note of decoration. Fields are sometimes in one flat color with bands of a contrasting hue woven in for borders. 3 borders, 2 narrow ones each side of a wide one and none far apart, give another different ornamental effect. Suggestions of pattern may be wrought in the weave of a colonial rag rug. For instance, the crow's foot or arrowhead design can be an embellishment for a border. It is made as follows. With a needle threaded with black or some dark, strongly contrasting hue, take a stitch diagonally across a stitch or square in row of weft just inserted, starting the stitch from the right-hand selvage. Bring the needle up at a distance so spaced that the reverse side of the rug also has a like diagonal stitch going forward, but at a different slant. Were the textile transparent, these stitches would show as a zigzag or meander across the weft from one selvage to the other. In the next row, the stitches join these, but in opposite direction. so that a horizontal V is formed. The resemblance of this shape to an arrowhead is immediately seen. After several rows are thus woven, a faint semblance to a crow's foot is responsible for this name. These diagonal stitches must be put in just after each row of weft has been woven, over which the stitches are to be taken. The battening down of the weft should be so hard that it would be difficult to thus embroider the pattern afterwards. The facility with which the pattern can be made, however, is such that no amateur need hesitate to work it. Other simple patterns, such as appear on colonial rag rugs, may be used. In the colonial rug pictured on the frame in the process of weaving, Plate 8, 5 ways of introducing color through design are shown. 1. The lines enclosing the arrowhead border are in straight weaving of a contrasting tone. 2. The arrowheads themselves are threaded over a foundation of weft. 3. The broken lines are of short strands, each overlaying its length of woven foundation. By wrapping a strand around its length of weft, the pattern can be made to appear on both sides of the rug. 4. The medallion is stepped in the weave. 5. The initial is worked with tapestry yarn in cross-stitch. Each section of weft, between its enclosing warp, is counted as 1 square. This is a bath mat, which, when completed, will be twice the length of the loom, as the warp is threaded around the frame. When the lower warp strands are cut, the woven part is drawn to the back of the loom, and the warp repositioned and secured for the completion of the weaving. The Navajo rug illustrated on its frame is to be so treated to increase its length. It will be seen that by such manipulation of the warp, a comparatively small frame loom becomes adequate to rugcraft. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 references plates 3, 5, 10, and 11, which may be seen in the online version of the book. Knit Rugs of Smooth Face and Pile Surfaces. Part 1. Historical Background. Few persons appreciate the latent possibilities of knit rugs in the field of handmade floor coverings. This is evidenced in the paucity of handsome knit rugs, old or new, and by the reluctance of rug makers to use knitting for this purpose. That there can be genuine artistry in knit rugs when developed to their highest, and that even the simpler types can have the charm of peasant or folk art, will be made apparent. Though the knit rug is of comparatively modern times, the craft itself is so linked with mythology and history as to be accounted by some to be of antediluvian origin. The fact that it requires only the primitive equipment of 2 sticks is consistent with the supposition, and the theory that the nuptial garment made by Penelope during the 3 years of Ulysses' absence was knit is not without possible foundation, though the tale is but legend. How else could she have undone at night what she spent her days in weaving? It is held impossible to ravel loom-woven goods faster than it is constructed, though such is easily possible with knitted fabrics. This raveling quality may be responsible in large part for the scarcity of old knit rugs. Indeed, the fact that no knit articles of antiquity are extant may be due to this, and it can hardly be argued as proof that they never existed, since the rent found in all other ancient materials would have meant entire destruction to knitted goods. With what care have the articles knitted by Marie Antoinette been treasured? In her day, gentlemen of rank ran knitting looms, and ladies of high station pursued the craft by hand. It was considered a badge of distinction to wear a miniature silver knitting needle suspended from a chain about the neck. Such was the prestige given knitting by court favor. Since rug making has always been preeminently woman's work, it is fortunate that knitted rugs have remained handwork without entering into loom production. This is worthy of note for its very uniqueness. In all other crafts, except crocheting, the field has been stormed by machine-made products. We may owe it in part to Queen Elizabeth that such is the case, for she it was who denied a patent to the first knitting machine. The modern flavor of her answer makes it worthy of quotation. Quote, "Had Mr. Lee made a machine that would have made silk stockings, I think I should have been somewhat justified in granting him a patent." Unquote. Deeper than this was the thought of its depriving many subjects of work. Although the current tale, that knitting was introduced into England through the Spanish sailors at the time of the Armada, has been disproved by the fact that knitting is mentioned in Act of Parliament 100 years prior to the time, 1488 to 1588, this does not alter the truth that Spain was the channel through which knitting came to England and thence to America. Some of the very finest knitting patterns existent are those which the inhabitants of the Fair Isles, fair comes from the Norse far, meaning sheep, learned from the shipwrecked Spanish sailors who sought refuge there. Such patterns have retained their distinction through the centuries and come as a rich heritage to the rug makers of today. They bear little resemblance to other plainer patterns found elsewhere in England, and clearly show Moorish tendencies, and quite naturally so, as the Spaniards learned knitting from the Moors. It seems odd that craftsmen have not more generally employed these Oriental motifs, which are veritable ancient knitting patterns, with the dignity and character suited to rug making. No difficulty arises in using them, for they are brought out in knitting stitchery and require no technical adaptation. In them, one is forcibly reminded of the Amaranth blanket rugs of the Navajos, who also are indebted to the Spaniards, hence the Moors, for much of their knowledge. When these are developed in rugs of flat weave, there is that concord of pattern and method which is stressed by all true craftsmen. The type of knitting from the Fair Isles is minus pile, though pile can be effectively introduced into it if one desires to emulate an altogether modern style of knitting. No exact date can be ascribed to the introduction of pile into plain knitting. There is a theory that it was through the desire to copy Turky work, especially in rug making, that it was devised. In any event, it is the rugs of pile knitting that hold highest rank today in this particular craft. Their superiority dates back to 1876, when carpet ravelings were recommended for the medium. Knit rugs make their appearance in the latter part of the 18th and early years of the 19th centuries. Unfortunately, this was not an era of exquisite homecraft rugs, but of practical folk art floor coverings. This is undoubtedly why the knit rugs that have come to us through the intervening years stress the practical rather than the ornamental. This should not act as a barrier to present-day development of knit rugs into carpets of decorative value. With a better understanding of the craft and its powers, a fresh stimulus should be gained. No more elaborate equipment for knitting rugs is required than 2 pointed round sticks, or skewers, which were originally used. The reversible needle, now always found in steel knitting needles, and the wooden and bone composition needle with ball tip at one end to prevent the work from slipping off, were later acquisitions. Some of these needles have finely carved knobs, as one pair, which it is the good fortune of the writer to own, gives proof. They are made from the ivory of a whale's tooth and were carved by some sailor to while away the tedium of a long voyage. Neither the double pointing nor the addition of knobs to the needles in any manner alters the mechanical nature of the tool, which from the first was perfect for the craft. In rug making, large needles are used in accord with the coarse medium. They may be of steel and therefore reversible, of wood, or of composition with the knob ends. Wooden needles are a popular choice. They come in extra large sizes and are strong and flexible. The largest steel needles are best suited to pile knitting. The needles of corresponding size in wood or composition have a tendency to bend slightly under the weight of work not done in zephyrs. Except in pile rugs, the medium is generally strands of cloth. Elasticity is a quality inherent in knitting, and it should be understood at the very start that this elasticity is something to cope with. It must be turned to advantage, as indeed it is in certain types of rugs, and it must be handled dexterously in other types in order to get results thoroughly satisfactory. It is also possible to make good use of the seemingly destructive raveling trait in knitting, that is, in the rectifying of mistakes that pass without detection when raveled and reknit, and especially in the raveling and reusing of yarns from old scarves, sweaters, and other knit garments that have outlasted their usefulness. There is great economy in this salvaging of rug materials, which, when reknit, have every appearance of being fresh from the skein. The prevention of raveling, when not desired, is essential and can be simply accomplished by fastening the end of the thread securely. This is done by drawing it through the last loop, as in crocheting, and interlacing the end through the knitted stitchery. Incidentally, this also conceals the end of the medium. Part 2. Methods of making. The stitch of the knit rug is simplicity itself. It is always the plain one called garter stitch because so universally employed in making the earliest types of garters. The amazing thing is that with it, both smooth face and pile surfaces can be constructed, each in various effects, so that rugs of totally different styles result. Moreover, so little medium does regulation knitting require that smooth face rugs call for less material than do most floor coverings in other crafts. Economy is stressed with no sacrifice of beauty. These are points to appeal to a rug maker. Rugs knit with a pile hold highest rank, although they take more material than smooth face. These pile rugs fall into two classes according to their methods of construction, namely Smyrna and ravel pile rugs. The Smyrna are patricians in knit carpets. They are counted among the most exquisite of Homecraft floor coverings, hence they rightfully deserve first consideration. They take their name from Oriental Smyrna carpets, which are their prototypes. There was a time when all Eastern floor coverings with a pile were indiscriminately called Smyrna rugs, as, at an earlier period, they were termed Turky carpets. About the middle of the 19th century, when this transition of nomenclature was recognized, Smyrna knit rugs came into the prestige they hold today. It was also about this time that machine-made reproductions of Oriental Smyrna rugs were introduced. These domestic rugs fell so far short of the originals that the name fell into disfavor for many years, except in connection with handicraft. While the name Smyrna rug was so comprehensive that it included all not floor coverings from that port of shipment, there is a specific knot carpet that correctly falls into this classification. This has certain characteristics which may well be cited, for they are found also in Smyrna knit floor coverings. These characteristics are a loose weave, coarse wools, Turkish motifs with no prescribed arrangement in field or border, and no restrictions as to color, although blues, reds, and greens predominate. The use of the last named color accords with the heterogeneous traits. For in Turkish rugs, green is seldom found, it being held sacred, and hence not to be trod upon. The blues, especially favored by Armenians, and red by Turks, are naturally in evidence. When Smyrna knit rugs are correctly worked to carry out the oriental characteristics in pattern and color, and are wrought in yarns, deftly sheared to give a surface of exquisite texture, they are rugs of real luxury and beauty. They have then earned the right to be classified by a name of such distinction. The fact that they are made of yarn pile does not necessarily imply that they are costly rugs to make, for, as previously suggested, the yarn may already have served a purpose. Small quantities of yarn, fine or coarse, can thriftily be employed, but they must be introduced into the design as if to fill a need without suggesting economy as an object. It is when pile knitting is avowedly thrifty that its name immediately betrays its inferior character. No longer does it presume to be classed with Oriental floor coverings. The rugs, instead of being called Smyrna, then go by the commonplace name of string rugs. This term is descriptive not only of the foundation medium, but of the pile, that may be oddments of yarn, wisps of cloth, etc., which are mere slivers and strings of stuff, introduced hit or miss style. The wearing quality may be equal to that of the Smyrna, but the rugs are totally lacking in distinction, unless, perchance, designs and colors are Oriental. In such an instance, these characteristics are in themselves sufficient to make the name Smyrna rug not altogether inconsistent for this rag rug variety. There is no difficulty in adapting patterns on Oriental rugs to Smyrna knitting. On architect's drafting paper, indicate the stitches exactly as when copying cross-stitch patterns. For the border, take some simple border motif and use it in repetition, varying the colors when working, or employ 2 or more motifs in combination. Narrow strips of black or dark brown, knit separately, can be introduced between patterned border strips. For the field of the rug, copy a few field motifs and scatter them through the knitting against a background of blue, dark Oriental red, tan, or some typical Oriental field color. Cross-stitch, fillet, and beadwork patterns can be carried out successfully in rug knitting of this sort, provided the designs are applicable to floor coverings. Designs from textiles can be copied also, and those from Oriental rug books, Persian and Indian embroideries, etc. Oddly enough, knit rugs have always had a tendency in America to keep to small sizes. There is really no reason for such a restriction. In Italy, that country from which so much knitting has emanated, knit carpets are frequently found in such large sizes that they completely cover the floors of spacious rooms. There today, carpet and rug designs are to be had, with wools selected and directions supplied for making, exactly as tapestry work patterns and materials are procurable here. The carpets are made in breadths of Smyrna knitting. These are seamed together by counted rows, as Brussels or other pile-woven carpets, thus ensuring matching of patterns. These carpets are durable and luxuriously soft to the tread, since excellent yarn is employed for the pile. When colors are pleasing and correct, and designs well suited, these deep pile handicraft carpets are indeed handsome. Knit pile, as found in Smyrna or string rugs, is made in 3 different ways. It may be knot knit, laid in, or loop knit. The first 2 ways call for pile of a secondary medium cut into short working lengths, each making 1 stitch. The last named pile is made of a continuous strand, which may be of the foundation medium or a secondary one. Shorter strands may be employed if a design is carried out in the loop knitting, or if a secondary medium should happen to come in short lengths. For rugcraft, it is unwise to have the knitting medium and the pile medium identical, as the rug surface should be soft and the foundation stout. The knitting medium may be insignificant, such as twine, that is not wiry, however, strong string, very coarse knitting or crochet cotton, carpet warp, jute yarn, etc. Since it does not show, the essential quality is durability. The expert worker suits her foundation medium to the pile she employs so that the sizes are relatively correct. The pile may be yarn or textile. Yarn is cut into strands 2 inches long or some multiple of 2 inches so that it can be doubled to make working strands of this length. The finer the yarn, the more beautiful the surface of the rug will be after it is sheared, and tips of yarn only, no loops, remain. Textile, rag strands, are cut 1 1/2 inches long and 1/2 inch wide for laid-in pile, and 2 inches long for not knit pile. It must always be remembered that weight of goods influences width of strands. Therefore, heavy textiles would be cut narrower and sheer goods wider to conform to the 1/2 inch of average textiles. Owing to the tiny sizes of the scraps of yarn or textiles needed for laid-in or not knit pile, a rare opportunity is afforded to use up odds and ends of material. Avoid the pitfall of scrappy-looking floor coverings by careful planning of design to suit the scraps. Fortunately, patterns can be wrought into these pile rugs as easily as into knot-tied oriental pile carpets. Each pile stitch is complete in itself and not dependent upon another. Laid-in pile is so called because it is actually so inserted. Not knit pile gets its name from the fact that each stitch is tied down by a transverse strand of the knitting medium. The stitch bears as close a resemblance to the Gjords knot of oriental rugs as is possible in the craft of knitting. It was devised by the writer for the purpose of further strengthening laid-in pile, which is not difficult to pull out. Both laid-in and not knit pile are fashioned alike, with the single exception of the transverse part of the stitch in knot knitting. Cast on as many stitches as will make the desired width of strip or unit, having the number preferably odd. Knit the first row and each alternate row plain. In the second row and each pile row, slip the first stitch. Lay a strand of pile medium across the work between the needles and knit the stitch regardless of it. Push the end of the pile that is on the inner side to the outer side of the work. This folds it about the stitch just taken and brings both ends of the pile on the same side of the knitting. Knit the next stitch plain. Continue knitting 1 pile stitch and 1 plain stitch to the end of the row, making the final stitch plain. Every other row must be pile, and every other row plain knitting throughout the work. So only will the pile always come on the same side of the knitting. Not knit pile is started as directed above. Then slip the first stitch in a pile row, lay a strand of the pile medium over the work, and knit the stitch regardless of it. Push the inner strand of pile about the stitch just made and through to the outer side of the work. Before taking the next stitch, draw the knitting strand over both strands of pile just inserted, and then make an ordinary plain stitch. The knitting medium will thus form a transverse strand that ties down the pile in knot fashion. In rugcraft, it is indeed valuable. The work proceeds with 1 pile and 1 plain stitch, 1 pile and 1 plain row, exactly as already directed for laid-in pile rugs. A portion of chiffon rug border worked in knot knitting is pictured in Sampler B on Plate 3. It gives some idea of the beauty of the pile surface. In Plate 5, the wrong side of this pile sampler is shown, giving the stitchery as it appears in the foundation. A fine jute yarn is used for the knitting medium, and tapestry yarn, cut into 8-inch lengths doubled twice, is employed for the pile. There are 49 chiffon motifs in the border, yet owing to the deft manipulation of the 7 colors employed, there are scarcely any duplicates. The background is always white, but triangular corner pieces and serrated diamonds are endless in diversity. One color combination is faithfully reproduced in the square of border illustrated. The knitting may proceed in squares afterward seamed together, or in full border strips. However the sections are knit, it is absolutely imperative that all the pile runs the same way when sections are seamed together. The direction, to be correct, must be from one end of the rug toward the other and never across the rug. This rule is inflexible in all rugcraft. The pattern bears the name Shirvan because it is so generally present in Shirvan rugs. The field of the particular rug from which this border is taken consists of 3 very large diamonds on a background of indigo blue. The diamonds are bordered with the Greek fret and edged with latch hooks. Large diamonds enclose smaller ones, similarly edged. The central diamond has a tarantula in the middle. So conventionalized is this motif, seldom absent from certain Caucasian rugs, the Shirvan being of the group, that one unacquainted with Oriental designs would find little resemblance to the spider in it. The 2 end diamonds have a small square or Greek cross in the middle, about which are a few scattered motifs in full or in part of the central unit of design found in the serrated diamond of the border. The same 7 border colors are used with similar diversity in the rug field. This description is thus minutely given, for, by following it, a Homecraft rug can be fashioned with good results. It is well to include another very simple border to go on each side of the Shirvan border. This lesser one may consist of 2 inch-wide strips of brown, edging a central one of alternate 1 and 1/2 inch squares in red and yellow. The yellow throughout the original rug is light, almost a lemon shade. If this secondary border is omitted, put an inch-wide strip of dark brown on both sides of the Shirvan border. The one remaining type of Smyrna knitting to be considered is the loop pile, which is as easy to make as either of the others. Each strip or section is begun with 1 row of plain knitting, and the work proceeds with alternate rows of pile and plain knitting, bringing the pile always on one and the same side. A pile row is knit as follows. Slip the first stitch. Insert the needle in the loop of the next stitch. Wind the pile medium about the needle, as in taking a stitch, and also about 2 fingers of the left hand, or a mesh held back of the right hand needle. Bring the knitting medium over the needle and complete the stitch, including the pile strands in it. Make each stitch similarly, except the last one in the row, which knit plain. In each plain row of knitting succeeding a pile row, include pile strands as part of each stitch. Loop pile knitting lends itself particularly well to rugs having plain centers with crosswise border bands of contrasting tones, or to bold patterns in which there are masses of color. It is quite possible, however, to develop any rug pattern, though intricate in design, by making loop stitches in colors indicated by a pattern. The pile is firm and can be sheared or left in loops. The cut pile is handsomest, of course. In turning from Smyrna knitting to ravel pile knitting, an entirely different type of construction is found. In this, the inherent tendency of knitting to ravel and the elasticity of this craft are the foundation principles. The pile surface is made of inch-wide knitted strips, doubled lengthwise, and both edges sewed simultaneously to a firm foundation textile. If the pile is to be cut, sew the strips 3/8 inch apart, and afterwards run a knife or sharp scissors through each loop strip and cut along the top. The sheared edges will ravel sufficiently to form a pile surface, but not enough to reach the sewing, which will remain intact. If the pile is uncut, sew the strips a trifle closer to keep them upright. In olden times, following the custom of using commonplace and familiar terms, these unsheared rugs went by the descriptive but inelegant name of washboard mats. The name fluted pile rug or corrugated rug is no less accurate, and either is certainly more likable. The former being most pleasing is here chosen. Ravel pile and fluted pile rugs are apt to be made in bands of color, although they can be made in broad patterns outlined on the foundation textile and then filled in with different colored strips sewed to cover these spaces as the color scheme demands. Unless a design is introduced, the strips on round or oval rug should be sewed in rows from the center in ever-increasing circumferences to the edge, as indicated on the foundation. Border bands of contrasting color are easily introduced. Rectangular rugs may be started with a center crosswise strip and have strips sewed successively on alternate sides, making the corrugations follow the washboard formation. This permits of bands of color across the rug only. A more interesting way is to begin with a strip sewed entirely about the edge, as indicated on the foundation, and to sew each succeeding strip just inside the preceding one, finishing with one short, straight center strip when there is insufficient space for anything more. With this formation, border bands may extend completely around a rug. When the pile is not sheared, the name fluted pile rug is more accurate for this type of construction than is either the washboard or corrugated mat. Ticking, with its straight woven color stripes, is recommended for a foundation textile for rectangular rugs. The stripes serve as guiding lines to ensure evenness of rows. Denim is a good choice for round rugs, in which the ticking stripes would prove confusing. The shape of the rug can be outlined symmetrically if a string is thumbtacked to the center of a length of textile smoothly laid on the floor, and a pencil, which is attached to the other end of the string, is manipulated like the arm of a pair of compasses. By shortening the string, inner circles of varying circumferences can be marked to indicate borders or to act as guides for sewing on strips. The edges of knit rugs sewed onto foundations can be finished off in 3 ways. The foundation may be cut 1 inch wider than the rug, be turned back, and felled or hemmed down, or bound flat with braid or tape. A rug lining can be fitted under the foundation, and the edges of both, cut close to the rug work, can be bound together. Or both foundation and rug lining can be turned in, and the lining be overcast to the foundation. Smooth-faced rugs do not need to be the nondescript floor coverings usually found. They can be given character by design. This is evidenced by the window box rug, pictured in Plate 10. In this, the possibilities of flat knitting in rugcraft are brought out to a marked degree, yet without any attempt to wrest from the stitchery more than lies within its scope. Apart from the artistry of the pattern, the charm of the floor covering lies in the absolute consistency of design and technique, which always unite correctly when a craft is satisfactorily developed. There is a suggestion of the modernistic about the rug, despite its conservative treatment. Window panes and shutters, flowers and boxes are treated with the reserve of applied design so superbly carried out in some of the antique Persian garden rugs. A notable feature in this rug is the circular knitting in which the flowers are worked. While this knitting presents no particular difficulties of technique, it is fine needlecraft. The knitting is done on 2 needles in wedge-shaped formation. The work never altogether leaves the first needle on which the stitches are cast. Always one pivotal stitch remains until a complete circle is fashioned about it. When the one opening from it to the circumference is seamed together, an uninterrupted piece of circular smooth-faced knitting results. If each wedge begins with a dark hue, followed by a lighter shade of the same color, there is a petal formation, furthering the idea of a flower in full bloom. The wedges of green between the flowers supply the foliage. The elasticity of knitting is taken advantage of in making this floral border, as it permits the foliage wedges to conform to the curved spaces without any special shaping. See Sampler C, Plate 11. A strong point in favor of making this smart floor covering is that all the sections are made separately and can be knit as pickup work before any of the assembling and sewing starts. Another is that the diversity of colors in flowers affords an excellent chance to use up short lengths of goods. Full directions for making this rug are at the back of the book. A rug made of one large circle of wedge knitting has another of those prosaic names, graphic but utterly lacking in artistic appeal, that is reminiscent of Puritanism. It is called a cartwheel mat. It is made by casting on a number of stitches equal to half the desired diameter and sufficient to make the completed circle large enough for a mat. 50 stitches will be the most a rug maker can manage in rug mediums. In the first row, knit off all stitches except the final one. This, the first stitch cast on, is always left unknit. Turn the work and slip the first stitch on the second needle onto the first needle. Put a strand of yarn of a contrasting color between the needles as a marker. Finish the row and knit back again, remembering to leave the stitch next to the marker unknit. Turn the work and slip the first stitch on the second needle onto the first as before. Adjust the marker and continue thus, knitting back and forth in continually shortening rows until all the stitches are on the first needle. A new wedge is now begun by knitting all the stitches but the pivotal one onto the second needle, and knitting each succeeding row exactly as when making the first wedge. To ensure uniform stitchery, it is essential to adjust the marker continually at the hub end of a row, for the wedge formation is invariably made here and never at the outer edge. The circumference of the circle must never be infringed upon. Whatever the size of the circle, it takes 12 of the wedges to complete it. Some workers prefer to leave 4 stitches unknit rather than to knit them all off when the work is turned to begin a new wedge, thus avoiding much slipping of stitches and turning of work. In large wedge circles, this method can be followed satisfactorily, but when circles are small, all stitches should be knit off. When the work is turned to start a new wedge is the time to introduce a dark color to form the spokes of the cartwheel. Several grades of color or rows of contrasting color may be put into a large circular rug of this sort, but the colors must always grow lighter as rows grow smaller, so that the contrast is pronounced when the darkest color of the new wedge is introduced. A cartwheel mat should have a narrow band of black strip knitting sewed to the edge. This terminates the radiating lines of a cartwheel rug as definitely as a tire does the spokes of a wagon wheel. Despite their unbeautiful name, cartwheel rugs have a rhythm and a classic simplicity that lend distinction. They should never be made in hit-or-miss colors, but ever with the gradation of tones described. A full-blown flower can be suggested in a large circular rug of wedge formation. Choose 3 or 4 shades of one floral color. Start the wedge with the deepest, and work toward the lightest at the finish of the wedge. Repeat this petal scheme throughout all wedges. Substitute a band of green for the black strip of knitting to edge the rug, thereby suggesting foliage. In a bedroom, a mat of this sort carrying out some color of flower in a wallpaper or border or some flower in drapery fabrics would have the charm of novelty to enhance that of the rug itself. The fundamental elasticity of knitting is the foundation for certain round and oval rugs done in strip knitting. Each strip forms one band, completely encircling the rug, and therefore strips are of increasing length as the size of the rug increases. For a round rug, the central strip is just long enough to form a complete circle along the outer edge when the inner one is gathered tight. It must neither cup nor ripple. A round rug may have the center a circle of wedge knitting instead of a gathered strip. The center of an oval rug is made precisely like an oval braided rug. See page 41. Strips may be uniform or some may be wider than others. When strips vary, rugs are more interesting. A handsome oval rug is made by surrounding a central row of wedge circles with many rows of strip knitting, then inserting a border of wedge circles and surrounding these with one or more rows of strip knitting. Knit rugs with plain centers and geometric borders are smart. They appear complicated in construction, but in reality are easy to fashion. Each strip is knit according to directions given in the back of the book. The design may be in black, a sharply contrasting tone of the same color as the field of the rug, or in some darker, harmonious tone. Suggested color schemes are light sage green field with deep sage design, or black, old blue with black, gray or tan in two tones, or with old rose or some other gay color for the design. An attractive knit rug is made of 2-inch color squares, so arranged that the hues, besides being in contrast to each other, form a geometric design of ever-widening squares or diamonds surrounding a small one diagonally placed in the center. For schemes of arrangements of this sort, see the diagrams of plans for fabric mosaic rugs on page 247. An occasional row of black may accent the color scheme advantageously. The knitting can proceed in strips 2 inches wide, or 4, 6, or 8 inches wide. The colors should be correctly introduced so that the strips, when seamed together, carry out the pattern plan. Begin and terminate each strip with black, and seam strips of black of corresponding width down each side of the rug, and a complete border will result. Smooth-face knit rugs can be made of very heavy rug yarn, rope jute, either cotton or wool roving, candlewick, stockings, or strips of cloth, new or old. If of cloth, the strands may be cut on the bias or on the straight of the goods, according to the preference of the individual worker. Bias strips are favored because their elasticity is akin to that of yarn. On the other hand, straight strips are favored because they can be prepared quickly, if the cloth is new or strong, by tearing the strands in the width desired. While this is rapid work, the writer prefers cut strands, because smooth, flat edges, not curly ones, result. The width best for knitting strands entirely depends upon the textile. Ordinary cotton cloth is generally cut or torn 1 inch wide. But again, very heavy outing flannel as narrow as 1/4 inch makes a rug of good weight. Such a width necessitates an extra heavy textile, however. It is wise to consider the 1-inch cotton goods a standard gauge, and to cut sheer textiles wider and heavy ones narrower to approximate it. Outing flannel is an excellent textile for knitted rug strands. The knitting stitch should be reasonably tight. An actually loose stitch makes a flimsy rug, but too tight a stitch tends to tire the hands of the rug maker. Use a stitch tension that is congenial to the size of the needle and the medium, and which is found easy to work. Pile knit strips and units are sewed together on the wrong side. Put 2 right sides together and overhand the edges twice, 1 stitch crossing the other diagonally as in sewing breadths of carpet together. The stitches are invisible on the right side, the pile conceals them. If smooth-face units are neatly seamed together on the wrong side, with carpet thread closely matching the rug colors, the stitches should not show on the right side, nor be easily detected on the wrong side. Seams will be firm and strong. The several types of knit rugs described are sufficient to prove the possibilities of the craft in the realm of rug making, and to indicate the lines along which individuality can find expression. In all the rugs mentioned, design and technique, stitch and style have been welded to form fine types. For this reason, the hit-or-miss smooth-face knit rugs put together in strips have not been considered. There is nothing to recommend them, and they have been responsible in large measure for the poor esteem in which, until very recently, the knit rug has been held. They do not deserve perpetuation. Thrift can scarcely be urged as a reason for fashioning them, since many other ways of using up odds and ends of material have been given. No less time is needed for their construction, and they are not one whit more practical than artistic rugs. Fortunately, in modern knit rugs, opportunities for instilling beauty have been seized upon, and it is only such floor coverings that Homecraft rug makers today are encouraged to fashion. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Development, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Crocheted Rugs. This chapter references color plates 2, 3, 5, 11, and 15, which may be viewed in the online version of this book. Part 1. Inspiration and Development. Though crocheted rugs are a late contribution to floor coverings, the ancestry of the stitch which composes them is old beyond computation. As chain stitch, it reverts to remote ages in such forms as tambour work and link stitch embroidery wrought with a needle through a fabric. It was only when chain stitch became sufficient unto itself, and apart from a fabric foundation, that it assumed its present guise and became an agent of manual expression suited to rugcraft. In its new phase of evolution, the stitch itself remains identical. The rugs can be full of the spirit of the Orient, harking back to the period when the stitchery was known in another form, or they can be so imbued with the spirit of modernity that their novelty is in unison with the youthfulness of the craft, which is the last to be directed to the making of floor coverings. Crocheted rugs can be made with a smooth-faced surface or with a pile, left in loops or sheared, and all with the one tool, a crochet hook or needle. To these finishes can be added the corrugated or fluted and the embossed surfaces, fashioned by manipulating the units after they have been crocheted. The craft of crocheting is a modest one, yet second to none in point of popularity. The rhythm and simplicity of the technique combine to set the stamp of favor upon it, as well as the sense that a rug is entirely completed with the taking of the final crochet stitch. Binding, lining, or other finishing is not necessary. The one exception to this is found in those rugs in which units are crocheted separately and assembled to complete the whole, as seen in the quaint lozenge rugs of olden times, but more especially in ultra-modern types. The amazing rapidity with which crocheting develops, particularly in the coarse mediums suited to rugcraft, scores another point in its favor, especially as none of the beauty of the completed rug is sacrificed. Mistakes can be detected quickly and corrected. Like fancy work, the rug can be carried about, since no frame or loom is used. It is no wonder that crocheted floor coverings find so large a number of interested craftsmen. The first mention of crochet is in the 16th century, when it is recorded as being done in Europe, but in so slight a way as to make little impression upon needlecraft of that era. The date given may indicate the approximate time when crocheting originated, or it may merely signify its appearance in laces, the making of which was an engrossing occupation of needlewomen, especially in Italy and Spain. It is certain that, at present, no examples of crochet before that period are extant, nor any previous word about the craft as apart from the stitchery of embroidery done with a hook. According to present knowledge, crochet first appeared and came to us through laces. It is interesting to note that even up to the last quarter of the 19th century, chain stitch was being done on a fabric with a hook as well as a needle, though the latter was more visual. Viewed from this distance of time, the transition from an embroidery to a separate craft seems entirely natural. Not until 300 years after its first appearance did crochet come to the forefront of stitchery as a loop-woven textile. Its travels, meantime, had led into many a convent, where it went by the name of nun's work, into Ireland, where it still lingers in the famed Irish point or Honiton lace, as important in the craft as the guipures of Spain, to America, where less than 100 years ago it became an agent in the construction of floor coverings. It takes some stretch of the imagination to bridge the distance between the delicate crocheted laces and sturdy crocheted rugs which followed the vogue for crocheted capes, shawls, and coupiers, or afghans, as they were more commonly called, deriving their name from the Afghan stitch by which they were constructed. In the last named article was the closest counterpart to the crocheted rug, and Afghan stitch, also called Tunisian stitch, is among those well adapted to rugcraft. Fitting indeed that it should be, for it takes us back to the Orient, home of rug making. It is from Herat, the capital of Afghanistan, that the famous Herati rugs come, also the design which bears the name of that city and is one of the best-known rug patterns. But it is not alone through this stitch that crochet has an oriental flavor. One specific style of work in Russian stitch bears the name Oriental crochet, interchangeably with that of tapestry crochet. In this ingenious work, embodying all the fascination of color to be found in cross-stitch and embroidered tapestry rugs, lies an almost untouched field in rugcraft. It presents an extraordinary opportunity to develop the finest kind of smooth-faced crocheted rugs with every appearance of complicated stitchery, yet minus technical difficulties. Colors can be introduced at will to accord with the requirements of an intricate pattern. There is the conciseness of cross-stitch and precision of tapestry, coupled with the rapidity already referred to as inherent in crochet. One color can be discarded for another as easily as if an embroidery needle were the tool, instead of a crochet needle. Ends do not have to be fastened off immediately. They are allowed to hang from the back of the work until again needed. If not required for several rows, or not in sufficiently close proximity to be brought readily to the new part of the crochet, the yarn is cut and the end left shaggy, as in genuine Oriental schmekma rugs. Wherever the color is called for in the pattern again, it can be inserted anew as easily as if continuing with the color already on the needle. The facility with which stitchery and design can be brought into unison in crochet is exemplified in the ship rug pictured. It is no more difficult to work than as if in hooked rugcraft. In crochet, it is unique. It is in oriental or tapestry crochet that this ship rug is wrought. It can be seen at a glance that there is no restriction as to colors, nor is there any in design either, beyond that which pertains to stitch formation. This is characteristic not alone of crochet, but of all textiles, however fashioned, where pattern is brought out in the weave. The ship rug is shown in color on Plate 2. The rug bears a design of old Ironsides, originated in crochet by the illustrator to fill an increasing demand in this renaissance of ships and handicraft. Many sailing vessels built in America have been depicted on hooked rugs, but this is the first venture of such in crochet rugcraft. Old Ironsides is a welcome leader of this fleet. This frigate of high destiny, the first ship to sail under the United States War Department, was christened the Constitution, but given the endearing title of Old Ironsides for her valiant service. As here depicted, the vessel is sailing a tranquil sea under pleasant twilight skies. Her sails swell in the breeze, and flags and pennants are flying. The rug belongs distinctly to the pictorial type of floor covering, which fact makes the design admirably suited to a wall hanging in either crochet or cross-stitch. For this, or for the lining of a glass tray, a fine yarn such as Germantown or Tapestry should be chosen. The rug is done to scale, 3 stitches to the inch, as rag crochet strands in 1 inch width, work up or 3-ply jute, as well as the extra heavy rug yarns. The size of the rug, therefore, is 4 feet 3 inches by 3 feet. The colors are soft and unobtrusive, yet the gallant frigate stands out proudly. The border of the interlocking wave motifs is delightfully consistent, adding another marine unit, while the outer border in wood tone encloses the picture as if framed in weathered driftwood. Russian stitch, see page 119, is used in developing the rug. This is a plain crochet, always worked in one direction, as is customary in Oriental crochet. When a contrasting color is introduced, it starts invariably in the final loop of the preceding stitch. Each stitch is approximately 1 square of color. This smooth-faced rug surface is uninterrupted and uniform in textile formation. No knots are required in the work, nor do loose ends ever appear on the right side, but are always left hanging on the wrong. Full directions for making will be found at the back of the book, as the reduced size of the illustration makes it somewhat difficult to discern the crossbars that designate stitches, as in cross-stitch patterns. It may be added that the rug can be carried out in cross-stitch by following the same color directions. The size of the rug will then depend entirely upon the size of the canvas mesh. If that having 4 holes to an inch is employed, the rug will be approximately 2 feet by 3 feet 4 inches. While rug yarns would naturally be selected for this work, it is possible, when doing it on the coarsest canvas, to use rag strands 1/4 or 1/2 inch wide. Those cut from silk stockings lend themselves well. Simple color work of the type distinguishing Oriental crochet can also be carried out in Afghan stitch. This crochet is always worked on the right side, without being turned, an essential not to be overlooked. The rows are worked back and forth, and not invariably in one direction, as in tapestry crochet, and it takes 2 journeys or rows to complete each stitch. See plate 3. This must be remembered, for in introducing color, it has to be started in the loop row and be finished in the chain row. As Afghan stitch is worked in strips, designs are generally somewhat simpler than in tapestry crochet. Strips can be joined with the precision of breadths of carpets, making patterns match exactly. A duplex or tricolor tapestry, Oriental crochet, is used when not more than 3 colors are required. In this work, the color or colors not in use form the filler over which the crocheting is done. Each new color is introduced from the filler as required by the pattern, and must commence in the final loop of the tone being discarded, which latter color now takes its place as filler. Always take up both loops of the stitch in the preceding row, row stitch. The strands not in use are disposed of invisibly when worked over. Tricolor tapestry crochet can be used to add decoration to otherwise plain crocheted rugs by having such borders worked at each end. The design can be taken from the wallpaper of the room for which it is intended, or from a cretonne, chintz, or other ornamental textile, not to mention some embroidered design used in the decorative scheme of the room. A small motif should be selected, for it will be greatly enlarged in rugcraft owing to the size of the stitch, by squaring off a pattern by cross lines, each square being equal to 1/3 or 1/4 inch to accord with the size of a stitch in rag or rug yarn mediums. It is easy to note the exact enlargement. One motif can be crocheted in repetition throughout a border strip, variety being instilled by the shading, or the motif can be given variety by working each in a different color. This is a favorite method with Oriental rug makers. When these rugs are developed in chambray, using gray, sage green, ecru, orchid, etc., to give the plain toned feel, and the shades in the tapestry border strip are in artistic harmony, the rugs are similar to the familiar power loom style popular for bedrooms, bathrooms, nurseries, etc., and on which patterns are stenciled. These loom rugs are sometimes called pictorial or floral rag rugs, according to the type of pattern imprinted. The cost is little or nothing, according to the medium employed. If new cloth or candle wick is used, a trifling cost is involved. If the material from discarded summer frocks and house dresses is the medium, the cost is nothing. The simplest form of two-color crochet is the warp and weft, in which the filler, weft, is visible. In it, no pattern is introduced. The decorative element in such rugs consists of color contrasts, glimpsed through the mesh of stitchery. To increase the spaces sufficiently to give this effect, one chain stitch is taken between each plain crochet stitch. Colored twine and jute are excellent warp mediums. The string is worked over a strip of cambric 1 3/4 inches wide and folded to a width of 1/2 inch. As the crocheting progresses over it, the goods crushes until it is actually but 1/4 inch wide. A heavier filler or weft should be cut narrower. Any tub material can be used for wash rugs. They launder best when string is the warp. Considering the simplicity of workmanship, these rugs are surprisingly decorative and are very economical. They are recommended for kitchen rugs and simple summer cottages. These floor coverings can also be developed in woolen rags and yarn. Another style of the warp and weft rug is made with the primary medium concealed. When this is the case, the filler is used to supply extra thickness. The medium for the actual stitchery should be somewhat narrower than that for ordinary crocheted rugs. A width of 1/2 inch is sufficient, and 1/4 inch if the medium is stout. Color can be brought into plain crocheting that is worked continuously merely by discarding one color and taking up another without crocheting over the unwanted strand, except for the distance required by the motif. This method is frequently employed when some very small motif is introduced into a rug field otherwise solid in color. The arrowhead is a good example of a motif to be used thus. See Plate 11. So also are the diamond, triangle, and hourglass motifs, the Greek cross, swastika, and innumerable other separate motifs. Material is conserved when motifs are introduced thus, although it can only be done satisfactorily when they are few and far between. Loose ends of medium must be carefully interwoven through the stitchery to dispose of them neatly. If they are laced around strands of their own color, they can be concealed best. Designs will be clear-cut only if, when changing color, the new one is used to complete the stitch just preceding. This can be done by using the new color for the final loop in the previous stitch. This is essential in all color work crochet. The The rug maker who once uses colorwork crochet will soon find herself copying oriental motifs direct from rugs, from cross-stitch patterns, beadwork designs, etc. A whole new range of rug possibilities in the craft of crochet is revealed. When colors and patterns are oriental, and the rugs are made in heavy strands of woolen textile or heavy woolen yarn, they become choice examples of crocheted homecraft rugs. This also is true when quaint old types of patterns are revived, as in the ship rug pictured. The use of pattern in crocheted rugs is by no means confined to the styles of work described. It is a feature of crocheted rugs in general, but in none can the intricacy of pattern be developed through an indefinite number of tones, as in Oriental crochet wrought in Russian stitch. 2- and 3-color tapestry crochet come next in color possibilities capable of development in smooth-faced rug surfaces. In pile crochet, another style of rug and method of employing color are open to discussion and will be considered later. When designs characteristic of Afghan carpets are worked into homecraft rugs in Oriental crochet, there is a result highly consistent. To promote this similarity, use turquoise, blood red, for the field background. This is a deep, dull red. Have the motifs in rich blue, brownish yellow, or deep orange, or a very deep ivory or pale amber. They may be further accented and made more typical by outlining in dark brown. All these colors should be combined in one rug. In the Herati motifs, an entirely different type is apparent. Notwithstanding the fact that Herat is the capital of Afghanistan, the rugs bearing the name are distinctly Persian in pattern. The situation of this city is so close to the Persian border that it is accountable for the trend. The Herati motif, known as the fish or twin fish because of its resemblance to the sea creatures, is so popular that it is said to appear in some one of its adapted forms in approximately half of all Oriental rugs. In its present guise, it has been modified to suit crochet. Each square represents one crochet stitch. The pear motif is almost as popular, and is known by innumerable names such as river loop, crown jewel, flame, etc. In Herati carpets, all the stems in every row turn in the same direction. By changing the direction of the stems in alternate rows, saraband and Shiraz characteristics prevail. Whatever the slant of the motif, the stem is invariably toward the top of the rug. In adapting patterns which form such a strong feature of crocheted rugs, basketry will be found a fertile source of inspiration. Fascinating patterns can be taken directly from baskets woven by the Amerinds. The Aboriginal American Indians living in the Stone Age, and never advancing far enough in civilization to construct crude looms for weaving, yet made baskets of fine workmanship. When design entered into the Indian baskets, it had the conventional elements so desirable in floor coverings. The oval and round shapes of flat baskets offer patterns that can be copied by counted stitchery. They supply both shape and designs without alteration being necessary. See Plate 15. The picturesque patterns found in Peruvian and old Inca textiles lend themselves remarkably to rug making. Designs can be taken off on crossbar drafting paper. The novice may find it wise to use this paper to take off basketry patterns that are at all intricate. It may be added that in crochet adaptations made from baskets, there is found a relative quality in the stitchery that is in close parallel. Ancient beadwork designs are also excellent to use in rug patterns. Cross-stitch, ancient and modern, can be wrought in crochet since one stitch occupies a space approximating a cross-stitch. Fillet patterns can also be used, if each square of crochet is reckoned as occupying that of a block or space and no open work is made. To bring out the patterns, blocks must be done in color against a contrasting background, corresponding to the spaces. In cross-stitch and fillet patterns, particular care must be exercised to pick out those suited to rugcraft, as so many are intended for dainty embroideries or lacework rather than for stout floor coverings. The size of the crochet stitch must be remembered, 2 to 4 to an inch, as it greatly magnifies the pattern. Silhouette crochet rugs are in line with the fashion for this style in rugcraft. Nothing is much easier than to copy patterns in this two-color work. A printed silhouette can be squared off as previously described, and a rug pattern result, or some pattern brought out for cross-stitch, as for example the one on page 183 can be followed in crochet. It is so usual for women to design their own crocheted rugs that special attention has been given to suggesting interesting avenues for inspiration and ways and means of using data so acquired. Another opportunity for fashioning attractive rugs is found in the use of applique motifs, whereby an ornamental embossed effect is achieved. Still another way is by the assembling of separate units, as found in the quaint lozenge rugs of olden days, and in the tessellated rugs of the present time. See Sampler E on Plate 11. The rug composed of separate units is a kind well adapted to carpet-size floor coverings. These can be made in any dimensions. In all the rugs previously described, little mention has been made of any but smooth-faced surfaces. An entirely new type of crocheted rug comes to light in pile crochet. In these rugs, design is brought out, as in Smyrna knit pile, the only difference being that plain crochet is used as a foundation instead of knitting. The crocheted pile can be composed of separate short lengths of medium, and any color can be used independently, as in knot pile carpets. Or a loop pile of a continuous length of medium can be introduced, as in the second type of pile knitting. Ravel pile knitting cannot be simulated in crochet. It belongs solely to knitting. The technique of pile crochet is explained fully in the latter part of this chapter. As the introduction of design in pile crochet duplicates that of Smyrna knitting, it would be redundancy to repeat it. By thus cutting short the account of the work, it must not be understood that it lacks significance in rugcraft, but that directions can be found elsewhere in the book. Those who prefer the craft of crochet to that of its sister craft, knitting, will find that crochet lends itself admirably to the making of pile rugs in intricate or simple patterns. Part 2. Tool, Stitches, and Mediums. The crochet hook is the sole tool and equipment used in the making of crocheted rugs. It should be sufficiently large to be congenial to the medium, which is coarse. It should also be light and strong. Aluminum hooks are lightest, though wooden and bone hooks are generally employed. An extra-large hook comes in wood. Steel, the best for fine crocheting, is too heavy for large needles and is not made in sizes suited to rugcraft. It is from the tool that the craft of crochet gets its name. The word, which comes in French from croche and in Danish from kruk, immediately suggests the anglicized words crook and hook. The highly polished and finely finished crochet hooks of today are but improvements on the original sewing needle of prehistoric times, which is described as a rude bodkin having a hook instead of an eye. With it, fibrous tendrils and threads were poked and pulled through a textile. So admirably is the hooked needle suited to rug making that it is frequently appropriated for other rug crafts besides crocheting, notably hooked rug work and certain kinds of knot-tied pile. The rug hook used is nothing more nor less than an enlarged crochet hook of the type used in tambour work. It is with the hooked needle in large size and having a short shank that most crocheted rugs are made, and it is this sort of needle that is requisitioned for other crafts. The needle with a long shank and ball-tipped at the end opposite the hook is required for rugs made in afghan stitch. This long needle is necessary because, as in knitting, all stitches are cast onto one needle. Indeed, in Afghan, Tunisian stitchery, the resemblance of crochet to its sister craft, knitting, is emphasized. It is a veritable knitting with one needle, though it would be a task to do without the aid of the croche in the needle. So closely allied are the two crafts that crochet is now classified as knitting work done with a hook instead of with pins, as the needles are also called. From the fact that the stitch evolved from embroidery and is also akin to knitting, it will be seen that crocheting holds an intriguing position between the two crafts, coupling distinct characteristics of embroidery and knitting through the one item of stitch formation, which is equally chain and loop. It is with great effect that these can be employed in rug making. Crochet stitch, in whatever different form it appears, is never anything but a loop, or a succession of loops, drawn through one or more other loops. Variety is gained in the method these loops are taken, the number of overs, times that the thread is put over the needle, and the way the thread is drawn through the crocheted material already made. By such means, a close, open, or lace stitchery is formed, the latter by skipping stitches. Close crochet should be used for rugcraft. It supplies a firm, uninterrupted weave capable of withstanding hard wear. It consists of stitches without overs, taken in sequence through each stitch in a preceding row. There are many kinds of close crochet stitches, 5 of which are particularly suited to crocheted rugcraft because of their strength and simplicity. These are rose stitch, often called plain crochet, Russian stitch, piqué, half treble, and afghan. In order to facilitate homecraft rug making, explicit directions for each will be given. All rugs are begun with chain stitches, so named because each stitch is a link of connection with the preceding and following stitch. The chain so fashioned may form a length determining the width of a rug, or section of a rug, or the ends of the chain may be joined to form the center for a round, square, hexagonal, etc. floor covering. Rose stitch is the one most commonly used in rug making. The only difference between it and plain crochet is that the needle is put under both loops of the stitch in a preceding row, instead of under the top loop merely. As will be seen, rose stitch is thereby made stronger than plain crochet, with which it is frequently confused. Russian stitch is rose stitch always worked in one direction. In round and oval rugs it would therefore not differ in any way. It is when the work necessitates turning to traverse back and forth, as in rectangular and square rugs and in runners, that the change is imperative. In each instance, the work has a decided right and wrong side. In Russian stitch, each row progresses from right to left, the medium being caught through a loop in the first stitch at the right, and being finished in the final stitch at the left, after which the medium is cut and the end drawn through the final loop to prevent raveling out. This stitch lends itself, as does no other, to certain kinds of crocheting, conspicuous among which is Oriental tapestry crochet, instanced in the foregoing chapter in the ship rug. Piqué stitch differs from Russian stitch in one particular only. The needle is inserted under the vertical strand of the stitch in the preceding row. The appearance of the work is totally different, however, for it has a braided effect on the wrong side, which generally is used as the right when the work is completed. Needless to say, since it is likened to Russian stitch, the crocheting always progresses from right to left, unless the work is done in one continuous journey, as in round and oval rugs. Half treble, although strictly speaking not a close stitch according to the definition, since it does have one over, is so compact, notwithstanding, that it actually is close and therefore well adapted to rugcraft. In taking the stitch, before inserting the needle in the interstice between two stitches in a preceding row, the medium is brought from behind and over the needle, which is then put through the work as described. A loop of the medium is caught and drawn through the work, caught again, and drawn through all 3 loops on the shank of the needle. The only other stitch requiring directions is Afghan stitch, conceded to be the easiest of all crochet stitches. For this reason it has earned the name of idiot stitch and fool's stitch, requiring no mental acumen whatever to fashion. It is well to speak of this, for, as it is worked in 2 journeys, it takes longer to describe than any of the others. It is akin to knitting, and also must be made in strips or sections and then sewed together to form a rug. It supplies an extra firm weave, however. See plates 3 and 5, bottom sampler. Make a chain the desired length. Through the second stitch from the needle and each succeeding stitch of the chain, draw a loop of the medium and let it remain on the shank of the needle. This casting on of stitches is done in every alternate row, which is termed the loop row. In other alternate rows, the stitches are cast off as follows. Catch the medium with the needle and draw it through 1 stitch, catch it again, and draw it through 2 stitches. Continue, in all but the first stitch, to catch the medium and draw it through 2 loops. At the final stitch in the row, all the stitches but a single loop will have been knit off the crochet needle. In the third and each succeeding loop row, insert the needle under the vertical line of the stitch in the preceding row. These vertical lines are so clearly visible in the crochet that it has acquired the name of railroad crochet. 3 significant names for this stitch having been given, 2 others of historical value may be mentioned. 1, Victorian crochet, denoting the reign in which it was originated, and a second, Princess Frederick William stitch, setting the time of its appearance even more precisely. It was given this name to honor the princess who was united to the English prince just at this time. In all the names except one, tricot stitch, there is purport, but it is in Afghan stitch that its alliance to rugcraft is notable. Afghan stitch is always worked on the right side, but in such a way that it progresses in alternate directions without breaking the medium. Rugs in this stitch are rectangular or square, never circular or oval. Oriental or tapestry crochet employs no stitch peculiar to itself as apart from other rugcraft crochet, as does Afghan work, yet it is distinctive, as has been instanced. It is simply one form of plain close crochet, known as Russian stitch. It is entitled to the names Oriental or tapestry crochet only when many colors are wrought into the stitchery, thereby instilling pictorial or pattern elements reflecting tapestry characteristics or suggesting Oriental stitchery. Fortunately, this is as easy to accomplish in crochet as in color embroidery. To facilitate the work, it is wise to wind each color into small balls, for in working this prevents the strands from getting tangled. The balls must be light so that they do not drag on the stitchery. When colors are used up before the requirements of the pattern, new balls of light color should be added. As the work progresses, the loose ends dangling from the back of the work should be fastened off securely by running them in a weaving fashion through the back of the stitches. There is no occasion for the tips of the medium to be entirely concealed. They are on the wrong side, and can be left slightly shaggy once the stitches are tight. Tapestry weaves and embroidery are thus uneven, and likewise schmacka rugs, which are a type of genuine Oriental tapestry. The mediums best suited to crocheted rugs are yarns, rags, jute in both yarn and rope sizes, and wool and cotton roving, which for rug making comes slightly twisted and is given the name of rug yarn, although there are far finer wool rug yarns than these. Some other mediums are chenille and caterpillar braid, an antiquated crochet medium, ravelings from carpets, and also from knitted and crocheted articles, stockings, twine, string, clothesline, and woven silk cut into strips. Twine, string, and clothesline are used in conjunction with other mediums. The first two are used for stitchery over the last or over folded bands of textile about 1/2 inch wide, after it is turned in at each side and down the center. The last, as a filler, is apt to be entirely concealed, though sometimes it is glimpsed between stitches. It supplies great durability and adds extra thickness. It can be made an ornamental element when crocheted over in a contrasting color of coarse string or jute. Silk is ill adapted to crocheted rugs in flat weave, and but little more so in pile rugs. It is too delicate a textile. It is true that there is precedent for silk rugs, as instanced in choice Oriental carpets, but these are not pile, and of silken threads, not strips of a fabric, between which there is a wide difference. Moreover, silk Oriental carpets most frequently found in Chinese floor coverings were, and still are, especially reserved for rugs in mosques, temples, and palaces, and for wall hangings, and were never intended to stand to the tread of boots and shoes. The width of rag strips for crocheting rugs may vary from 1/2 inch to 1 inch, or even more if the textile is very sheer. The difference may be due to the type of rug being fashioned, or the rug maker's preference. 1 inch is the accepted width, however, for flat, close stitch, the 1/2 inch width being practical in very few cases. The medium may be folded and pressed to conceal raw edges, or it may be used without any attempt to conceal the raw edges. The tips of threads that fray in most fabrics will soon wear off when the rug is used, and the stitchery is such that further fraying is not encouraged. The material may be cut bias or straight, preferably the lengthwise, not the width of the goods. It should be borne in mind that knit goods, when used for rug strands, is used on the wrong side because of the natural tendency of the material to curl over the right side, leaving only the wrong side exposed. By so doing, a sort of rug yarn strand is formed, which lends itself admirably to rugcraft. The wrong side is equally as attractive as the right for this purpose. Goods of different weights that are used together must be so cut that the width of each supplies strands of approximately the same size. For example, if the width chosen is 1 inch to suit the majority of the cloth, that which is heavier must be cut somewhat narrower, and that thinner must be cut wider. It is only when the materials combined are in strands of the same size that a rug can be well constructed. This is the first essential. The embossed crocheted rug is a distinctly modern floor covering, made only in recent years or in such exceptional earlier instances as to leave no impression on the rugcraft. The embossing consists of appliqued motifs crocheted separately and sewed onto a foundation of plain crocheting. There is no reason for restricting these rugs to any special medium, for they can be developed in one as well as another. Nevertheless, so far jute has proved the prime favorite, few rugs being made except in it. For this reason, full directions are relegated to the chapter on jute floor coverings. In that chapter will be found many other types of crocheted rugs, which also can be developed in other mediums. They are given in the jute category because especially well adapted to porch rugs, and for them, jute is chosen as most nearly akin to grass and fiber, popular for porches. In turning from the crocheted rugs developed in flat stitchery to those made with a pile, it will be found that both looped and cut pile can be fashioned easily. Loop pile is made by winding the medium over the forefinger, or about a flat strip of wood or metal, technically known as a mesh, and catching the loop so formed into the stitchery of plain crochet. To do this, the crochet needle is first inserted under both loops of the stitch in a preceding row, rose stitch. Then the medium is brought down under and about the mesh, caught by the needle, and then the stitch is completed. Only an expert should work without the mesh, for although it is quite possible to form the loop about the forefinger, it is not so easy. Every other row should be in plain and every alternate one in loop stitch, for thus only can the loops all be on the same side unless Russian stitch is used. In this, worked always from right to left, each row can be loop, and a much closer pile result. Cut pile is made by doubling a bit of medium, either yarn or fabric cut 1/4 inch wide and 1 or 1 1/4 inches long, and catching the loop with the hook inserted under both loops of a stitch in a preceding row, and then completing the stitch. The 1 1/4 inch length is recommended, as it takes the medium up a bit in forming the stitch, and a 1/2 inch pile is a good depth. As each pile stitch is an entirely separate unit, copying designs in any of the various methods described is no trouble whatsoever. The pile stitches must come on one side of the work only, either in alternate rows or in succeeding ones in the Russian stitch method. When the medium is fine yarn, use more than one strand for either the loop or cut pile. In the loop pile, the medium would have to be wound twice around the mesh instead of but once. The stitchery of crocheted rugs, whether in flat or pile surfaces, is never anything but simple and easy. If patterns are correctly chosen and mediums conform to the type of rug being developed, rugs can be handsome as well as practical. Those described in the present chapter are especially intended for use within the house. In the chapter on jute rugs, those for porches and sun parlors are given. This does not mean that some of the rugs herein described cannot be used on porches, nor that all rugs noted in the jute chapter are barred from indoor use. The India drugget, for instance, naturally comes under rugs made of jute, but candlewick may also be used, and in either style the rug can be used indoors or out. It is for the rug maker to suit the stitch to the style, and the style to the purpose. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making, by Lydia and Worke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Rugs of Jute Yarn. Chapter 8 references color plates 11 and 12, which may be viewed in the online version of the book. Jute yarn is a modern needlecraft medium, especially well suited to rugs for porches, verandas, sun parlors, and simple summer cottages. It supplies floor coverings corresponding to those made from fiber, straw, and grass, from which the smart, modern rugs intended for these same purposes are fashioned. It is a loosely twisted, male bundle twine that was brought out about 1921 in a wide range of colors and in a twist and texture which, if a bit wiry, is sufficiently supple and similar to warrant the name jute yarn. It proved from the very first to be remarkably well adapted to the making of rugs. The 3-ply yarn and rope yarn, a slightly twisted roving, are best for this use. No new craft is employed, and the medium can be substituted for others to suit the type of rug being made. There is nothing new about jute itself, for it has been known for centuries under the name of pote, but it was not until 1746 that it became known outside of India in jute rope. Since that time, it has become so important a factor in rope, twine, and even in textile manufacturing that it has a recognized rank with hemp for the first two purposes, and with flax and cotton for the last, although in a far lower scale of value. It will be apparent from this summary that it is a decidedly unpretentious medium in rugcraft, having its place, as mentioned, with grass, fiber, etc. It is important, however, in its potentiality, since it supplies a medium for making rugs of a distinct type, impossible hitherto in a homecraft product. The 3 crafts in which jute can be used most advantageously in rug making are crocheting, hooking, and braiding. These are named in the order of precedence. The technique of construction can be found in the chapters on these crafts, but some special rugs that are at their best when developed in jute will be given in this chapter, together with directions for their making. It lies in the discretion of the rug maker whether she makes the rugs in jute or another medium, however, for several other materials lend themselves admirably, such as rags, candlewick, etc. The 4 crocheted rugs that stand out as especially interesting are the India drugget replica, the embossed rug, the fancy grass replica, and the tessellated rug. The first 2 are as much for indoors as out, while the last 2 are more appropriate to sun porches, verandas, etc., sheltered out-of-door places in which decorative schemes are carried out more or less extensively. The India drugget replica is a unique jute rug, consistent in character with the medium which comes largely from Calcutta, India. The border pictured, Plate 11, was adapted by the writer from a genuine India drugget. It is in duplex crochet, the simplified tapestry work described elsewhere. The colors are crimson and black, the red of the jute yarn corresponding almost exactly to the shade characteristic of this meander in India druggets. Its combination with black is necessary to be true to type. The plain field of natural colored jute is in the nearest tone to that found in India druggets that can be had in the medium. It is sufficiently near for the rug to be an excellent duplication of the genuine in color and character. It can be used appropriately wherever an India drugget would be. The embossed rug in crochet is distinctly modern. It consists of a plain field with a contrasting border. On the field are sewed separately crocheted motifs, arranged to form a design, which may almost conceal the background, or cover but a small portion of it. Color contrast plays a large part in the rugs of either style. For instance, a rug field of natural colored jute, surrounded with a black border, may have a round, flat, modernistic flower in old blue, with a few rows of deep yellow for a center, while from the edges of the flower extend frond-shaped leaves that reach their tapering tips to the border. In this, the field is almost concealed. Or an oval rug with a green field and black border may have 3 circular, deep yellow discs, with the centers of brown, to simulate oxeye daisies, arranged in a row in the middle of the rug. Between them and the black border, 4 or 6 butterflies may be arranged, the number varying to suit the size of the rug. These scattered motifs leave much of the field background visible. Floral motifs comprise the chief units to be appliqued in these embossed rugs, which may as readily be developed in rags, etc., as jute, but at the present time the latter medium is popular. Jute rugs, reproducing effects found in the modern, colorful, and ornamental grass types, have the motifs made separately and assembled to form borders, and occasionally centers for the floor coverings. Flowers are of the modernistic disc sort, all in one color, or with centers contrasting. Foliage is formed of elongated oval leaves, while buds are smaller ovals tipped with a deep tone of the flower hue. Shapes of flowers, leaves, and buds may be varied at the will of the rug maker, who wishes to follow nature more closely, but the customary formation is given. Any of the smart grass rugs can be copied, or the rug maker can do her own designing. A plain field is advised because the rug is easier to fashion and is also more durable. One or more borders can be used to suit the size of the floor covering, although one is sufficient. There must always be an outer border of plain crochet several inches wide to enclose the ornamental one. The plain band may be in the field color or black, or it may be in the former with a pin line of black at the inner and outer edges. The rug maker who makes her own patterns can do them to scale on drafting or plain paper. This is the professional method. There are women who prefer, however, to make the rug field and then crochet as many sets of motifs as will be needed to surround it. Any slight discrepancies in the length of the ornamental border and the circumference of the rug field can be adjusted until fitting together is correct by raveling out a few rows, if the field is too large, or by crocheting a few extra rows if it is too small. The rug maker should crochet a full set of motifs and make her arrangement of them first, and then crochet as many sets as will fit about the rug. Care must be taken to have the units fit together as closely as possible so that the interstices will be small, as is the case in the grass rugs made for commercial purposes. The shape of these ornamental rugs is generally oval or round. The sizes vary from doormats to those big enough to carpet a large sun parlor floor. There is no reason to eliminate oblong rugs. In these, borders come at each end only. If the rug is square, the border encloses the field, as in the round and oval shapes. Tessellated grass and fiber rugs are among the modern porch rugs that lend themselves remarkably to reproduction in jute. They consist of separate squares of natural colored fiber used alone or alternately with some one other color, such as brown, green, blue, or black. The squares may measure from 12 to 20 inches. The direction of the stitchery supplies a decorative element, clearly defining squares even when all are of a like color. It is an easy matter to make these rugs, for no section is very large, and the work can be pick-up work, as portable as any other needlework. The finished rugs have a dignified smartness. See Plate 11. To form a square, make a chain of 4 and join into a ring. Chain 1 and into the next stitch in the chain make 2 close stitches. Into each of the other 3 stitches in the chain make 3 close stitches. Into the stitch having but 2 stitches, make another close stitch. This finishes the first row. Make a slip stitch at the finish of the row and start the next row precisely as the first, with a chain of 1 and then 2 close stitches in the slip stitch. Crochet 3 close stitches in the middle stitch of each of the groups of the first row and 1 in all of the other stitches. Finish the row as the first row. Make each succeeding row similarly, always making 3 stitches in the middle stitch in the group of 3 in the preceding row, thus securing regular and even corners. The lozenge rug is an old-time rag floor covering. It is similar to the tessellated rug in that units are made separately, but it is of an entirely different character otherwise. Each lozenge, generally hexagonal, is fitted to those next it and crocheted in position. No two are necessarily precisely alike in colors, but a scheme should prevail, such as dark or gay centers with rows of contrasting hues to lighter outer rows, or light centers with dark outside rows and brilliant tones in bands between. Black is used for crocheting motifs together, thus giving each a distinct outline. Such lozenge rugs are preeminently economical, as scraps of textiles or yarn can be used advantageously. It is only when color contrasts are artistic, however, that the rug is worthy. By a careful selection of tones, preferably few, and used in identical combinations in alternating lozenges, or arranged according to some well-planned scheme, the rugs become interesting. The hexagon unit is crocheted precisely as a table mat for hot dishes and requires no special directions. In turning from crocheted jute rugs to those in the craft of hooking, we find both 3-ply and rope jute acceptable. It is unwise to shear the pile, since the material does not felt, and cutting the loops weakens the fabric. It is true that by very careful handling, a cut pile may remain firm for quite a long time, but it cannot be relied upon to resist wear. Its durability is sapped. This non-felting characteristic is always taken into account in textile manufacturing in which jute is employed, and homecraft workers may well benefit by the expert skill therein exhibited. In hooked rugs, each stitch, when sheared, is separate, not even being connected by the felting of filaments that touch, as in wool rags. Also, jute has an inherent glossy texture that is somewhat slippery, and stitches will ease out of the foundation readily. Sufficient reason for leaving loops unsheared is apparent. The jute rug pictured is in genuine hooking. It was made by the writer when carrying on some experiments with the medium when it first came out. The rug has been in constant and rather hard use ever since, and is by no means worn out yet. The motifs were taken from an antique Dagestan. The heaviest rope jute was employed, and the coarseness of the medium necessitated decided enlargement of the pattern, but this does not mar the beauty. The double pointing of the field design immediately classes the mat as a hearth rug. The desirability of this type of rug is stressed elsewhere, together with the inadvisability of fashioning prayer rugs. The jute hooked rug is shown on Plate 12. It may be mentioned that as jute is a medium lower in rank than rags or yarn, the rugs, however attractive, do not belong in quite the same class. Speed in the making is therefore doubly desirable, and the punch needle immediately suggests itself as admirably filling the requirements as a tool of construction. It should be borne in mind that jute hooked rugs are distinctly for porches and for houses modestly furnished, for cottages and simple seashore places. They are not intended for the main rooms of a city house. There is a type of India drugget with a deep pile. The designs in them are not different from some knot-tied yarn carpets from the Orient. The India rugs commonly come in large sizes. Periodically they have a pronounced vogue. They may be simulated well in jute, in rope or 3-ply yarn, but preferably in the former. For the making of these, the punch needle lends itself well. For carpet-sized drugets, widths of burlap the desired length for the carpet should be hooked and then sewed together like a carpet, thus ensuring motifs matching precisely. It is important to have the colors oriental as well as the pattern. The third craft suited to jute rug making is braiding. The rugs are constructed as other braided rugs, except that 3 strands at least of the jute yarn are used in each strand for plaiting. Colors play an important part, as each jute strand may differ from the others, making 9 hues in a single plait. Such a kaleidoscopic combination is not as pleasing, however, as more conservative color treatment. In these rugs, as in all homecraft floor coverings, beauty is dependent upon the artistry of the rug maker. This artistry can be brought into good play in all the various kinds of jute rugs described. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia and Worke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Part 3, Rugs with Superimposed Surfaces. Chapter 9, Tapestry Floor Coverings. Chapter 9 includes color plates 13 and 14, which may be viewed in the online version of this book. The highest type of decorative textile floor covering is found in the tapestry rug. In ancient times, finely drawn threads of pure gold and silver were interwoven with delicate strands of silk and wool, and jewels of enormous value were introduced. Nor did the grandeur confine itself to the rugs alone, for they were held in place by orange-shaped gold weights, studded with precious stones, placed sometimes at intervals of not over 4 feet. These ancient rug fasteners of 5-pound gold nuggets bear little resemblance to modern ones of no intrinsic value, though the latter have the convenient advantage of being flat. Most of these tapestries that have withstood the ravages of time have had the precious metals drizzled out, and the gems have been stolen or confiscated. Nevertheless, so priceless are they today that to tread upon them would be desecration. They are again put to their original purpose of wall hangings, as we call them, though they actually were tent hangings. By their once gay colors, now mellowed by age, the drabness and severe plainness of the tent sides became a blaze of glory, and the stitchery pictures beautified the walls then as fine oil paintings now do. The transformation of tapestry tent hangings to textile floor coverings is ascribed to a picturesque occurrence. Tradition says that a tapestry was taken from a wall and spread before a king to glorify his pathway, protect his feet, and bespeak homage. When he had passed on his way, the textile was again hung in its accustomed place, to be more highly treasured even than before. This respect having once been paid, it could scarcely be disregarded again, and a precedent was established for this monarch and others with whom subjects wished to court favor. It was no such sumptuous carpet that was spread before Queen Elizabeth to protect her feet from the mud, but an act of equally chivalrous courtesy and homage was paid by Sir Walter Raleigh, when he snatched the coat from his back and spread it in the pathway of his queen, lest her dainty shoes find contact with the muddy water. The contrast in these carpets, improvised for royalty, is not as immense as might first appear, for the coats of courtiers in the days of good Queen Bess were lavishly embroidered in silks and gold threads, and ornamented with gold lace. It is known that, from time immemorial, rugs were associated with worship, and often used as decorations for altars. They continue to be so employed to this day in many countries, as instanced in the Mecca rugs and other holy carpets. This raises a doubt about the romantic tale of the origin of carpets following the use of tapestries as floor coverings spread before kings, for it certainly seems equally probable that the first tapestry used as a carpet was laid before an altar, and trod upon by priests and those known as holy men. Credence can be given either story, with the surety that one or the other of them is true. Romance is the very warp and weft of tapestry floor coverings. There is a consensus of opinion, based on archaeological research and textile investigation, that the first rugs were without pile, smooth-faced as they are termed. This is proof, apart from tradition, that tapestry was the textile. This is further substantiated by the fact that the only 2 types of smooth-faced Oriental rugs are in tapestry weave, namely gillims and shamakas. The former is reputed to be the first and earliest type of Oriental rug. In what era in the dawn of civilization tapestries as we know them were first fabricated is not known, but that they came from the Far East is recognized as certain. The Israelites are said to have instructed the Egyptians in tapestry weaving. Pieces of tapestry from Egyptian tombs of great antiquity are to be seen in the Museum of Cairo. Centuries later, the work found its way to France, perhaps in 726 A.D. It kept its prestige as a religious and royal textile inviolate. Up to the middle of the 13th century, the tapissiers stated that their work is for the service only of churches or great men like kings or nobles. Livre des Métiers. When the work entered England as a craft in 1509, it was still kept exclusive. Cost would have been a barrier even if the weavers did lift their pronouncement, as princely prices prevailed. It is interesting to note that the Aubusson carpets, so justly famous, are tapestry textiles of smooth face. Whether made in Europe or America, these carpets are used today for wall hangings in preference to floor coverings. Their manufacture, with tiny bobbins instead of threaded needles applied from the back, is in accord with time-honored methods. Ancient tapestries, some of which, as we have seen, were used as rugs, were woven on a loom of some sort, and the stitches were taken around the warp threads in such a way that they formed an interlacing weft, there being none other. Later on, tiny hand bobbins were employed, each being wound with some colored yarn required in the pattern, the thread being cut and the end left hanging after the stitches were taken. As the ends came on the wrong side of the work and were proof against unraveling, they were left shaggy. The reverse side of a needlepoint tapestry rug presents much the same appearance, as it too has short ends hanging. From this brief account of the stitchery, it will be seen that it is a sort of embroidery done on the warp. It is not duplicated by cross-stitch, with which, in this age, tapestry is often confused, for cross-stitch is inherently an embroidery on a previously woven textile, while tapestry is inherently a textile embroidered in the weaving. Genuine tapestry can never be embroidery only, hence the name needlepoint tapestry, canvas tapestry, and tapestry embroidery are significant, always differentiating the embroidery from the genuine article. This does not mean that the latter, by whichever name it is called, is not exquisite, as indeed it may be, but that it is always a replica. There are certain similarities, however, between genuine tapestry work and needlepoint tapestry embroidery on canvas, and when these are understood, a reason is recognized for the appellation tapestry rugs to canvas-worked carpets. Needlepoint canvas was first made to reproduce a textile from which certain warp and weft threads had been drawn out. Embroidery on such a home-prepared fabric is common in all countries abroad. When the stitches are taken on the warp threads only, either in loom or hand-drawn foundations, the work corresponds to genuine tapestry, and the name tapestry stitch is deserved. Homecraft rugs, therefore, can rightfully claim to be tapestry floor coverings when they are embroidered on warp threads, whether held together by weft, afterward inserted, or previously woven into the textile. The exigencies of canvas stitchery are such, however, that in smooth-faced surfaces, such as tapestry embroidery, the medium naturally crosses the weft also, strengthening, though not actually making it. As the weft can neither be dispensed with nor combed up, it would be visible unless worked over, So this becomes an indispensable element in the embroidery. All the more since the work must be done on canvas with a large mesh and coarse medium to ensure sufficient weight and durability to the rug. The fact that cross-stitch is not technically included under genuine tapestry and is granted its place by custom and courtesy in canvas work tapestry supplies sufficient reason for omitting it from this chapter. Of so great importance, however, is the stitch in Rugcraft, and so popular, that an entire chapter is devoted to this Phrygian work and its ancient historical background. Needlepoint tapestry rugs in gros point were not unknown to the colonial settlers, though seldom made. Gros point is merely an enlarged form of petit-point, a stitch in canvas tapestry that is a direct outgrowth of genuine tapestry weaving. It becomes enlarged either because the canvas is coarse or the stitches are taken over more threads. It is always worked primarily on warp threads. It may be noted in passing that the name tent stitch comes from the frame used to hold the textile foundation. This frame was called a tenture or tenter, from the Latin tendo, to stretch. The word tenter is applied today to a machine for the stretching of loom-woven cloth. While this is not likely to be familiar except to textile experts, the term on tenter hooks is well known. Embroidery was originally held in its position in its frame by hooks, instead of between two closely fitted rings, as found in modern tentures or embroidery frames. With the stiffened canvas now generally used in tapestry and other canvas work rugcraft, no frames are needed. The textile has sufficient body to hold its own. This is an item in favor of canvas rug making. The sole equipment consists of a blunt needle, large enough to take the yarn. The embroidery is simplicity itself, and since all the materials are easy to get, there is every reason for the vogue of tapestry rugs in America. In England, there is a distinct renaissance of embroidered gros point carpets. Ladies of title and rank are gladly supplying designs from their treasured floor coverings in this identical stitch. Some of these needlework carpets of English embroidery in fine stitchery date back to 1690. No less a personage than Lady Walpole embroidered such a carpet. From the earliest date of these embroidered carpets, the work was in the hands of persons of high rank, where it seems to have flourished mildly. The people of Vienna presented Lord Westmoreland, the ambassador from England, with a needlework carpet of large size, as an especial tribute of appreciation. This was about 1855. Lady Suffield is also known to have made an embroidered rug. It is spoken of as a survival of carpet work once popular. All of these carpets are needlepoint on canvas. The one recently copied is distinctive. It has a design of flowers in an urn, 4 on each side in panels, while in the center are 4 panels with diminutive baskets of flowers. The border consists of flowers and leaves coming from a stem that undulates in scroll fashion about the carpet. It is embroidered in strips the width of the canvas, and then the breadths are seamed together. Many early American needlepoint carpets were similarly seamed to give sizes beyond the possibility of a width of woven foundation. It is a method employed in all loom-made rugs, not constructed on extra-wide looms, for it is only the latter that can supply seamless rugs. The vogue for canvas needlepoint rugs has become so definite in America within the past few years that extra-large mesh canvas is now brought out to facilitate quick work. The kind with but 4 holes to an inch is one such, and on it, rugs can be made with the speed graphically described by the phrase, "as quick as chain lightning." The use of the word chain recalls one of the stitches, which has the same name, and by which the Oriental smooth-face Schmacka rugs can be reproduced. The stitch known by the name of the rug is recommended for canvas that is not so coarse, and it will be given first attention. It may be mentioned that needlepoint rugcraft of the counted thread canvas embroidery type can be done on burlap, as it was in olden times, but the extra trouble involved is now unnecessary and even futile, for woven mesh canvas is a superior foundation. The Schmacka stitch of canvas tapestry rugcraft is a variation of tent stitch, so perfect that it rightfully comes by the Oriental appellation. The genuine rug stitch directions can be followed to the letter in needlepoint tapestry rug making. Griffin Lewis describes the stitch in The Practical Book of Oriental Rugs as follows, quote, "The different colored woof threads are twisted over and under the warp threads by means of a needle in such a way that each stitch is made diagonally, taking in 2 of the warp threads and leaving every alternate row of stitches facing the opposite direction, after the herringbone pattern. On the underside, the shaggy ends of the colored woof threads are left loose." Unquote. It may be added that the edges are usually overcast and the ends fringed. The designs are chiefly those of the Caucasian group known as Dagestan and Shirvan. A rug maker can follow these directions with a needle threaded with tapestry yarn, different tones being requisitioned as the design requires. The needle is brought up through a hole in the canvas and put down in the second hole above, and the first at right or left according to the direction of the line being worked. This brings the yarn diagonally over 2 warp strands, as in the genuine weaving. The yarn ends are left loose on the underside in the needlepoint rug, as in the Oriental rug, but they should be worked over for a few stitches when starting a stitch, or run under a few stitches when finishing a needleful. The second Schmacka needlepoint stitch is otherwise known as chain stitch, as mentioned. It is worked between rows of warp threads, precisely as regulation chain stitch done over 1 or 2 rows of weft. Reinsert the needle in a hole in the canvas and bring it up 2 holes lower down, holding the yarn under the needle on the surface of the foundation while the yarn is drawn snugly. The work must progress in the same direction, beginning always at the same end of the rug, for in one stitch the herringbone effect is produced. It will be narrower than in the Schmacka stitch, knitting stitch first described. Each row of chain Schmacka stitch must be completed without interruption, for each stitch is linked to the one preceding and the one succeeding it. There can be no skipping about, as is possible in the first type of Schmacka stitch, where isolated stitches may be set to indicate a pattern or conveniently dispose of a needleful of colored yarn. Each color in chain Schmacka stitch must be introduced as called for in the line being worked and in its prescribed place following the pattern. The medium must be coarse enough to conceal warp threads. The rug illustrated is typical of Schmacka embroidery of the first type. By comparing it with a genuine Schmacka rug, its close duplication in stitchery is immediately apparent, even to the number of stitches in the linear inch. See Plate 13. The design has the Caucasian feeling and is wrought in tapestry yarn having the Oriental colorings. The galley and water motifs are suggested in the border, while the field has the broad geometric pattern style so often found in Caucasian rugs. The plentiful use of black will be noticed. In genuine Schmackas, it is customary to have outlines done in black. Again, correct developments are found in the Oriental red of the field and in the blue, the orange, and the light natural wool color. This rug, embroidered by the writer, has been in use for a number of years as a wall hanging and a table carpet. One of like size in exactly the same stitchery has been in use as a floor rug for 12 years. It is still in good condition and likely to give much longer service. It took just 2 weeks to design, embroider, and make the fringe for this 20 by 32-inch rug, and to complete it with lining and interlining. Rugs of this type are choice and also rare. They can be used appropriately with the finest Oriental carpets. As they so closely resemble genuine shamakas, it is interesting to note what Mary Churchill Ripley says about these Eastern carpets in her Oriental Rug Book. Quote, "Needlework upon a woven web makes beautiful many of the fabrics of the Orient, notably Baghdad stripes, camel's hair shawls, and the sumac rugs," another spelling of shmaka, "from the backs of which hang the long ends of colored wools used in the weaving and decoration." Unquote. And also, quote, "Much greater skill is required to make these delicate tissues of intricate pattern than is needed in the tying in of knots in a pile carpet." Unquote. Fortunately for Homecraft rug makers, replica shmakas can be made easily and quickly, as has been indicated. When copying patterns for shmaka rugs, it is wise to take them direct from some genuine rug of this kind, for then the stitch requires no adaptation. Do not attempt to make ends duplicate side borders. The stitch is so at variance in its length and width that this presents difficulties. It will be noticed in genuine shmaka rugs that ends and sides are not alike. If a cross-stitch design or a pattern from a knot-tied Oriental rug is adapted to a shmaka, consider each point where the stitches in the elongated double stitch join as the beginning of one stitch. It will be found that the distance from tips at the ends of a herringbone stitch to this point will be equal to a square. This simplifies adapting patterns. There are several canvas stitches that can be used to advantage in fashioning rugs of the tapestry order. As we have seen, some of them take on names of rugs. Another, besides those given, is known as the Smyrna cross-stitch or double cross-stitch, and is mentioned here in connection with Oriental nomenclature rather than stitchery. It is made by working a straight cross through the holes left vacant after working a regulation cross-stitch, 3 holes square, that is, over 2 rows of warp and 2 of weft. This heavily padded stitch covers the canvas quickly and without requiring the extra amount of yarn that would at first glance seem needed. The greater space occupied by a single stitch substantially offsets such a disadvantage. Tapestry rugs of distinction are made from the stitch interchangeably called Gobelin and tapestry stitch. For rugcraft, the wide Gobelin stitch should be used. It is a vertical stitch, covering 2, 3, or more threads, instead of only 1, as in regulation tapestry or Gobelin stitch. The length of the stitch suitable for making rugs depends upon the size of the canvas employed. It should be long enough for all rows of stitches to be clearly defined, but not so long that they prevent a firm, substantial texture. 3/4 of an inch is advised. This stitch is a favorite in raffia embroidery on canvas imported from Italy in the shape of bags, cases, and purses. Instead of this raffia medium, rug yarns should be used, or strands cut from 1/4 to 1/2 inch wide from silk or fine lisle stockings, or closely woven jersey cloth. This medium may be used in other tapestry rugs when the foundation is sufficiently coarse. The strips may be cut either on the straight or bias. If the latter, use the 1/2 inch width. Rugs in any of these mediums, other than yarn, immediately slip from the needlepoint tapestry group into the group of rag rugs. The embroidery is done in parallel rows of straight stitches of equal length, so spaced across the rug that they form crosswise rows of sharply defined indentations. This is the opposite structure of Japanese straw mattings. Colors can be introduced at will in any length of stitches that does not infringe upon the indented linear construction, or they can be worked regardless of it, though the background must never depart from the precision of parallel stitchery which is germane to the Gobelin rug work. Each stitch is taken its full length on the right and wrong side of the rug, the under part thus forming a padding for the upper and supplying durability to the rug surface. The top of the stitch is straight, which is exactly the reverse of Shimaka rug stitch. Each row of stitches begins in the top holes of the preceding row of stitches, thus forming an uninterrupted rug surface, completely concealing the foundation. The extreme simplicity of the long stitch tempts the rug maker to fashion one of these unique floor coverings, especially as it is apparent that one can be made in a short time. Extra beauty is gained by heavier padding of stitches. An easy way to do this is to work over a strand of wool, flannel, domet flannel, or outing flannel. Strips may be torn. They should be a trifle narrower than the length of the embroidery stitch. Braid or tape may be used, if preferred, or any soft strands of lightly twisted cotton cord or yarn. It is not the Gobelin stitch just described that alone is done quickly. All needlepoint tapestry rugs can be constructed with speed and ease. There is, moreover, a fascination about the embroidery that has kept it always popular. So choice is the work that it is still sometimes referred to as court or royal embroidery. It was a work of court ladies, and because of its close association with the nobility at the time when every lady of rank and leisure plied her embroidery needle skillfully, in gay or troublous days, there is an atmosphere of romance about it. The rug maker who includes a needlepoint tapestry rug among her floor coverings has one in a craft of ancient prestige, of regal ancestry, and of beauty that belongs to every age. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making, by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Turkey Work Carpets. Chapter 10 references plates 3 and 5, which may be viewed in the online version of the book. After the lapse of 2 centuries, Turkey work is enjoying a renaissance, the previous revival having been in the 18th century. It is reputed to be the first needle embroidery devised to duplicate the pile of Oriental carpets. Turkey carpets was the original name by which these rugs were known in England. Travelers and traders who went to the Orient brought back tales of the gorgeous textiles, together with occasional rugs, though at just what date this practice began it is impossible to ascertain, as authorities differ. It would appear that pile carpets did not enter Western Europe until the 14th century, and it was not until the 18th that they took any conspicuous place as floor coverings. There is a pretty story, accorded to be fact, to the effect that Oriental carpets were introduced into England when Catherine of Aragon went from Spain to become a royal bride. Her brother fitted up the special suite for his youthful sister in the palace, and the magnificence of it has sounded through the centuries. Together with other appurtenances, he had Oriental rugs imported to impress the English with the glories of the Spanish court, and supply the sort of lavish setting which he deemed worthy of his royal sister. Early in her career, Queen Catherine turned her attention to embroidery, for which her native country was then so justly famous, and eventually she became one of the most notable of the group of queens who excelled in needlework. Once, when on trial as the first queen of Henry VIII, she was so hastily summoned before Parliament sitting in judgment that there were about her neck colorful strands of the embroidery silk which she had but lately been employing. Queen Catherine's embroideries proved the solace of those unhappy days, as they had been the delight of her happy ones. Since Turkey work had then begun to appear, it is possible, though not certain, that Queen Catherine may have employed the stitch. It will serve to fix the date of the invention of this form of embroidery in the minds of Americans, in particular to recall the fact that Queen Isabella, under whose patronage Columbus discovered America, was the mother of this English queen. As early as 1549, inventories recorded board carpets and foot carpets of Turkey work, old and worn. It is not surprising that the exquisite Oriental carpets fired the imagination of art connoisseurs and craftsmen, and that they immediately sought to discover the stitchery and reproduce its effect. So closely upon the appearance of these carpets did English Turkey carpets spring into existence, that in 1570 is found the carpet of Lord Verulam, known throughout the world in the realm of needlecraft. Its typical Elizabethan pattern proclaims it to be the work of English craftsmen, skilled in a manner to bespeak long practice. The conclusion is not to be drawn that Turkey carpets were needle stitchery on a finished textile, for mention is made of the warp being of hempen cord. This reference to a warp indicates that the knots were tied directly upon it, and that a weft was woven every few rows, as in Oriental rugcraft. This method of making the earliest type of Turkey work cannot have differed in any appreciable way from the work in the Far East, for the knot in both is that known as gourds. It was the process of making the knots and the duplication of the stitchery in Turkey carpets that was responsible for the name Turkey work in English. In England, Ireland, and France, carpets continue to be made to this day in practically the same workmanship, though they are not called by the same name, but are known as hand-tufted carpets. The gourds knot is used as in Turkey carpets. The prices that these carpets command put them beyond the reach of any but the wealthy. Nowhere have I found the cost less than $40 a yard, and from this the prices soar to $260 a square yard for the rare savonnerie carpets and rugs. Yet it lies within the power of Homecraft rug makers to produce like effects in Turkey work done on canvas, with no more expenditure of time than required for other compact stitchery. Turkey work was originally embroidered on a coarse and very strong hempen textile, resembling burlap, which latter fabric, however, is of jute and not of like durability. The old textile was not meshed, and the work had to be done on carefully counted threads. A high grade of burlap can be used now, but a rug maker would scarcely choose it when meshed linen canvas is available. This is the recognized textile appropriate to Turkey work in the present Renaissance. On it, the embroidery can progress much more rapidly, as the threads are already counted and divided by spaces for stitches. Today, the term Turkey work is definitely associated with embroidery done on the warp of canvas, preferably that woven with 2 threads in each crossbar. Although done on a previously woven textile and not on the warp threads of one in the process of making, the knot is the same. It is well to remember that the term Turkey work has a double technical significance. In antique Turkey work, the pile is short, oftentimes being no longer than that on many genuine Turkish rugs. By examining these textiles, The comparative shortness even of those known as having a deep pile is immediately recognized. Attention is especially directed to this feature, as there is an erroneous tendency in modern turkey work to have the pile much too long. Apart from the fact that these long strands are not true to type, there is a definite disadvantage in having them so, as the pattern is not brought out with the same clearness in a long pile fabric as in a short. Fortunately, the short pile is just as easy to fashion. Incidentally, it may be mentioned that a modern piece of turkey work, with its shaggy pile, can be distinguished at a glance from an antique. There is no reason, however, why modern work cannot acquire the rare beauty of antique carpets when colors are wisely chosen, the stitch correct, the pile not too long, and the pattern consistent with antique examples. There are many sources from which designs may be drawn, from Turkish rugs direct, from Elizabethan patterns, and other Old English patterns. One turkey work chair in the Boston Museum of Fine Arts is in bold floral design in softened tones of red, some of which shade to pink, and are intermingled with blue, lemon yellow, green, both in yellowish and bluish shades, and black, the latter almost gone. That it should be is not strange, for black is an unstable color, even in old Oriental rugs, the dyes supposedly being the cause for its giving out before the other colors. This English chair referred to is of the period of James II. It is described thus fully as it indicates one type of appropriate pattern, together with colors suitable to modern turkey work. In some of the old inventories, specific patterns are mentioned, some of which date back to Henry VIII. These include cowcumbers, cabbages, traffles, trifoils, and pyramids, the last a design much in evidence in the period of James I. The stitch of turkey work consists merely of 2 short back stitches, so worked that together they form a gourd's knot taken through canvas or some other suitable textile. The simplicity of the stitch makes it easy to understand how little children of the Orient can make rugs, tying the knots as readily as do adults. With equal ease can the Homecraft rug maker fashion rugs that reproduce a like fineness of texture and pile. If she so chooses, identical patterns can be worked. Each knot stitch is as separate in the canvas turkey work as in a genuine Turkish carpet made in the Far East. Penelope canvas in size double-aught is excellent for the foundation for modern rugs. Each completed knot stitch covers 2 threads and occupies 1 bar of the 2-threaded weave. If a larger stitch is preferred, use a finer canvas, single-aught, and have each completed stitch occupy a width of 2 bars and be taken with double strands of yarn. This does not make the pile any coarser, because the yarn is equally fine. While the stitchery progresses faster, it requires some added care to keep both strands even. Extra size yarn, known as rug yarn, may be used, but does not give as beautifully fine a pile. There should be as many large, blunt, crewel needles for the work as there are colors of yarn in the pattern. Before starting to embroider, thread as many needlefuls of different colors as will be needed in the rows to be made. Do not attempt to use only one needle, and thread and rethread it with each change of colored yarn. Start the stitchery in the lower left-hand corner of the rug pattern and work in consecutive rows, always from left to right, until the final stitch is set in the upper right-hand corner. The rug will have a close, rich pile. To make the stitch of turkey work, take the 2 back stitches over warp threads between the same rows of weft, or along the same lines of holes in the canvas. The first stitch is taken about a left-hand warp thread or bar of canvas, and the second about a similar thread or bar on the right. The stitch begins and ends in the identical hole. The transverse stitch comes across and above the two ends, which ends form the pile. To ensure this horizontal transverse stitch always lying across the top, the yarn must always be below the needle when the left-hand stitch is taken and above the needle when the right-hand stitch is taken. This order cannot be neglected, for thus only is the knot formed. By examining the diagram showing the Gord's knot and the Turkey work knot stitch, their duplication is apparent. An end of yarn must be left below the stitch when begun and again when finished. These two ends form the pile, and they should be as long as the pile is to be deep. In Turkey work, it is not necessary to cut the yarn after each stitch is completed, unless the pattern calls for a change in color. Consecutive stitches can be taken by allowing the yarn to remain in a loop between one stitch and the next, the length of the loop being equal to the depth of the pile. When the loops are cut through the center, half of each loop strand will form a strand of pile in the knot stitch next it, and each knot will be a separate entity. The depth of the rug pile may be anywhere from 3/8 to 1/2 inch, according to the size of the yarn and coarseness of the canvas. It can be accurately gauged by having the ends of stitches, or the loops between them, always extend as low as some special row of weft threads in the canvas, or a gauge, technically known as a mesh, may be employed, and each loop be taken over it. If the mesh is used, it is held flat against the canvas, with the top touching the line along which the stitches are being taken. Originally, the English mesh had a knife blade fitted into one end. After the stitches taken over it in a row were completed, the blade was brought into use at the bottom of the loop, and the yarn automatically cut as the mesh was withdrawn. For present-day rug craft, the mesh has been revived, although its name is varied, sometimes being called a stitch gauge, again a rug stick, etc. A narrow ruler or a steel, such as corsetiers use, can be substituted for a regulation mesh if one is not available. The pile is cut by running a sharp knife through the loops, several at a time, and drawing it out so that it severs the loop ends. Shears can be used in the same way, by running one blade through the loops and cutting many at once. When the loops have been evenly and accurately gauged and cut, the pile requires no more evening off than can be done by snipping off any ends that are higher than the rest. There is practically no waste of yarn. The selvages of early English Turkey carpets were in plain weave, turned back and sewed on the underside of the rug. If the canvas foundation of Turkey work rugs of today is turned back, it must be covered with a flat tape, felled down along each edge. The weave of canvas is too loose to be left uncovered. Another way to finish edges is to turn back the canvas for 3 rows of holes, making the turning along the pattern edge. Baste in position, and take the knot stitches of the embroidery through both thicknesses. To do this, the canvas must be turned back evenly, so that the holes are over one another. The ends of rugs should be finished in one of these ways. They may also have fringe using the yarn of the Stitchery in some one of the neutral colors for the purpose. Another excellent finish is given the rug ends by braiding the yarn strands pulled through the canvas before it is turned back. These fine braids are found on some Turkish rugs. When fringe is to be made, 1 extra row of holes should be allowed for it at each end, below the line of the pattern before the canvas is turned back. There are several pile stitches that can be employed in rug craft on canvas, but none that has the historic background of the stitch of Turkey work. Single knot stitch, also called Smyrna stitch, is exactly like Turkey work stitch. It is so termed for the reason that Oriental rugs came to be known as Smyrna rugs in England, after the former name, Turkey carpets, fell into disuse. Single Maltese stitch is also identical with that of Turkey work, but it is made with many strands of rather fine thread as a medium, and so assumes the character of wee tassels rather than knotted stitchery. Double Maltese stitch and double Smyrna stitch are actually two knot stitches taken one above the other. In making the knot, carry the yarn under the yarn end, left at the beginning of the stitch, and in repeating the stitch, let the yarn form the transverse or retaining stitch across the top of all the stitches. When the loop is cut, there are 4 strands of pile instead of 2. The space left between rows of stitches is twice that between single knot stitches. Therefore, the work progresses as rapidly with the double as with the single knot stitches after the knack is acquired. There are other stitches known as tassel stitch, plush stitch, fringe stitch, etc., any of which can be used if the rug maker so chooses. The pile can be cut when the stitch is knotted or is sufficiently firm. Otherwise, it should form a loop pile. All the rugs described are of ancient origin, but there is a new one that comes from Australia with a knotted pile made through canvas. It is constructed with a latch needle similar to the latch hook needle used in the manufacture of knitted goods. As it can be made as adequately with a crochet hook, this is the tool of construction here considered. Those familiar with stitchery will immediately recognize this stitch as archaic chain stitch, worked by the primitive people with a hooked needle through a fabric. In the modern work, canvas, with its conveniently spaced meshes, takes the place of the plain textile. The wool yarn medium is cut into very short lengths. As each stitch is taken separately, a pile surface results, and the whole is reminiscent of hooked rugcraft. But there is a difference of approach, since the stitch harks back to chain stitch, worked with the medium above the foundation, while hooked work comes through tambour work, in which the medium is held beneath the foundation. Each stitch must be taken in the same direction, which may be horizontal or diagonal. The Australian stitches the former and is taken about the warp, the medium passing through the holes in a horizontal row for each succeeding line of stitchery. While this same order may be followed, the diagonal stitch has proved more satisfactory to the writer. It is the one used in the rug section illustrated. In this, each stitch is taken diagonally across the square formed where warp and weft are interwoven. The pile surface is exquisite, but no less so than the underside, which displays even rows of what appear to be tent stitches, often called half cross stitches. See Sampler C, Plate 3, and Sampler B, Plate 5. To make one of these rugs, lay the foundation on a table so that the canvas is smooth and flat. Turn over the upper and lower edges to the depth of 3 rows of holes, which must come precisely over the ones beneath them, baste with large stitches. If the sides are selvages, they can be left without turning over onto the front of the canvas, but if not, they also should be so turned and basted. The outer rows of stitches are taken through the doubled canvas, supplying extra durability and a fine finish to the rug edges. The yarn should be used in double strands for the 2 outer rows, increasing their strength still further. Place little piles of yarn, cut into 2-inch lengths, on top of the canvas, having the colors such as will be needed for the rows of stitchery to be taken. The pattern should be in full view of the rug maker. Start the stitchery in the lower left-hand corner of the canvas. Double 1 or 2 strands, according to the row being worked, and insert the crochet hook under the loop. Put the hook through the second hole in the first row of holes and bring it up through the first hole in the second row, that is the one nearest the left-hand edge of the canvas. Catch the yarn, which is held by the finger and thumb of the left hand, and draw the ends through both holes and through the looped yarn. By this operation, the ends of yarn are tied in a knot and also simultaneously released. The upstanding ends of yarn form a pile stitch. Continue to make row after row of such knot-tied pile stitches until the entire rug surface is covered with them in the colors determined by the pattern. If the rug is to be kept true to Oriental type, the design must of course be Oriental. Motifs from genuine Oriental rugs can be copied readily by counted stitches if the rug is turned wrong side up and the design is taken off on drafting cross-stitch paper. Keep the pattern simple, using a few motifs. Gain variety by transposing colors in different motifs. Avoid numerous colors. Study Oriental rug tones and note the few that are used and the wide variety in effect that these Eastern people get in the way described. The beauty of the underside of the rug makes one hesitant to hide it under a lining, but linings have the advantage of saving the rub of stitches against hard floors. The tread is softened and the wear is lessened. Denim makes an excellent lining if one is used, as Turkey carpets, when genuine, are never lined, and those of Turkey work are as often found without as with linings. The rug maker has her preference as guide. After the rugs are shirred, in whatever stitchery they are fashioned, remove the fuzz with a rotary motion of the palms, pressing them gently but firmly against the pile. This pressure promotes felting and adds a fine surface finish. It will be remembered that part of the process of treating an Oriental carpet to impart a silky sheen is to run it between heavy rollers that are heated. While the hand pressure, combined with the warmth of the palms under the slight friction, cannot be expected to supply any comparable finish, it does bring out the beauty of the design and add a certain fineness to the finish and clearness to the colors. This is partly because it brushes away straggling tips of yarn and partly because it eliminates the fuzz. It is to be expected that all of these exquisitely fine-shirred yarn rugs will shed somewhat for a time after they are made. Genuine Oriental carpets do the same. In all of these rugs, thrift may be exercised by using yarn raveled from knit and crocheted articles. The yarn should be straightened before using if it is crinkly. Otherwise, an even pile is impossible to attain, and no rugs except those made to imitate some types of fur rugs should have anything but straight pile. Such fur effects can be gained in ravel knit pile, in which strips are 1 1/2 or 1 3/4 inches wide and are in natural wool tones. All Oriental pile should be straight. To take the kinks out of previously used yarn, wet it and wind it into a ball while damp. An even better method is to wind the yarn loosely over a thin board, such as a shingle, for the strands will be kept taut and straight as they dry. In all the various pile rugs described, however excellent each may be, there is none that has the prestige in rugcraft that belongs to Turkey carpets, for in them the gord's knot is actually fashioned through canvas. Notwithstanding all the centuries that have passed since this stitch was evolved, it alone remains the perfect reproduction of Oriental pile knot in embroidery. It has come into its own again with the revival of interest in all types of handmade rugs. With it, choice replicas of knot-tied rugs can be made at home. Their cost need be no barrier, as has been demonstrated. Rugs of Turkey work are for the finest rooms of a house, however spacious it may be, or however handsomely furnished, for by right of beauty of craftsmanship, they belong with genuine Oriental carpets. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia and Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Rugs of cross-stitch or Phrygian work. Chapter 11 references color plate 21, which may be viewed in the online version of this book. To connect so modern a thing as cross-stitch with the twilight history of a prehistoric people is indeed strange, but to have reason for belief that the identical stitch appeared in carpets of the ancient Phrygians and Cappadocians, probably as early as the 7th century B.C., over 2,500 years ago, is even more staggering. This is especially noteworthy in view of the fact that cross-stitch floor coverings, when made today, are considered in the light of novelty. According to research in the archaeological lore of carpets and rugs, the finding is grounded in fact. It appears that there are monuments and tombs of the Midas tomb variety, and chief among these, one with the mythical name of Midas inscribed on it, that present designs obviously copied from patterns employed on cloth and carpets. It is difficult to consider going back farther than the Phrygians if we credit the legend that they were the first people to inhabit the earth and the originators of language. Little as we can believe the tales, it is curiously true that excavations frequently corroborate incidental traditional details, and present-day events establish links of union with past ages. In the matter of the carpets, the sculptured patterns referred to and the heraldic designs are so unrelated to those employed by other of these remote peoples as to establish their identity as of Phrygian type. Moreover, today in certain regions that correspond geographically to this archaic section, there appear occasionally in peasant homes carpets having the same variety of geometrical design. Thus does contemporary home decoration verify archaeological investigation. The rug illustrated is a faithful copy of the frontal decoration of the Midas tomb, which is supposed not only to be a design taken from a carpet, but to represent in low relief, and as well as the material permitted, the fabric itself. It was customary, when persons were notable, to hang carpets before entranceways and on walls, and Midas was honored by having one simulated on this, his monument or tomb. It is considered not unlikely that the surface once was in colors, probably red, blue, white, and black, thus presenting an even more realistic representation of a textile. Today, no color is found on the Midas tomb, but on one known as the Delikli Tak, there are signs of polychrome treatment after the lapse of 30 centuries. If, when working the rug pattern given, the design be carried out in black against a background of earth red, the combination would approximate one of the early era. Or, again, old blue with black, or indigo blue with earth red would be true to type. These, or other old tapestry hues, should be employed, unless warm grays or neutral rock tones preserve in the textile the hewn stone semblance. But always the color contrasts should be pronounced to bring out the marvelous beauty and subtle intricacies of the pattern. Every stitch in this choice rug has been so carefully worked out that the design is as easy to follow as any other cross-stitch pattern. To the scale of 10 stitches to the linear inch in which it is developed, the finished rug measures 18 by 27 inches. On canvas 6, 7, or 8 stitches to the inch, the size is proportionately increased, while on the 4 stitches to the inch canvas, the rug becomes large without any increase of labor. The meander, the star formation of squares, and the cross are motifs immediately apparent. The lozenges are supposed to represent joists, though lozenges, squares, crosses, meanders, and all forms that ornament these sculptured fronts are of the kind the looms and the broiderers of Asia Minor produce at the present day on those justly prized carpets made in the provinces which answer to the Lydia and Phrygia of olden times. To revert again to the cross-stitch, though it would not have been used on carpets at its earliest invention, it is accepted as one of the stitches used in the embroidery of the hangings or curtains of the tabernacle described in Exodus chapter 28, 1491 BC. The Jewish stitchery came later than the Phrygian. That it is a stitch eminently suited to floor coverings is evidenced also by the Spanish 17th and 18th century and the colonial 18th and 19th century cross-stitch rugs and carpets. The name of the primeval city of Phrygia is still connected with cross and half-cross tent stitch, for in the language of classic stitchery it is known as Phrygian work. Since the Phrygians and Babylonians were the founders of embroidery, it is close to impossible to trace anything earlier. The stitch from the earliest era to the present day has remained identical, although called by varying names: point de maca, plaited Slav stitch, canvas work, Montenegrin cross stitch, etc. To know such terms aids in the adapting of designs to rugcraft, for, by whatever name called, whenever the stitch is a square cross stitch, the design in which it appears can be copied in rug making. It should, of course, be appropriate and the materials suitable, such as heavy yarns on cross-stitch or tapestry canvas. It is possible, though less easy, to adapt elongated cross-stitch, such as the Persian. Its shape requires special calculation on the part of the rug maker. The size of a rug or carpet, in either case, depends on the size of the pattern employed, as well as the size of the canvas weave and number of repeats in the pattern. It is by means of repeating a design that a rug can readily be made to suit the floor space for which it is intended. Apart from the classical considerations of carpets and cross-stitch, it should be emphasized that the work is eminently suited to the embroidering of rugs today. The stitch is of double thickness, as the name implies. The understitch acts as a padding for the upper, on which the footfalls come, thus relieving the wear and tear to a marked degree. It was because of the extra durability of the work that cross-stitch was used on kneeling cushions for churches, thereby being confused with the regulation cushion stitch, which is similar to cross-stitch. When taking designs from Oriental rugs, there need be little variation. In the Eastern hand weaving, there are slight discrepancies, as the depth of a stitch is a trifle less than its width, but this in no wise interferes with the copying of the work, stitch by stitch, in the square mesh of the cross-stitch. One of the notable advantages in cross-stitch rugcraft is its diversity. Rugs with the flavor of genuine carpets of the Orient are not the only ones that lend themselves to the technique of the embroidery. Floral rugs can be realistically presented, in which the flat surface may be varied by introducing some one of the several raised or pile embroidery stitches, with or without shirred loops. To get such an embossed effect in some of the old cross-stitch rugs of this country, Rug makers, puzzled about this technique, resorted to pulling strands of yarn through the interstices of the canvas previously embroidered, allowing the ends to project slightly. Among these early American floor coverings, treasured in museums and private collections, are to be found cross-stitch carpets, hall and stair runners, and rugs. One carpet, Plate 21, in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, was made about 1800 by the wife and daughters of Judge Pliny Moore for their family mansion in Champlain, New York. The stair carpet to match is in the possession of Mrs. Robert Suter of Boston, a great-granddaughter. The set of floor coverings for drawing room, hall, and stairs remained in use for generations, for Mrs. Suter can remember running down the stairs and over the carpets when she was a little girl visiting her grandmother. The history of the making of these carpets is interesting. It took 4 years to complete the embroidery on the set. The widths of linen foundation are completely covered in cross-stitchery. Owing to the inherent precision of cross-stitch and the careful planning of the design with its Greek fret border, the pattern comes together without discrepancies when the widths are sewed together like breadths of carpet loom woven. All the materials were homemade. The wool used in the embroidery was from sheep raised on the estate. It was home-dyed in tones varying from a rich cream to a mellow, dark wood brown, the dyes being brewed from the roots and barks of trees on the place. The linen foundation was from flax grown and harvested in the fields, and spun and woven into cloth by the family. This work was always done in colonial days by the gentlefolk of this country, just as much as the embroidery. In England and Europe, the latter was the chief accomplishment of ladies of the court, under whose expert skill the stitchery held its place in the realms of art. It was fancy work, as distinguished from plain sewing. In America also, embroidery has always been done by women in their leisure moments. Though on pleasure she was bent, she had a frugal mind, may well be said of every artistic woman who, in the pioneer days of this country, turned her skill in needlecraft to the making of floor coverings. Today, there is no more practical nor beautiful form of this applied stitchery than cross-stitch carpets, runners, and rugs. The fact that the cross-stitch carpets in question, after having served as floor coverings for years, are still in excellent condition and quite ready for further use, should it be required of them, bears witness to the durability of cross-stitch carpets made on stout foundations with a stitch that is not too coarse. Even the fact that parlors were rooms of state seldom lived in, that back entrances and stairways were used in preference to front halls and front stairs, does not discredit this evidence. A floor covering that can withstand the tread of hard leather soles and stiff heels has an enduring quality. Oriental carpets never have to stand such usage in their native lands. It is only with unshod or slippered feet that the Orientals walk on their exquisite handmade rugs. It takes the Occidental to treat floor coverings in this harsh manner. Fortunately, cross-stitch carpets have the needed durability to a marked degree. In reference to the foundation fabrics best suited to cross-stitch rug making, there still is nothing equal to a hand-woven linen. However, this is now difficult to get, as well as expensive to buy. One of the best modern fabrics is Aida canvas, known sometimes and in some localities abroad as Java canvas. It is a particularly strong weave, stiffened canvas made of several strands of warp and weft between the holes. Ordinary canvas, variously known as tapestry and cross-stitch canvas, does not have as many strands of warp and weft, and is not quite as desirable because of this looseness of weave, though it is often used. In this, there comes an extra coarse weave, brought out especially for modern rug making. It has but 4 holes to the inch. On it, the heaviest rug yarns are needed, or their equivalent in those not quite so coarse. Cross-stitch wrought on counted threads was done in some of the colonial rugs on burlap instead of linen. It is true of this jute material that when used as the filling in certain Oriental rugs, durability is sacrificed to low cost. The ancients who made cross-stitch carpets used linen foundations, and the colonial rug makers used it also for this stitchery. The embroidered carpets are choice and deserve foundations that will be as enduring as the stitchery. It is for this reason that Aida canvas is advised. Jersey cloth and other knit-woven fabrics can be cut in 3/8-inch bias strips and be used in place of yarn on the wide-spaced canvas. Also, it is possible to use other soft weaves of cloth, cut in such widths as can be drawn easily through the spaces and conceal the foundation when the stitchery is complete. Whatever the working medium, when used on ordinary canvas, it must hide the goods. But in the more decorative varieties, such as Aida canvas, the field of the rug may be exposed, and a border with a medallion center complete the embroidery. The field may have corner pieces as well as the medallion, as is customary in Oriental rugs, or the field may have smaller motifs scattered over the surface. As will be seen, the amount of stitchery may vary, and therefore it is possible to make a cross-stitch rug in an amazingly short time, and in as thrifty a way as any thrift rug. A blunt, cruel needle with an eye sufficiently large to take the medium should be used, or a bodkin may be substituted if strips of fabric are used. Since cross-stitch is one of the earliest embroidery stitches and has remained popular throughout the centuries, to describe its method seems futile. Yet there are certain little quirks that must be given attention if perfection is attained. To know them, the rug maker has to be thoroughly acquainted with the method of making cross stitches. For one thing, the stitches when embroidered consecutively should be made in pairs, or else in 2 journeys. Each stitch occupies a square surface of a foundation fabric and is comprised of 2 slanting stitches crossing exactly in the center. To make, bring up the threaded needle through the lower left-hand hole, down at upper right, up at lower right, down at upper left, completing 1 stitch. The next one is taken in reverse order, up at upper left, down at lower right, up at upper right, and down in lower left, thus completing the 2nd stitch, leaving the needle ready to start work again, as in the 1st stitch. The back of the work shows a meander, the right side the cross stitches. Not only is this the easiest way to work, when each stitch is completed as the work progresses, but not a bit of yarn or other medium is wasted. Isolated cross stitches are made in a similar way. Grounding, that is, stitches taken on a background, is best made by working all stitches in one direction at one time or in one journey across the goods, and those crossing them in a second journey. This is the quickest way to work long rows of one color. Throughout all the work, whether in grounding or design, all under stitches must go in the same direction, and all upper cross stitches also in parallel rows. Exquisite patterns have been marred to the eye of the expert by stitches embroidered regardless of this precision of direction. The worker evidently assumed that as the stitchery is geometrically square, its direction of lines was of no consequence. But like the nap of cloth, they must run the same way, or blemishes are readily apparent. In Rugcraft, the work is heavy and coarse rather than fine and minute, and so blemishes stand out distinctly. Fortunately, the right way is the easy and economical one, and the stitch itself one of the easiest ever devised. A cross-stitch rug requires a lining, and if an interlining also is added, the rug will last longer and be more luxuriously soft. Canton flannel or double-faced dommet cloth is excellent for the interlining, and denim for the lining. Burlap does not last as long as the rug. This I have found by experience. When the embroidery on the rug has been completed, lay a damp cloth over the wrong side of the embroidered surface and press, having a soft cloth over the ironing board under the stitchery. When absolutely dry, put the interlining in so that it comes to the edges without being turned in, and baste securely. It is well to tack it with stitches invisible on the right side of the rug. Turn the unworked edges of the rug back over the interlining, and then put on the lining and baste it along the edges, leaving sufficient space to turn back a hem in the lining. Fell the hem along the edge. If fringe finishes the two ends, make it directly in the rug foundation through the holes close to where the embroidery stops. Use 6 or 7 strands of ordinary 3-ply yarn or its equivalent. Turn in the hem close to the fringe, which will then extend beyond the rug. The fringe should be made after the embroidery is completed and before the rug is pressed or lined. In turning from the details of technique in cross-stitch floor coverings to individual types of rugs, we find 3 deserving special attention, besides the Midas rug previously described. They are the silhouette and figurine rug, the Assisi rug, and the map rug. Silhouette and figurine rugs. The modern silhouette rug takes its name from the type of design, which may be portrait or figurine delineation. No aid to portrayal can be supplied other than that of the edges of one color against the background of different hue. So decidedly must colors accent each other that a definite impression of the shape and substance of natural objects, rather than geometric motifs, is conveyed. Black against white or cream is the regulation silhouette combination, and it is apt to appear in silhouette rugs. But color schemes to match or harmonize with the color scheme of a room are excellent, provided they permit the necessary sharp contrast to bring out the pictorial quality. In figurine rugs, more latitude is permissible if the rug maker chooses to introduce color harmonies. The shades must be flat colors with no attempt to indicate shading. A costume may be in one color with bands of a contrasting hue. Posies may grow on green stalks. Color must be in masses, as is consistent with the character of silhouettes. The background stitchery must throw the silhouettes into relief. Silhouette and figurine rugs are sometimes wrought in other types of stitchery than cross-stitch. It is quite possible to make attractive hooked, knit, crocheted, etc. silhouette rugs, provided the work progresses by counted threads or stitches. It is only thus that the required precision of delineation is accomplished. Just as a painting calls for a frame to set it off to best advantage, so do these fabric silhouette rugs require some sort of frame to carry them to satisfying completion. This frame does not have to be anything more substantial than the rug border, which serves the purpose admirably. And because these rugs have such compelling pictorial quality, they appear as fitting for wall decoration as floor covering. This is reversing the order of the earliest rugs, which were wall decorations prior to being placed on the floor. The Assisi rug. The Assisi rug is a distinctly modern floor covering, employing 2 stitches which combine in a positive or worked background and a negative or unworked design to make a zizi work. It is so named from the Italian city where it is chiefly embroidered. The patterns, done on counted threads, are invariably angular. The stitchery is extremely simple, comprising cross-stitch and stroke stitch, both of which work up with amazing rapidity. Assisi work is classic in style and workmanship. Cross-stitch is the main stitch and is used for the grounding, leaving the design in fabric silhouette. To further bring out the pattern, outlines and lines accenting it are worked in the two-sided stroke stitch, or Holbein stitch, which is alike on both sides. The reverse side of the cross-stitch shows rows of parallel lines of short stitches exactly joining. This result is easy to accomplish if all the stitches of the first journey of one row are done in half cross stitch, tent stitch, and then all the stitches forming the oblique crosses are done in a second journey, in which the needle always is put into the identical stitch holes of the first journey. This brings the threads crossing on top and above one another on the wrong side. When several rows of the Assisi work are completed, the reverse side shows straight, parallel lines. The medium is never so coarse that the foundation is hidden completely, even in worked portions. This is a distinct feature of Assisi work. The two-sided stroke stitch, Holbein stitch, is also done in two journeys, so spaced that a broken line appears at first, each stitch being separated by its own length from those next it. In the second journey, by reversing the order of stitches, all spaces are filled and the line is consecutive. The needle must be put into the identical holes made by it in the first line of work. Holbein stitch is named from the artist in whose pictures the embroidery is often delineated. It was a popular stitch in his time, being an outline stitch taken with the weave either horizontally or vertically, with angular turnings embroidered as described. Often at the termination of a line, slanted or a Y-shaped stitch is found. It lends additional decoration and is made in the same way as a straight one, but diagonally across the weave. All the stitchery in Assisi work is apt to be in one color, though the stroke stitch, forming outlines and accents, may be in black or some dark contrasting tone. Old blue, Italian red, black, and sage green are favorite hues for the cross-stitch grounding. The foundation should be a straight weave foundation in which warp and weft cross at right angles with the precision of cross-stitch canvas. Aida canvas is excellent in a neutral shade of ecru. In Italy, linen would be used. Therefore, an extra heavy, round thread linen in natural color would be in perfect accord. Monk's cloth and even a high grade of burlap are both acceptable. The Aida canvas has the advantage of the stiffness of a cross-stitch foundation, and also its holes. Whatever the fabric, it should be good-looking, for it is exposed through the stitchery, and the entire field is generally minus embroidery, the pattern consisting then of a deep border only. When the stitchery is completed, line and interline the rug. Fell the lining down close to the turned-in edges of the rug, or bind the edges with a carpet binding in the same colors, or a wide, plain-toned linen tape. No fringe is needed, but if used, it should be short and of the same medium as the cross-stitchery. A fringe of small tassels made of the embroidery medium is a consistent and attractive finish for rug ends. Assisi rugs are recommended for their artistry as much as their simplicity of stitchery, and the rapidity with which they are made, all of which characteristics are appealing to the modern rug maker. The map rug. Though there are map samplers, the map rug is unique. However, Maps have been used for decorative purposes for centuries, and there is a distinct element of consistency in using them as floor coverings when treated simply. The most exquisite example of a map as a motif in textiles is instanced in the cashmere shawl made for the Prince of Wales collection in India when, as Albert Edward, Prince of Wales, the late King Edward VII, visited this remote portion of the British Empire in 1875 to 76. The map pictures Srinagar, the capital of Kashmir, on the banks of a river. Ships are on the blue water. Flowers make gardens gay. Trees spread their branches. Houses are clearly seen, and persons walk about. The stitchery portrays in colors each minute detail as exquisitely as if the scenic map were an ancient colored print. The parallel of this shawl to a rug is a genuine one, since the word shawl comes from the Sanskrit sala, signifying a floor, a room, and was so named because shawls were first used in the interchangeable capacity of carpets, hangings, and coverlets. There is something eminently appropriate about using a fabric map for a floor covering. Its position underfoot is in keeping, and on it, as on the magic carpet of Persia, one can be transported in an instant over great spaces with but a single step. It is important to work out cross-stitch map rugs in the same quaint way that old map samplers were developed. Unlike the silhouette rug, outlines should be soft against backgrounds, and colors throughout should be subdued. However modern in geographical accuracy the rug may be, it should be antiqued in color. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joanne Turner. Hooked Rugs. Part 1, Origin and Development. Part 1 includes color plates 15 and 16, which may be viewed in the online version of the book. Hooked rugs are folk craft floor coverings of distinct individuality, conceded to be of American origin. They appeal to the rug maker because of their decorative value and their durability. They lure collectors by their quaintness, the historic period they represent in American floor coverings, the ingenuity of patterns developed in so commonplace a medium as rags, the charm of color to be found in choice antiques, mellowed by time, and the intriguing stitchery, the origin of which has baffled the research worker and has been variously attributed to many picturesque sources, more interesting than accurate, since nothing could be more consistent than its development from tambour stitch, later to be traced. The grounds for believing hooked rugs of American invention, either from the section of the United States designated as New England, or from the more northern portion of North America known as Nova Scotia, are based upon investigation, which so far has revealed no records of the work that indicate antecedents in other parts of the globe. It is true that in England, what is known as string work, see Chapter 21, was employed in rugcraft, certainly at the same time, and probably before hooked rugs were made in America. But this work, while similar in effect, as is the punch loop rug work of today, is not identical in craftsmanship. Though hooked rugs are of comparatively recent invention, the stitchery has its origin in the ancient East Indian tambour work, sometimes called Indian chain stitch. In this, as in hooked work, the foundation has to be held in a frame, and the tool is a hook. The stitch, as done in the Orient, is one of minute fineness, taken in precisely the same way as in what we are pleased to call hooked work, the sole exception being that, in most cases, the loops in rug work are not drawn through one another, but left upstanding. There are instances, however, in which the rugs have a link-fashioned pile. After each stitch, the medium is clipped, as in the Oriental knot pile carpet, thus releasing the looped ends, which become erect from the tied knot. This type of clipped stitchery succeeded that of the loop stitch. In most parts of the globe, tambour work has become an obsolete embroidery, though the stitch itself remains in modern chain stitch. It was in the zenith of its favor in America, however, being included in school curriculums and specifically named under extras when hooked rugs were purported to have been originated, and the naturalness of its adaptation to its new purpose will be made apparent. By the slight variation mentioned, the work took on a new terminology, sometimes being designated as drawn in, pulled in, or pegged, as well as hooked rug work, the last name surviving. Of recent years, it has been employed for the making of trimmings, bags, cushions, etc., and has been shorn of the word rug, establishing itself as a new craft, useful for many purposes under the category of hooked work. The frame, the tool, and the method of procedure correspond with tambour work so perfectly in hooked work that it is irrefutably tambour work, done in a coarse medium for rugs, requiring a greatly enlarged frame and a giant tambour needle or hook. There is no difference between a rug hook and a tambour hook, except in the size. The shank of each is fitted into a handle. The hook is pointed at the tip, which is not quite as deep as a crochet needle. The early makers of hooked rugs used to enlist the services of the village blacksmith to supply made-to-order rug hooks. He would file and refashion a huge hand-wrought nail into one and fit it into a handle, or bend the tip of a two-tined fork after removing one tine. Rug makers have been known to put a knob of sealing wax, in lieu of a handle, onto a nail so bent. No better description of the method of doing hooked rug work could be given than the directions for tambour work. Quote, "The thread is held between the finger and thumb of the left hand beneath the work. The hook is inserted with the right hand and drawn through a small loop. The needle, in drawing up each loop, is slightly twisted by a motion which has the effect of retaining the loop on the hook." Close quote. From Lady's Manual of Fancy Work by Mrs. Pullen. The foundation fabric, since it must be kept stretched, is fastened into a frame, whether the work be tambour or hooked stitchery. As both hands are employed at the same time in doing either work, the frame is as essential to one as to the other craft. In hooked rug work, the pressure of the stitches, one against the other, is sufficient to make them hold fast and produce a firm, uninterrupted surface of superimposed stitchery. In studying the evolution of stitchery, it will be found that the chain stitch of tambour work is the nucleus of another craft, namely crocheting, as well as of the stitch of the first sewing machine. We are indebted to the ingenuity of some clever woman, thoroughly acquainted with tambour embroidery, for the adaptation of the work to the making of rugs substantial, strong, and durable. It was she who skillfully transformed the ancient work into a new craft capable of using a coarse medium and of constructing the loop pile, which was then, 1755 to 1830, being introduced into loom carpets and featured in floor coverings of the better sort. This solution to the mystery of the origin and development of the stitchery of hooked rugs is offered only after a long and close study of handicraft and handmade rugs from both Orient and Occident. But in the rugs alone, no explanation appeared. Light was gained only through the assiduous study of stitchery as such, tracing its evolution from the crudest and earliest forms and through later developments of craft and textile. Such research supplies convincing evidence of what hooked rug work is and how it became a novel and separate craft. There is much controversy as to the time when the hooked rug made its initial appearance. The period of contention covers almost the entire 18th century and continues into the 19th. Some authorities put the date early in the 18th century, while others find little reason to believe that it was until the early years of the subsequent century. Proof for the first assumption would appear to be found in one rug, apparently bearing the date of 1784. The question arises, however, whether the numerals are merely consecutive figures, 1, 2, 3, 4, or constitute the date, 1784. The rug field is surrounded by an alphabet border in true sampler style. It was not unusual for samplers to furnish inspiration for such rugs. In sampler work, progressive numerals were commonly employed to fill out a vacancy at the completion of an alphabet not perfectly spaced. This fact lends weight to the opinion that these figures are so used, as otherwise there would be a vacancy in the rug border. The two middle figures could as readily be 2, 3 as 7, 8, and the two end figures would be identical in either event. Had the rug been developed in the precision of cross-stitch, no controversy could have arisen. Owing to the lack of exactness in hooked stitchery, there is opportunity for such doubts. One has only to compare the date and old-time numeral formation, 1784, with the figures 1, 2, 3, 4, to appreciate the similarity, and to see how easy it would be for a rug maker to develop the figures in hooked stitchery so that one would scarcely be distinguishable from the other. No less an authority than Homer Eaton Keyes, known to be well versed in rug lore as in all antiques, voices the consecutive numeral theory upon close examination of the rug. It must be admitted that the consensus of expert opinion is in favor of a much later date for the invention of the hooked rugs than would be wished by enthusiasts over these floor coverings. Those who investigate, however, must be swayed by evidence and be convinced by proof. George Francis Dow, curator of the Society for the Preservation of New England Antiquities, summarizes his investigations, founded on an exhaustive study of inventories, in the following statement, quote, "Never yet have I found a scrap of evidence to show that a hooked or braided rug was made in New England before 1800. On the other hand, I have no definite evidence to the contrary, and they may have existed. But I do know this, that when I was a small boy, even the country grocer had a stamped burlap the farmer's wife would buy and hook into patterns provided, and these are the rugs that are now sold as antiques. This I know absolutely, and when I say small boy, that means 1870. In another letter to me, he further writes, quote, "Such material may have been evolved and been in use before 1800, unquote, and also, quote, my opinion is that the considerable vogue of the hooked rug was after 1825, and in this, I think all assembled evidence will back me up," unquote. It would be difficult to learn from anyone who has done more extensive research work in this matter. Therefore, we may rest with the comfortable assurance that the early years of the 19th century are an approximate estimate of the correct date for the period when hooked rugs were established in American homes as noteworthy furnishings of sufficient merit and value to be tabulated in inventories and bequeathed to legatees. Whatever the exact date may be for the evolution of hooked rugs and their initial appearance among American floor coverings, It is certain they are indisputably an American type of rug. There is something rather appealing in the quaint appellation, early colonial tapestries of America. It conveys the pictorial element inherent in rare old tapestries, and at the same time couples it with the idea of a sturdiness of texture and a quality of folk craftsmanship that is notably characteristic of hooked rugs. Yet there are barriers to its use, for hooked rugs are not truthfully early colonial, and the medium of rags has no kinship with tapestry mediums, which often had precious metals inwoven with the wool yarn and silken strands. There is, moreover, a type of fine loom embroidery known as American tapestry. It was developed largely under the direction of Mrs. Candace Wheeler, who was also at one time keenly interested in colonial loom-woven rugs. Through her efforts, a community enterprise in this rug craft was undertaken and fostered for some time in the foothills of New York. But in this undertaking, as in all rug-making enterprises, no permanency could be established. Rug-making has ever prospered as a home craft of individuality. In connection with hooked rugs and their vogue, there are definite reasons why this kind of floor covering found favor in America. Foremost among them is the rigor of the climate in the sections where these floor coverings were evolved. The extra thickness of rugs supplied warmth that was welcome. It will be remembered that the origin of pile rugs in Central Asia is ascribed to this very source. See Industrial Arts of India, Sir George Birdwood. In American colonial houses, drafty and lacking in the comforts of central heating, the same reason prevailed. Hooked rugs provided comfortable protection against cold floors. The period when the hooked rug came into prominence was after the time when floors were sanded to soften the tread and, incidentally, to help polish the wide, planed boards. The designs traced on the sand no longer were needed to ornament the floors in most of the houses, for during the last part of the 18th century, woven carpets were very generally used in the average home. These were sometimes of heavy homespun, sometimes of rag carpeting, and in the homes of those accounted wealthy, carpets imported from Europe and England, and even from the Orient, adorned the rooms. In one of the old colonial records, there is mention of an importation of, quote, 36 yards of Bruxelles carpet with border, 36 pounds, close quote, approximately $180. It will be seen by this that the judge, whose wife so punctiliously made this entry in her account book, must have been one of the lords of the manor in the newly settled continent. We find an additional reason for the vogue of the hooked rug in that it supplied a loop pile floor covering similar to that in Brussels carpet, many designs from which were copied in hooked rugs, making them somewhat akin to the type that had been engrossing the attention of loom carpet weavers during the 18th century. It was an achievement to construct a handcraft loop pile carpet. To be able to do this with the rapidity of hooked work, and at no cost, since the medium was rags, quite evidently proved a stimulus to rug makers in the home. The amazing number of genuine old hooked rugs extant is proof of their popularity. To this legitimate quantity are added from time to time those artificially antiqued hooked rugs, against which the purchaser has to be on guard constantly. Some aids invoking the mellowing process of years in the space of a short time are by no means reprehensible as a finishing process for the rugs one makes for home use or for sale, provided no misrepresentation as to age is attempted. Rugs can be washed, faded by exposure to sun and rain, and dipped in a solution of weak tea or coffee without thereby injuring the fabric. Nor is such treatment unjustified as a means of making colors harmonize with those of a room where the rug is to be used, or to give them the aesthetic quality much sought. It is only an unwarranted trick of the trade when such measures are in the nature of doctoring to fraudulently raise the price of a new rug to that of an antique. When it is discovered that a rug has been treated, be it an oriental or a hooked rug, a prospective purchaser is immediately wary. There are few persons acquainted with rugs who cannot detect a doctored rug and tell it from one toned by time. Deleterious processes are used frequently in such treatment, apart from the simple methods described. By a careful selection of colors for a new rug, the home rug maker can save herself extra trouble. The charm of hooked rugs lies chiefly in their patterns, brought out in the fabric strands, for in them can be traced the undaunted spirit of the American pioneer, determined to wrest decorative beauty as well as practical floor coverings from rags, the one plentiful medium. The rugs were not the first textile floor coverings for their homes, but they were the first folk art handicraft carpets in which design played an appreciable part. In them, the rug makers had opportunity to display artistic creative ability and to show any latent faculty for freehand drawing and geometric designing. Inspiration was drawn from many sources and was active in adapting various motifs to the purpose. It is easy to trace many of the patterns to their starting point. Patchwork quilt designs are not infrequently found, and there can be little doubt but that it was from them that the simple geometric rug patterns sprang. The rug makers had been long accustomed to copying and creating quilt patterns, and it was merely putting these same ideas to another use. Saucers, plates, and bricks were the most usual objects to place on a foundation and arrange, after which a pencil or a bit of charred wood was drawn about them and the design appeared. A slender stick of burning wood thrust into water often supplied the charcoal, which was then sharpened to a pencil point. The straight weave of burlap or coarse homespun linen, when used for rug foundations, simplified the making of rectilinear designs, because by following threads in the weave and marking them off across the length and width, squares and blocks could form patterns such as the Washington and Philadelphia pavement, the log cabin, etc. Diagonal lines drawn from opposite corners of the foundation surface with lines parallel to each, drawn at regular intervals over the foundation, made diamonds. Indeed, many patterns were invented from nothing more than the geometric motifs variously combined. Some of the rules were told me by an old Nova Scotia rug maker when we were discussing the many hooked rugs on her floors. She considered the making of a hooked rug almost too simple to be worthy of comment, and something requiring no time at all to do. She explained that the methods given her for rug designing had been handed down from one generation to another from way back. The combination of colors she had used and the outlining of the motifs with single lines of black indicated what could be done to lend the artistic touch to simple patterns. A border of black outlined the rugs themselves. A quaint mosaic tile or Spanish tile rug has squares of two different colors in a checkerboard arrangement in the field, with rectangles for a border. In each square is a sprig of berries in soft tones. Another rug, done in squares, has a gray jaspe effect in all. The hooking is done in alternate directions, horizontal and vertical, and it is the very precise direction of the stitchery that supplies an interwoven decoration. Each square is outlined in dull blue, and in the centers little floral motifs are hooked in dull tones, as in the old-time pen wiper patchwork. The carpet-sized rug described was used for a number of years on the floor of the Women's City Club on Beacon Hill, Boston. In the room, once the huge kitchen of the mansion of early New England days, now used as a lounge. The open fireplace, with its series of Dutch ovens and wall closets unchanged, is featured in this room so quaintly carpeted. There is diversity of opinion as to whether the geometric hooked rug preceded or came after the floral. As no dated rug can supply evidence, conjecture fills in such a lapse. The facility with which geometric rugs can be designed is accepted as evident reason for their priority, but there are other determining factors. The temperament of the rug maker must be taken into consideration, and her power of delineation. There were then no rug designs ready stamped. These came much later. So when a rug was to be fashioned to fill some need, it depended upon her to create it. Her unhindered preference in design was the guide. Antique rugs indicate the freedom of choice. If she were a quilt maker, she would turn to designs typical of them. If she loved her flower garden, a floral pattern would result. Many times inspiration was found in the blossoms growing in profusion in some well-tended flower bed, or in the gay roses that clambered over the trellised doorways. In some of the early rugs there is genuine sentiment, but no sentimentality. The latter was left for hooked rug enthusiasts of subsequent generations to instill. Another source of inspiration for hooked rug patterns was found in Brussels carpets, with their simulated oriental patterns, also in the French Aubusson, Savonnerie, and Moquette floor coverings, with their pronounced designs of roses and floral sprays, scrolls, and ribbons so delicately colored in pastel shades, with just a soupçon of black to give the French zest. Many of the quaint floral hooked rugs are as much indebted to such carpet patterns and to those on other exquisite textiles as to the flowers that grew in the garden. Many hooked rugs have caught the very atmosphere that pervades fabrics and rugs from France. Oriental designs are not lacking in antique hooked rugs. The motifs, quite evidently, were taken from treasured Turkey carpets. These rugs give precedent for similar designs in modern hooked rugs, and it is such patterns that fit into present schemes of decoration when the flaunting floral and peasant-like geometric designs are out of place. When hooked rugs are used without discrimination on floors of rooms totally at variance with their type, they express a wordless embarrassment in the incongruous setting. But hooked rugs in oriental design and color, in fine craftsmanship, and with shirred loops of wool or yarn, are eminently suitable to the decoration of the day, in which oriental floor coverings are a pronounced feature. It is a mistake to overlook this variety of old-time hooked rug, for it is such rugs, more than any others, that are consistent with modern interiors. Among such rugs of distinction are those in which a family coat of arms is used for a central medallion. These floor coverings, although their significance is even more definite, are comparable to the coat of arms carpets of the Orient, in which the insignia of a country was wrought into the textile. Instances of such a use of the coat of arms is seen in certain old Chinese, Persian, and Kazakh rugs, and occasionally, though less frequently, in some Russian rugs, and in Turkey carpets also. There are sporadic instances in more modern times of coat of arms rugs bearing family insignia, so there is authority for these hooked rugs, which are intended especially for halls, libraries, and dens. One on which the seal of a college was wrought would be excellent in a student's room. They fit admirably into the decorative schemes of old manor houses of colonial architecture. They are by no means unsuited to surroundings that have an old world trend, as in certain Spanish, Old English, Normandy, etc. interiors. The insignia immediately sets a stamp of dignity. There is a tendency to ascribe pictorial rugs to a much later date than the geometric, floral, and oriental patterned rugs. Without refuting this in any way, it may be stated that pictorial embroideries in Europe were distinguished by just such needlework pictures, and the Moravian embroideries of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, also featured them during the era when hooked rugs were originated in America, making their use on folk craft floor coverings to be expected. In old hooked rugs, there is a fascination about the very crudity of the drawing, using the curious medium of rag strands to develop the scenic effects. Such rags bespeak an era in American rugs that is not to be overlooked, for a genuine element of peasant art crept in. The pictures are realistic. Frocks of girls and garb of men portray fashions in clothes. Landscapes tell of countrysides as they were. Houses are in the architecture of the period. Nothing is conventionalized, as in Oriental pictorial rugs. They are real pictures, with the floor for a background instead of a wall. Occasionally, hooked picture rugs are made today, but now they are done in fine mediums and are intended for hangings rather than carpets. They are oddities, yet when done by an artist have merit of draftsmanship, color, and construction. Nevertheless, the pictorial hooked rug has had its day, and revival of it is neither to be expected nor desired as a fashion, though there is a certain demand for reproductions of old types and smart period pictures. In the middle of the 19th century, animal rugs had a vogue. In these rugs, the creatures have the most distorted anatomy, because of which amusing feature they have a certain appeal. It can be for no actual beauty that they are treasured, but rather for their historic period value and the amusement they afford. Since hooked rugs permit a freehand drawing, which is held down by no restrictions of prescribed stitchery technique, the animals lack the formal treatment found in ancient embroideries and tapestries governed by counted threads and limitations of weave. They lose in appeal accordingly. The fashion for these rugs has gone, and if ever it does return, it is sincerely to be hoped that draftsmanship and textile designing will be brought into play. Of the antiques, it is often the crudest delineations that attract. They have the stamp of the genuine. The rug makers quite evidently strove to portray family pets to the best of their limited ability, and it is the weird attempts at realism that are arresting. Marine rugs are a type of pictorial floor covering now enjoying a renaissance. Once intended for the cabins of masters of ships, today they are the delight also of those landlubbers who love the spread of sail, the arrogant poise of the prow, the waves, and the sky, all of which lend themselves admirably to pictorial purposes. These rugs fit into seaside cottages, boys' and men's rooms informally treated, lake, shore, and riverside homes, as well as into rooms of old-fashioned colonial decoration. The scope of hooked design is too comprehensive for anything like a complete description in one chapter. There were sampler, map, and motto rugs, good luck and welcome rugs, also rugs on which birds and feathered fowl disported themselves. And there were cut-out scroll rugs, in which the edges conformed to irregularities of the design, and also semicircle, round, and elliptical doormats. It is quite possible that old millstones are responsible for the shape of the semicircular mat. It was made in 2 parts of like contour. Such stones are prized today for doorsteps to farmhouses and summer homes in the country. The old rugs were not devoid of eccentricities of technique. The embossed rug, in which motifs were found in low relief against a background, found favor. These were similar to the carved Chinese rugs, in the workmanship of which those Orientals excel. The reserve evidenced there was not, and is not, maintained in the hooked rug. Some of the latter have the patterns so raised from the background as to make them unfit for floor coverings. An even surface has ever been more satisfactory, for on such rugs, furniture is not wobbly, and there is not the danger of a stumbling or unsteady tread. It is impossible, however, not to admire some of these embossed rugs when developed with the masterly skill of a competent and artistic craftsman, just as it is impossible not to deplore the bungling attempts of the inartistic. In the fine embossed floral rugs, the sense of proportion is acutely displayed, the shirring being so deftly done that designs appear to be higher than they really are. Attention is caught by the simplicity of detail, accented just enough by the slight added height to create an atmosphere of charm and suggest the beauty found in some quaint, old-fashioned garden. In tracing the various stages of design and the influences brought to bear on them in hooked rugcraft, the place occupied by Godey's Ladies' Book is unique. Without ever mentioning hooked rugs, so far as a careful search has revealed, this magazine still had a decided influence on rug patterns. It did bring out designs and patterns of the time, and it is a bit puzzling to understand just why hooked rugs were neglected, since the magazine made its initial appearance in 1829, an era when hooked rugs were flourishing. There seems to be an implication that these rugs were too much a folk art and not sufficiently elegant to be noticed in so exclusive and fastidious a publication. Nevertheless, by consulting the files and comparing patterns presented therein with hooked rug patterns, both in geometric figures and figures of personal fashion, the part the magazine played in trends of rug design is immediately perceived. Identical designs were frequently wrested from other intended purposes and put to excellent use by the Homecraft rug maker. Two such patterns are presented here from the Ladies' Book, being especially well suited to modern hooked rugcraft. The motifs used in combination are shown by the side of one pattern. These should be cut from folded paper in the sizes desired. An entire set should be cut and assembled to ensure perfect fitting together of the motifs. Then, one or more sets should be cut from cardboard and arranged on the rug foundation. Each motif should be drawn about to leave its outline imprinted in the correct place. Cover the field of the rug with the geometric figures and enclose with a plain band for an outer border. By hooking the outlines in black and filling in the spaces with color in aesthetic harmony, the effect in some instances will suggest the rich beauty of tessellation found in stained glass windows. Another method of transferring these patterns to rug foundations is to cut a stencil pattern of 1/4 of the rug and stencil this in 4 repeats, allowing for the plain border or including it in the stencil pattern. When the rug is for a bathroom or chamber, cotton is a good medium, as cotton rugs wash well. Loops should not be sheared, for cotton does not felt, and also because the sheared cotton pile does not withstand laundering as well as the looped. The designs per se, however, lend themselves as admirably to woolen rugs as cotton. In wool rugs, the pile would be apt to be sheared. It is a question whether any hooked rug originally had the pile cut. It may be that after use, the rug colors lost their freshness, and to restore them to their pristine clearness, the rug maker resorted to snipping off the tops of the loops. This would bring a new strata of the textile to the light. There are 2 outstanding reasons for the soundness of the theory of the uncut preceding the cut pile. The stitchery from which the hooked work evolved was of loop formation, and the loop pile was in vogue at the time when hooked rugs sprang into existence, and part of the object of such rugs was to create the impression of loom-woven floor coverings. On the other hand, The fact that those who wanted to simulate Turkey carpets would shear the loops cannot be disregarded. The knot carpet had been made in Europe as well as in Asia, and this invariably has the cut pile. In power loom carpets, it was possible to get a splendid surface of uncut pile. It had the appeal of novelty, as well as suitability, and became a vogue partly for this reason, also partly because of the exigencies of carpet machinery. It must be remembered that machine-made floor coverings were the things to have at that time. Their popularity so threatened handmade carpets that it was thought they would be driven out of existence. But time can be relied upon to prove the stability of a product. And so today, the handmade rugs, whether made in the Orient or Occident, are more in demand than before. The tables are reversed. Today, it is the pride of carpet manufacturers to make perfect reproductions of handmade carpets, rather than of rug makers to attempt machine effects in handicraft rugs. End of section 12. Part 2 of Chapter 12 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Equipment and Construction. The equipment for hooked rugcraft consists of a rug frame, a rug hook, a patterned foundation, and working medium. To this, it is advisable to add a pair of shears with curved tips or with blades on a lower level than the handles, which are bent at angles to give the desired shape. These types are used by Oriental rug makers. Those with curved tips are also known as surgical shears. Prices of these types of scissors are not more than those of regulation shears of like grade. Of the several types of rug frames, the most convenient are those with collapsible standards, for they do away with the necessity of fixing chairbacks or sawhorses for frame rests. The collapsible standard frames belong to the type of furniture called tuckaway, which can be folded flat and put behind doors or in closets without occupying any appreciable space. Prices for these frames vary according to models and grades of materials used in construction. As they can be had as low as frames minus standards, the price is no barrier. A simple frame that anyone can make consists of 4 strips of 7/8 or 1-inch boards, 2 inches wide. 2 of the strips should be 40 or 50 inches long. These are called carriers because they come at top and bottom of the frame and hold or carry the rug, which, if too long to be entirely exposed, is wound about one or the other, as the rug maker prefers, while the part exposed is worked. Afterward, the rug is readjusted by rolling the worked part about the other carrier and positioning an unworked portion. The 2 shorter strips are called stretchers. They are 18 or 20 inches long and are side pieces, holding the frame extended. 4 large metal clamps, obtainable at any hardware store for a few cents each, are needed to fasten corners of the frame securely at right angles. There are finer frames with mortised carriers, through which are run spreaders having at each end 6 or more auger holes bored at distances of 1/2 to 1 inch apart. Pegs, fitted into corresponding holes in the spreaders after the frame is put together, hold strips at perfect right angles. Another model of frame has a stationary peg 1 or 1 1/2 inches from each end of the spreaders. Auger holes in carriers are fitted over the pegs when the frame is set up, and a shutter or latch holds them firmly in place. Both of these rug frames are excellent and can also be made at home, though not quite as easily as the first. To ensure straight rugs, it is imperative that corners be at absolute right angles when frames are squared. 3 types of rug hooks are in common use, and a 4th, which is a mechanical substitute called a punch hook, although in reality a needle. A rug maker should choose the kind best suited to her hand and method of work. The metal should be well tempered and the wooden handles smooth. One model is straight, another has an angular shank, while the shank of a third is curved. Besides the regulation shapes of handles, one comes broad, curved, and flattened at the top like a doorknob. The straight shank is short. When in use, the handle is grasped with the right hand in such a way that the top fits into the palm of the hand. The straight hook is held with the thumb and fingers of the right hand. Both this and the hook just described are held vertically over a rug when the hook is pushed through the foundation, but by a twist of the wrist are turned at an angle when a loop is drawn through the fabric. The handle of the bent hook is encircled with the thumb and fingers of the right hand held palm down and almost parallel with the foundation during the hooking. The hook is pushed through the foundation by turning the hand toward the thumb and is raised after the loop has been caught by turning the hand from the wrist back toward the little finger. The shapes of hooks themselves vary. The usual one has a rather shallow croche and quite pointed tip. It comes in 2 or more sizes for coarse and fine mediums. A rug crochet hook is precisely like a regulation crochet hook made of steel. The shank is fitted into a wooden handle. It is made to supply a demand of rug makers who prefer a crochet needle to a rug hook for the craft. For some mediums, the number 10 aluminum or metal composition crochet hook is admirably suited to hooked rug craft. Such a hook does not pierce the strands of a foundation textile, nor separate filaments of mediums, however lightly twisted, such as rope jute, roving, etc. The immense popularity of hooked rugs is responsible for the invention of a mechanical device for producing the looped pile. The punch hook is the name of the tool, but it is a misnomer to call it a hook, as it has none, a variety of needle taking its place. Rugs made with the punch needle, however good they may be, are therefore mechanical replicas, not genuine hooked rugs, though they have the same loop structure. The punch needle comes in many forms, but in each the principle is the same: the automatic mechanical feeding of the medium through the threaded tool into the fabric. Primarily, this was all that the needle did, but almost immediately a gauge was added whereby, with no other care on the part of the rug maker than the initial one of fastening the stitch regulator to suit the height of the loop determined upon, the stitches would be automatically of the same size and the pile unvariable. As will be seen, the sole remaining handicraft element left for the rug maker to instill into her work is the spacing and direction of the stitchery. The work lacks the individuality of genuine handicraft products, those slight idiosyncrasies and discrepancies that are the proof and charm of handmade articles. The technique of the punch needle differs from that of the rug hook in that with the former, work is done on the wrong side, and with the latter on the right. The pattern to be done is uppermost, but the tool pushes the loops through, and they remain on the underside, which becomes the right side. The value of the punch needle lies in the rapidity with which the work can be accomplished. This is a point that cannot be overlooked in modern times, when speed is a force and effect an object. Cost does not enter into the consideration, as the punch loop rug costs as much as the others to make. The punch needle has its excellent uses, however, in reproducing rugs where the mechanical precision of stitchery is an asset. It is well employed, therefore, in the making of floor coverings simulating cut pile loop carpets, such as moquette. These can be fashioned in rug sizes with both pile and pattern closely resembling the genuine, when yarn is the medium. Distinctly modern rugs, suited to up-to-date interiors, are easily possible to make. The foundation of any hooked rug is of prime importance, since the life of the rug is dependent upon the durability of this fabric. A heavy homespun linen is best and is found in many antiques. Today, it is considered too costly. A rather coarse, not too closely woven, machine-made linen is a good second choice, but burlap is the most usual and has been from the first. It has the necessary straight weave, while the loose texture permits the crowding of stitches without straining the textile nor tiring the hand when hooking through it. The regularity of the weave facilitates laying of patterns. Suitable mediums are numerous, such as rags, rug yarn, and ordinary yarn in 2 or more strands, roving, jute, rope or 3-ply, candle wicking, chenille, carpet raveling, raveled out knit or crocheted woolen garments, sweaters, scarves, etc., stockings, jersey cloth, etc. The chief one is fabric, and bears the commonplace and inadequate name of rags. But if these are thought of as worn fragments of old clothes, we must revise our conception of what rug rags are, lest threadbare pieces of material be used in which the wearing quality is gone. Rugs made from such textiles have little or no durability. In the lore of rugs, the word rag means either new stock or the strong and good parts of garments discarded because they no longer fulfill their purpose as wearing apparel. The reason for so considering them may be that the garments are out of style, faded, worn in some places only, while strong in others. Or it may be that the wearer has tired of them after their serving well for a sufficiently long time. Or the goods may be in faded or spotted pieces, not fit for other use, as in rug strands. These blemishes are no barrier to rug making, for faded goods appear mellowed and spots give a stippled effect. Remnants of cloth already on hand, new cloth bought expressly for the rug craft, and selvages procured by the pound from mills are today frequently used. Indeed, there is a growing tendency to buy mediums. Correct amounts can be obtained in just the right colors without having to resort to the dye pot, and strips can be rapidly torn in lengths suitable for the work. In olden times, when rug makers spun the yarn for weaving and home dyeing was a necessity, the first use of the textiles was for far different articles than floor coverings made of torn strips of cloth. To put new cloth into rugs was an unindulged extravagance, and hooked rugs were distinctly thrifty floor coverings. But it cannot be denied that homemakers realized that carpets as well as clothes were essential to comfort, and many garments would have proved wearable longer if women did not have an eye to their excellence in rugs. Today, hooked rugs are thriftily made of discarded garments, or made of new cloth economically bought, or of mediums other than textiles, but they come under the category of rag rugs. There is a quaint charm about the term that suits the craft of the early American colonists, and it is this that one is loath to forfeit even an idea, although mediums sometimes are as fine as specially made all-wool rug yarns. The present vogue for hooked rugs has brought out so many stamped burlap patterns that there is a tendency to use them rather than to create individual designs. It was so in the vogue of 1870, which accounts for crudity in many antiques of that era. This tendency is unfortunate, as it robs the floor coverings of distinction and the rug maker of an essential interest in her work, that of creating beauty. The first hooked rug makers designed as well as executed. Apart from the patterns which are drawn freehand or made by copying or tracing about such commonplace objects as compasses, bricks, plates, baskets, flowers, etc., other patterns can be adapted, and designs created from simple motifs. This is so easy to do that anyone with any artistic ability whatsoever can have success by following directions that are given. Oriental motifs can be traced from rugs, or first taken off by counted stitches on drafting paper ruled in squares, as for cross-stitch. These motifs can be cut from cardboard and arranged on a rug field. A few motifs scattered over a field and surrounded by one or more borders, all done in oriental colors, will make an attractive rug. Caucasian and Chinese rugs are particularly good types to simulate, as their motifs are bold and easy to copy. Large diamonds can be arranged on a field, see Mosaic rug designs, and a few oriental motifs can be enclosed in each, with the field outside left in plain color. For borders, use 2 or more simple border motifs, hooked in different colors on a plain background, and edge each border with a line of contrasting color. Excellent results will be gained, always providing color schemes are oriental. These rugs are stressed because of their adaptability to modern schemes of interior decoration. Patterns can be squared off, enlarged, and copied from book covers, rug designs, pictures, etc., as a copying artist squares off a painting. The rug foundation is divided by horizontal and vertical lines into square sections, each one corresponding to a like division that may or may not be visibly measured on the surface being copied. If the original cannot be marked off, cover it with tracing paper and square that. In each section of the rug foundation, draw the outline that occupies the same section in the picture. This is one of the simplest methods of copying, whereby enlarging can be done accurately and simultaneously with the first drawing. It has only to be tried to prove its efficacy. Folded patterns or motifs can be used today as acceptably as by old-time hooked rug designers. This method is one of the oldest known to rugcraft. See Chapter 17, Old Patchwork for New Rugs. After opening out the motifs, cut duplicates from cardboard and arrange them on the foundation fabric. Trace around them with a soft pencil, a crayon, or a paintbrush dipped in India ink, liquid bluing, or any stain. Arrange in design form and enclose the field with 1 or more borders. 1/4 of a pattern can be designed and a stencil cut from it where duplication of sections is desirable. This method can be employed when designing rugs in some of the other crafts. A little experimenting and drafting one's own patterns will give the needed skill. Certainly, if in olden times rug makers were venturesome enough to create their own patterns, modern rug makers should not be more timid. If the result is not satisfactory in the first instance, reverse the foundation fabric and make a new design. An added interest centers in rugcraft when both design and workmanship are by the rug maker. When the rug pattern has been developed and outlined on the foundation, it must be fastened into the rug frame before the process of hooking can be begun. There are 3 methods of securing a foundation to a frame. Each is given in detail for the rug maker's choice. It can be tacked in, sewed in, or lashed in, after being bound, hemmed, or overcast. The pattern may completely cover the foundation or occupy but a portion of it only, as in oval, semicircular, round, half-oval rugs, or those with irregular edges, as instanced in some scroll patterns. A frame requires no special preparation when the foundation is to be tacked to it. Use substantial thumbtacks, or short tacks with flat rather than large heads, easily removed with a tack lifter, and do not put them in close together. The foundation textile, turned in along the edge for extra strength, must extend beyond the pattern far enough for the hooking to be done to the line of the rug. It is impossible to take the stitches through the fabric on a line touching the frame. When a foundation is to be sewed to a frame, it is necessary to nail the edges of a fold of ticking, or 1 edge of carpet binding to each carrier strip. The binding must extend over the inner edge of the frame. If the foundation is not hemmed or bound along the line of the rug, but has some goods extending beyond it, The foundation may overlap the strips and be held to them with running stitches. The pattern on the foundation must not be so close to the textile on the frame that the latter would interfere with the hooked stitchery. If the rug is hemmed or otherwise finished on a line with the pattern, then it must be sewed to the binding on the frame with stitches long enough to allow some space between the binding and the rug foundation. A faggoting stitch is used. In this way, the hooking is kept free from the textile nailed to the frame. If a foundation is lashed to a frame, each strip of wood is wound with carpet binding or strips of stout cloth that does not fray. The binding must not interfere with auger holes or pegs. The foundation, when lashed in, does not touch the frame, but is kept sufficiently far from it by the long faggoting stitches to permit hooking to be done along the very edge of the foundation. Therefore, rugs so fastened to a frame are generally finished along the edge of the rug. Stitches are taken first at rug corners, securing them in position. Then from one corner, with a large needle, threaded with very coarse cotton or carpet thread doubled, the foundation is caught with a short stitch. The thread is then run in a slightly diagonal direction over the frame and through the foundation. This process is continued from corner to corner. The taut thread presses against the wound frame, and stitches are held securely. A favored method of fastening rugs to frames is to secure the top and bottom of the foundation, however finished, to the carriers. Then the stretchers are put in position and fastened at exact right angles. If the rug is longer than the stretchers, the foundation is rolled about the top or bottom carrier until it is short enough to be stretched smooth and even when the stretchers are in position. When the exposed part of the rug is hooked, the frame may be taken apart, and the foundation already worked wound about the opposite stretcher until another section of unworked foundation is exposed for hooking. Then the frame is again set up. Frequently, a rug is removed and its position shifted without taking the frame apart. Craftsmen who make a business of selling the rugs they make frequently have extra large frames in which rugs of carpet size, 6 by 9 feet, can be stretched full length. The pattern must always be uppermost when a foundation is in a frame. Always fasten corners of rugs to frames before sewing the edges. To center a foundation perfectly, double it and position the middle spot of the edge to the middle spot on the frame. When secured, draw the foundation edges from the central fastening to each corner and position them. Then fasten the foundation between points. A method that has been found satisfactory by the writer is to turn rug edges along the pattern line over the right side of the foundation and stitch flat, either by running stitches or machine. The foundation should first be cut an inch wider than the pattern and the edges overcast. Cut away the textile that overlaps at corners and overcast the diagonal lines to form a trim miter. When a rug is hooked, the edges are neat. A foundation so finished can be fastened to a frame in any of the ways given, where an extra foundation edge is not needed. When the rug foundation, pattern uppermost, has been centered and set up in a frame which has been adjusted to an easy height for the rug maker, the operation of hooking in the medium conveniently at hand should start. The position of the hand differs according to the type of hook used. It is well to place on one corner of the foundation some lengths of medium in colors that will soon be needed to carry out the design. These should be constantly replenished as the hooking proceeds. The medium itself may be narrow or wide. The size of it is more responsible than anything else in determining whether loops shall be long or short and stitches coarse or fine. In preparing rags, it is well to have an approximate gauge for widths of them and to know how best to ensure even sizes. A firm woolen textile, such as ordinary weight flannel, can be cut as narrow as 1/4 inch and this is the weight of cloth best suited to hooking. All textiles used together must approximate the same sized strand, even though thinner cloth may have to be 2 or 3 times as wide. Whenever possible, strips should be cut or torn lengthwise of the material, and it is best to have them not more than 1½ yards long. Few woolen textiles less than 1/4 inch wide can stand the strain of hooking. They are likely to pull apart and separate. When cotton goods, the weight of chambray is the medium. The width of strips advised is 1/2 inch. As cotton folds and creases under pressure and has not the resilience of woolen textiles, the effect of the two widths in the different materials is approximately the same in finished rugs. It must be remembered that there is no hard and fast rule for widths. The discretion of the rug maker must be used, and she may decide to use either finer or coarser strands than mentioned if she makes a rug of very fine or very coarse stitchery. In some instances, different widths are used in one rug. A fine, short cotton loop sometimes, but 3/16 inch high forming the background for a design in coarser cut woolen pile. Hold the medium to be hooked in the left hand between the thumb and forefinger and close to the foundation, beneath the place where the stitchery is to be done. The hook is held in the right hand over the stitch spot. The tip is pressed through the foundation, and the medium is caught by the hook, which is then pulled up, bringing with it the end of the medium. The first and last stitch of any medium is always a tip of the strand. A stitch must never end on the wrong side of a rug. Each stitch, except those in which a color is begun or ended, consists of a small loop drawn through the foundation. The loop 3/8 inch high is approved, but 1/4 inch loops are frequently found. Even shorter loops are used at times when strips are very narrow. Embossed patterns have the loops even higher to allow for rounded, shearing effects. A little knack that the writer has found helpful is to press the hook against the foundation when drawing it up with the loop, so that the opening is slightly enlarged, permitting the curved part of the hook to come through without a hitch. The stitch is taken precisely as for tambour work, even to the twist of the wrist. Only a few threads of foundation should be allowed between stitches, as it is the pressure of one stitch against another that alone is responsible for the firmness of the superimposed surface of pile. A coarse medium occupies more space than a fine one, and necessitates stitches being set farther apart. Also, the coarser medium naturally calls for a higher loop. An uncut pile is shorter than a cut. For the latter, a little extra depth should be given to allow for shearing. Hooking should progress in a general way from right to left and from edges toward the center. Designs are outlined, however, before being filled in, and it is often wise to fill in motifs and then do the background around them. Even so, a general direction toward the left and also toward the center can be followed. By working from the edge to the center, any puckering of the goods that might otherwise occur along the edges is averted. It is the practice of the writer to make one border, or at least 3 rows of hooking, around the edge of each exposed rug surface before filling in any of the field. Rug makers, however, are privileged to suit their own preference in the method of hooking. For instance, some rug makers work half the exposed surface in a frame and then turn the frame and do the other half. Some work in rows, some with stitches purposely set at different angles. Some try to have all loops of exactly the same height, and some deliberately vary them. The direction of the stitchery can supply interesting variety to hooked rug surfaces, while differing heights of loops in sheared rugs allow occasional shorter loops to remain uncut. This is thought to supply extra strength. Loops should certainly be uneven, and many left uncut in a cotton rug that is sheared, as cotton does not felt but merely frays. A frayed pile is not especially durable, while a felted pile is. The wise rug maker shears woolen pile and leaves cotton and jute in loops. The uncut loop pile is also capable of great diversity of effect. Loops may be very short and close, making a fine, compact surface, or long and close, making a rug of deep pile. They may be short and of wide span, giving a flat effect, quickly achieved, or both length and span can be increased for even coarser results. To make a knot-tied, hooked rug pile, follow the instructions for tambour work, making the spaces between the first and second stitches very short. After drawing the first loop through the foundation, do not let it slip off the shank of the hook, but keep it on the needle. When drawing the second loop through, also catch the short end of the strand left hanging when the first stitch was taken. Draw both through the loop on the shank. Clip the ends and pull to make a tight knot. It will be seen that it takes 2 operations to complete 1 stitch. Repeat throughout the rug surface. Although this is a simple stitch, it takes far more time to fashion than the plain loop, without giving greater beauty or more durability. It is not surprising, therefore, that the knot-tied pile was seldom used in hooked rugcraft. Whatever the kind of hooked rug chosen for making, a hint to the amateur craftsman will prove helpful. Avoid too great precision of stitchery. It is not to be found in antique hooked rugs, and these are the correct models to follow. A little incident may give enlightenment in this connection. A coterie of women was engaged to make hooked rugs. It would have proved a lucrative occupation if rightly pursued. Everything of the best was put into their hands: fine wools, excellent designs, and correct patterns, yet their work was a failure. This was because the women refused to grasp the fact that they were making folkcraft rugs and not reproductions of machine-made floor coverings. The precision of their work, with its parallel lines of straight stitchery, had no charm nor appeal. It was not true to type, and the enterprise had to be abandoned. A community enterprise which did enjoy an artistic success was that of the Sabatos rug, under the direction of Mrs. Douglas Worke. The name was taken from Mount Sabatos, Maine, where the work was done. Mrs. Worke developed a method of knot-tied pile that brought her into prominence in the forwarding of this community work in rugcraft. The name Sabatos Rugs, therefore, stands for a specific type of hooked rug of rare excellence, with foundations hand-woven and wool specially grown for the yarn. Another venture worthy of mention was promoted by Helen Albee in what were known as Abnaki rugs. In them, Mrs. Albee sought to raise the standard of hooked rag rugs, rather than to forward any different kind of stitchery in her community enterprise. Her group was established at Pequawket, New Hampshire, where the Pequawket tribe of the Abnaki Indians had been wont to roam. The name Abnaki appealed to Mrs. Albee, who modernized the spelling and adopted it for her rug work. Wool rags and burlap foundations were the basis of the craft, in which handsome hooked rugs of both loop and sheared pile were fashioned. The shearing of a rug of whatever sort is a task for an expert. An evenly cut pile can be had only by very careful manipulation of the scissors. The final cutting of the pile of an Oriental rug is considered so particular an operation that a mechanical device has been invented and is frequently used on modern Eastern carpets. This is mentioned to emphasize the fact that the shearing of hooked rugs requires great deftness. Part of the knack of shearing hooked loops is to run the finger under the rug where the pile is being cut, elevating it a trifle. Only the tip of the loop must be snipped off, thus separating the loop into 2 strands. The scissors with angular handles, or those with the curved blades, surgical scissors, are recommended. They are used by Oriental rug makers. The blades in the first type skim the surface evenly as the shears are manipulated, while the hand working them rests on the rug. This is possible as the handles are on a higher level than the blades. The pile should not be raised, as suggested, when these scissors are used. The danger of gouging the pile of a rug is eliminated when these or curved shears are employed, for the tips do not enter the pile. Shearing rugs with ordinary scissors is precarious work and should be left to experienced rug makers, should they choose to use such shears. Fancy shearing is expert work, for the background has to be on a lower level than the motifs and therefore clipped closer. The motifs should have been hooked in higher loops. The pile is often graduated from the background level to surprising heights in the middle of a design. This high relief work is bizarre and done to impress the uninitiate with the skill of the rug maker more than for any other reason. Fancy shearing is not an idea peculiar to hooked rug makers. It is one of the Chinese methods, also to be found in a very limited number of Anatolian rugs. It was abandoned in the latter rugs and is done in a very reserved way only by the Chinese. If the Oriental rug makers discard this fancy carved or embossed clip pile, hooked rug makers can do no better than to follow their example, for they are the finest creators of handmade rugs the world has ever produced. It is the pile of the Oriental rug that all other pile rugs are fashioned after. When yarn is used for hooked rugs, the pile can reflect some of the same beauty. When rags are the medium, the rugs have their own distinct individuality, quaint and interesting. While it is customary to have rug edges hemmed or bound, occasionally rugs are lined. Denim and ticking make stout linings. Carpet-size hook rugs are made in breadths and seamed together like pile carpets. Hold the widths together with right sides facing each other. Overhand the seams, taking but a few threads up in each stitch. When a few stitches or a short needleful has been done in one direction, reverse the order of stitches to give a cross stitch. The seam must be so narrow that it will flatten out when breadths are opened. Carpet breadths are sewed by counted threads, thus ensuring perfect joining of design motifs, and the sewing of hooked carpets should follow this same method. When a rug edge is finished after being taken from a frame, the foundation, cut 1 inch wider than the rug, is turned back and hemmed, or the foundation may be cut a little narrower before turning and a binding tape be sewed flat over it. Rugs with curved or irregular edges frequently need to have little V-shaped pieces snipped from the turned-in edges to make them lie absolutely flat. When this is the case, the rug must be finished off with a flat binding sewed carefully over the turned-in edge. The hooked rug maker who creates her own designs and works them deftly in well-chosen colors can have as fine examples of work as did the old rug makers. These new rugs also may be accounted worthy of being inventoried and bequeathed to future generations. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Homecraft Rugs, Their Historic Background, Romance of Stitchery, and Method of Making by Lydia LeBaron Walker. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fabric Mosaic Rugs, commonly called button, spool, or dollar rugs. Chapter 13 includes several diagrams of the rugs described, which may be viewed in the online version of the book. The spool, button, or dollar rug is, of structural necessity, a mosaic floor covering, the segments of which are fabric instead of marble, stone, glass, etc. Each bit of material is carefully fitted with the others and firmly set with stitches. In rugs that have any pretense to beauty, the arrangement of the motifs according to color gives rise to a pattern. In the old colonial rugs, this invariably assumed geometric proportions, diamonds of large or small size being most in favor. While there is a quaint charm about these rugs, the idea that thrift was the inspiration is ever present. One can scarcely disregard the evident skillful use of scraps of available material. Yet one's heart rather warms toward the woman who, in order to add warmth to drafty floors and decoration to barren boards, contrived to fashion from what she had something to fill her needs. The button rugs certainly are ingenious and often have an appeal because of the colors in kaleidoscopic harmony. There must also be precision of design. The names by which the rug is familiarly known, button, dollar, and spool, are nothing if not prosaic. Yet they are not minus individuality, and one, the dollar rug, has a note of historic interest. It was so named because the silver dollar was employed as a pattern mold instead of a disc of metal cut the right size. The cartwheel dollars, then made of silver, are now out of coinage, being too cumbersome to be practical, as their nickname implies, but they made excellent rug pattern molds. One is a little at a loss to comprehend why the rugs were not called coin rugs, since those making them took 2 or 3 kinds of coin for pattern molds, according to whether there were 2 or 3 discs centered one above the other. Perhaps more affluence was expressed by the word dollar than by coin, which might have been interpreted to mean mere cent. The names button and spool were acquired through the use of each as a pattern mold, and 3 different sizes were usually employed. There is found in all of these names a curious tendency to subordinate the structural character of the rug and to emphasize not the pattern, but the object used for the pattern motif. The fact that the rug makers were actually employing a classic conception of floor covering in modified form does not seem to have entered their minds. Yet it harks back to primitive, mosaic floor ornamentation, choice in design and superb in color. Mediums were varied to conform to the special application of the mosaic, and it is in this respect that the mosaic rug is distinctive. It shows a transition akin to that which took place in the prehistoric era, during which stonework achieved the artistry that was later applied to textiles. The tesserae are of fabric in mosaic rugs. It is when these rugs take on the character of historic ornament that they reach their summit of perfection. Since this does not increase the work of the rug maker, nor add to the cost of the finished floor covering, there seems to be every reason in favor of spool rugs taking a new lease on life as mosaic rugs, in which there is no hint of economy. Instead, there is a charm inherent in the antique background to set off to best advantage fine rugs in this structurally correct form. The mosaic rug illustrated is a reproduction of an ancient mosaic floor, over 2,000 years old, revealed by excavations in Pompeii, and is copied as exactly as the circular spool motif permits. Those familiar with the Cave Canem, Beware the Dog mosaic, will appreciate the fidelity of the reproduction. This famous design, with its caption, is inlaid in the threshold of a doorway leading from the vestibulum into a Pompeian bath or atrium, which was a main room of the house. It formed a salutation to guests or strangers, just as did the words Ave or Have, which are often found. Friends evidently accepted the Cave Canem in the good spirit of those who appreciate that the dog of the household, as well as the owner, is a friend, while an importunate stranger might enter with a little hesitancy. The original use of the mosaic design supplies a precedent for its present application to fabric mosaic rugs for vestibules or outer halls and the more spacious main entrance halls in modern homes. The Cave Canem rug has a delightfully whimsical as well as classic character. It gives those who have traveled through Italy an immediate feeling of rapport as they cross the threshold, being a floor covering of note to anyone who has once seen it. It has the smart element that comes from decoration that is at once striking and suitable. To complete the similarity of this replica to its original, it is developed in black and white fabric tesserae, the dog and its confining leash being silhouetted in black against a white background. The spots on the dog's body and the sharp shadows of the forelegs are done in dark gray. However, this color scheme does not necessarily have to be copied, provided such colors as are substituted are in accord with ancient mosaic work. A gray, somewhat lighter in tone than the shadow, and like the gray of the marble, can be used in place of white in the field of the rug, or an old gold tone, recalling the gold so often lavishly employed in Italian mosaics, may be the choice. But two tones should be used, one modified for shadows and markings of the dog. Nothing in any way approximating dainty colors should ever be found in this or the other salutation rugs mentioned. Salve is another salutation mosaic, lettered in black, with a simple fret or Grecian border that can well be copied. It is in the vestibule floor of a grand mansion of an old New England estate, still preserved in its magnificence. One could not fail to recognize at a glance that the owners were much-traveled persons. As a little child, I can remember being impressed by the strangeness of the greeting until my mother translated it for me, but it never lost its thrill for me whenever I crossed the threshold. There was no other ornamentation save the well-centered word and the chaste border. This latter has to be slightly altered when used in fabric mosaic in order to fit in with the structural demands of diagonal lines extending over the rug. However, the fret is often so modified. The corners and one fret motif should be worked out on architect's crossbar paper before starting to stitch the fabric tesserae to the foundation, but no further pattern is needed for the border. The word should also be lettered in the same way. The strokes will naturally come on a slant and not be in block letter form. The pattern of the cave canem rug can be followed as definitely and easily as any cross-stitch design. Each mosaic bit or tessera corresponds to one complete motif in the spool rug, which, as has been seen, may be of 2 or 3 graduated discs. In the rug in question, 2 are used because they best simulate the original mosaic, the line of the undercircle corresponding to the setting cement of a tessellated floor in the work known as opus sectile. Directions for making the cave canem rug will be found in the back of the book. Nothing could be easier in rugcraft than the making of a fabric mosaic rug, which consists of cutting out the motifs, arranging and securing them to a foundation, lining the rug, and finishing off the edges. Fringe may be added to the ends. In most rugs, this is desirable. One of the advantages in making mosaic rugs is that all the tesserae can be cut out and put together before any work on the rug itself is done. As the discs are small, the work of preparing them is light and is as attractive as any fancy work. Each disc applied above another should be perfectly centered, so that the encircling rim of color in the disc beneath will be of uniform width. A material that lends itself perfectly to fabric mosaic rugs is woven felt. In some weights and in the finest of weaves and finishes, this is called billiard cloth, but for rug making, no such fine grade is required. This woven felt is strong and can be had in many weights and thicknesses, and does not fray or separate. Fiber, true felt, and any closely woven material that does not fray and has a firm body, such as broadcloth, a high grade of flannel known as ladies' cloth, men's suiting, etc., are all admirable. The felt from old hats and other articles can be used thriftily, as in other felt rugs, and discarded clothing of the right kind, as in rag rugs. If goods with a tendency to fray is employed, all edges must be blanket stitched. This stitchery may serve a double purpose, as it can join circles together at the same time that it stops raveling of threads. Use a basting stitch or two to hold layers of cloth together, and then blanket stitch each rim down to the cloth beneath when making the motifs, at this time leaving the largest rim untouched with the decorative embroidery. It should be lightly overcast to prevent fraying when handled. When the motifs are sewed to the foundation, blanket stitch the edge of each underdisc down onto the foundation, thus simultaneously finishing the edge and fastening it in its designated place. When edges do not require embroidery, it should be omitted and each disc held down by 4 stitches close to its edge. The top stitches should be so short that they are scarcely visible, being of thread to match the color of the disc, and should be taken at quarter distances along the edge. Long understitches should be taken and the stitches set so that in each layer they come in alternate quarters of circumferences. This method of stitchery results in a rug surface that, to all intents and purposes, is unbroken and flat. The old-fashioned method of holding the motifs down to the foundation by stitches in the center only has its disadvantages, for dust will penetrate beneath the discs, and then it is something of a job to keep the rug clean. In the method advised, and sometimes used in old rugs, this is obviated. A modern method of adding security to motifs and stitchery is to use some one of the various rug cements. While this can scarcely be considered within the legitimate scope of handmade rugs, the prevalent and effective use of such cements cannot be ignored. When stitches are used in the center of motifs, any one of 3 kinds can be employed: cross stitch, star or double cross stitch, and French knots. The first 2 are flat stitches, and in this have an advantage over French knots that do not lie flat. In mosaic rugs and all those in which stitchery is not desired, either for necessity or ornamentation, the color of thread employed should match the disc on which it appears. Contrasting tones in other rugs may add flecks of gaiety or be in black or some very dark tone to subdue gay shades or to punctuate distances with rhythmic regularity. In all the embroideries, a single color is best to employ for a rug, unless the variations are systematic, in which case the color in all duplicating motifs employed in decorative rows or in a pattern should be identical. The foundation for the fabric mosaic rug should be strong. Denim, ticking, and burlap are those most generally used. The latter should be of a good grade. Its advantages lie in the regularity of the weave, which is sufficiently coarse, both lengthwise and crosswise, to be followed when marking off the goods into working divisions. The very large, heavy linen bags in which produce is sometimes shipped make a wonderful foundation fabric, but are difficult to obtain nowadays. There are many ways of marking off foundations to ensure the precision of motif placing that is of utmost importance if rugs are to keep their structural symmetry throughout. The surface can be divided by lines running parallel with the ends of the rug, each space being equal to the diameter of the largest disc. The work in this spacing is done from side to side in longitudinal rows extending from one end of the rug to the other, the colors of motifs being introduced as specified in the pattern or rough drawing of the design. In this way, the chief irregularity of the rows comes at rug ends, where fringe, set up well on the foundation beneath the last row, fills in the spaces. The semicircular ends of tesserae protruding over the fringe, arranged evenly, should be run down to the foundation. This rug construction makes it possible to eliminate all half tesserae, thus simplifying the work of making, besides giving a more expert finish to the floor covering. It is when a rug conforms in shape to the limitations of its elements that it is found at its best. So any shape of a mosaic rug that necessitates the use of numerous portions of circles is to be avoided. Because old-time rug makers in this country disregarded this idea, many of the dollar rugs were unworthy. It will be found that oblong rugs lend themselves best to mosaic work. When rugs made according to the method described have a striped ticking foundation, the lines of the weave should run lengthwise of the rug. Also, the material should be so chosen that stripes can be marked off into groups, the spaces between being equal to the diameter of the largest tessera. As ticking stripes come comparatively close together, this grouping of lines is an easy solution of the method of marking. The tesserae in the first crosswise row, sewed down close to the foundation edge, should fit between the lines. In the second row, each tessera should be wedged between those on the first row, and the diameter of each should come precisely across the line. In each odd number row, tesserae come between lines, and in even number rows, the tesserae have diameters across lines, following the method in the first two rows. It is essential to keep the lengthwise rows even, and measurements should be taken every few rows to detect and rectify any divergence. Use a ruler or tape measure and reckon distances from the lengthwise edge to the lowest part of the circumference of tesserae across the rug, not necessarily each tessera, but every 3 or 4. This is the easiest method, for the construction of the rug does not lend itself to division lines readily owing to the drop design. In the diagram, 3 methods of forming the popular diamond design are shown. Diagram 1. In this, a particularly interesting design results, in which 3 diamonds come across the rug field. Lengthwise edges are even, and the rug ends can be finished either with the half tesserae as shown, or with fringe, as in the method previously described. The foundation is divided into lengthwise halves and crosswise quarters. Each point where the lines cross has 1 tessera centered on it, and the tip of each diamond point comes across either a horizontal or vertical line. Gradually build up each diamond, and when tips meet, fill in the field and border, being sure that each crosswise line marked on the foundation has a tessera diameter exactly across it. This ensures even rows in a very simple way. The rug lends itself to many color varieties and harmonies. For instance, the center diamond and the border and corner pieces can be of the dull red found in oriental carpets. The end diamonds can be old blue, and the field, the warm tan or camel's hair color often found in old rugs. Or, again, the centers of each diamond may vary from the outer rows, and these shades be caught up again in field and border. Such color schemes lend dignity to rugs. If dainty colors are wanted to fit in with a boudoir scheme, the rug can be developed accordingly. Diagrams 2 and 3. In these, the rug foundation is divided into quarters. 1 tessera in number 2 is centered over the point where the lines cross. The diamond is given an opposite direction from number 1 by laying the tesserae on the line in a row across the rug. The same direction of the diamond is given in the arrangement of tesserae in number 3, where they touch over the center point in the rug rather than having one directly over it. This is an easy diamond formation to employ, as the first 4 tesserae give the diamond center and building around it is easy. In each of these diamonds, various color schemes can be carried out, and corner pieces can be introduced, but it is always a medallion diamond rug, for the width is never sufficient in a properly shaped rug for more than one diamond. When the character of the rug conforms more to the mosaic type, many possibilities of design present themselves. Small diamonds may fit together, or hexagons, in an all-over pattern with a plain border. But most attractive of all this type of rug, by whatever name it is called, are the hall welcome rugs with their inviting words, and the classic Cave Canem of the days of Pompeii. End of chapter 13.